It began with a promise, broken on a beach in Korea. Sunja was just 16 when she fell for the wrong man. She got pregnant, then learned he already had a family. And when she refused to trade her dignity for comfort, she chose exile instead. But no one warned her that this one choice would echo through 4 generations of pain and resilience. This isn't just a story. It's a legacy of women who endured what history tried to erase. The incense is already lit, and history is about to begin. My name is May, and this is Whispers of Silk. Book 1. Ko Young. Home 1910 to 1933. Chapter 1. Yeongdo, Busan, Korea. History has failed us, but no matter. At the turn of the century, an aging fisherman and his wife decided to take in lodgers for extra money. Both were born and raised in the fishing village of Yeongdo, a 5-mile-wide islet beside the port city of Busan. In their long marriage, the wife gave birth to 3 sons, but only Hooni, the eldest and the weakest one, survived. Hooni was born with a cleft palate and a twisted foot. He was, however, endowed with hefty shoulders, a squat build, and a golden complexion. Even as a young man, he retained the mild, thoughtful temperament he'd had as a child. When Hooni covered his misshapen mouth with his hands, something he did out of habit meeting strangers, he resembled his nice-looking father, both having the same large, smiling eyes. Inky eyebrows graced his broad forehead, perpetually tanned from outdoor work. Like his parents, Hooni was not a nimble talker, and some made the mistake of thinking that because he could not speak quickly there was something wrong with his mind, but that was not true. In 1910, when Hooni was 27 years old, Japan annexed Korea. The fisherman and his wife, thrifty and hardy peasants, refused to be distracted by the country's incompetent aristocrats and corrupt rulers, who had lost their nation to thieves. When the rent for their house was raised again, the couple moved out of their bedroom and slept in the anteroom near the kitchen to increase the number of lodgers. The wooden house they had rented for over 3 decades was not large, just shy of 500 square feet. Sliding paper doors divided the interior into 3 snug rooms, and the fisherman himself had replaced its leaky grass roof with reddish clay tiles to the benefit of his landlord, who lived in splendor in a mansion in Busan. Eventually, the kitchen was pushed out to the vegetable garden to make way for the larger cooking pots and the growing number of portable dining tables that hung on pegs along the mortared stone wall. At his father's insistence, Hooni learned to read and write Korean and Japanese from the village schoolmaster well enough to keep a boarding house ledger and to do sums in his head so he couldn't be cheated at the market. When he knew how to do this, his parents pulled him out of school. As an adolescent, Hooni worked nearly as well as a strong man twice his age with 2 well-shaped legs. He was dexterous with his hands and could carry heavy loads, but he could not run or walk quickly. Both Hooni and his father were known in the village for never picking up a cup of wine. The fisherman and his wife raised their surviving son, the neighborhood cripple, to be clever and diligent because they did not know who would care for him after they died. If it were possible for a man and his wife to share one heart, Hooni was this steady beating organ. They had lost their other sons, the youngest to measles and the middle good-for-nothing one to a goring bull in a pointless accident. Except for school and the market, the old couple kept young Hooni close by the house, and eventually, as a young man, Hooni needed to stay home to help his parents. They could not bear to disappoint him, yet they loved him enough not to dote on him. The peasants knew that a spoiled son did more harm to a family than a dead one, and they kept themselves from indulging him too much. Other families in the land were not so fortunate as to have 2 such sensible parents, and as happens in countries being pillaged by rivals or nature, the weak, the elderly, widows and orphans were as desperate as ever on the colonized peninsula. For any household that could feed one more, there were multitudes willing to work a full day for a bowl of barley rice. In the spring of 1911, 2 weeks after Hooni turned 28, The red-cheeked matchmaker from town called on his mother. Hooney's mother led the matchmaker to the kitchen. They had to speak in low tones since the boarders were sleeping in the front rooms. It was late morning, and the lodgers who'd fished through the evening had finished their hot suppers, washed up, and gone to bed. Hooney's mother poured the matchmaker a cup of cold barley tea, but didn't break from her own work. Naturally, the mother guessed what the matchmaker wanted, but she couldn't fathom what to say. Hooney had never asked his parents for a bride. It was unthinkable that a decent family would let their daughter marry someone with deformities, since such things were inevitable in the next generation. She had never seen her son talk to a girl. Most village girls avoided the sight of him, and Hooney would have known enough not to want something he could not have. This forbearance was something that any normal peasant would have accepted about his life and what he was allowed to desire. The matchmaker's funny little face was puffy and pink, black flinty eyes darted intelligently, and she was careful to say only nice things. The woman licked her lips as if she was thirsty. Hooney's mother felt the woman observing her and every detail of the house, measuring the size of the kitchen with her exacting eye. The matchmaker, however, would have had great difficulty in reading Hooney's mother, a quiet woman who worked from waking until bed, doing what was needed for that day and the next. She rarely went to the market. Because there was no time for distracting chatter, she sent Hooney for the shopping. While the matchmaker talked, Hooney's mother's mouth remained unmoving and steady, much like the heavy pine table she was cutting her radishes on. The matchmaker brought it up first. So there was that unfortunate matter of his foot and broken lip, but Hooney was clearly a good boy, educated and strong as a pair of oxen. She was blessed to have such a fine son, the matchmaker said. She deprecated her own children. Neither of her boys was dedicated to books or commerce. But they were not terrible boys. Her daughter married too early and lived too far away. All good marriages, the matchmaker supposed, but her sons were lazy. Not like Hooney. After her speech, the matchmaker stared at the olive-skinned woman whose face was immobile, casting about for any sign of interest. Hooney's mother kept her head down, handling her sharp knife confidently. Each cube of radish was square and certain. When a large mound of white radish cubes formed on the cutting board, she transferred the load in a clean swipe into a mixing bowl. She was paying such careful attention to the matchmaker's talking that privately, Hooney's mother feared she would begin to shake from nerves. Before stepping into the house, the matchmaker had walked around its perimeter to assess the financial condition of the household. From all appearances, the neighborhood talk of their stable situation could be confirmed. In the kitchen garden, ponytail radishes, grown fat and heavy from the early spring rain, were ready to be pulled from the brown earth. Pollock and squid strung neatly across a long clothesline dried in the lacy spring sun. Beside the outhouse, 3 black pigs were kept in a clean pen built from local stone and mortar. The matchmaker counted 7 chickens and a rooster in the backyard. Their prosperity was more evident inside the house. In the kitchen, stacks of rice and soup bowls rested on well-built shelves, and braids of white garlic and red chilies hung from the low kitchen rafters. In the corner near the wash basin, there was an enormous woven basket heaped with freshly dug potatoes. The comforting aroma of barley and millet steaming in the black rice pot wafted through the small house. Satisfied with the boarding house's comfortable situation in a country growing steadily poorer, the matchmaker was certain that even Hooney could have a healthy bride. So she plowed ahead. The girl was from the other side of the island, beyond the dense woods. Her father, a tenant farmer, was one of the many who'd lost his lease as a result of the colonial government's recent land surveys. The widower, cursed with 4 girls and no sons, had nothing to eat except for what was gathered from the woods. Fish he couldn't sell, or the occasional charity from equally impoverished neighbors. The decent father had begged the matchmaker to find grooms for his unmarried daughters. since it was better for virgins to marry anyone than to scrounge for food when men and women were hungry and virtue was expensive. The girl, Yangjin, was the last of the 4 girls and the easiest to unload because she was too young to complain and she'd had the least to eat. Yangjin was 15 and mild and tender as a newborn calf, the matchmaker said. No dowry, of course, and surely the father could not expect much in the way of gifts. Perhaps a few laying hens, cotton cloth for Yangjin's sisters, 6 or 7 sacks of millet to get them through the winter. Hearing no protest at the tally of gifts, the matchmaker grew bolder. Maybe a goat, or a small pig. The family has so little and bride prices have come down so much. The girl wouldn't need any jewelry. The matchmaker laughed a little. With a flick of her thick wrist, Huni's mother showered the radish with sea salt. The matchmaker could not have known how hard Huni's mother was concentrating and thinking about what the woman wanted. The mother would have given up anything to raise the bride price demanded. Huni's mother found herself surprised at the imaginings and hopes rising within her breast. But her face remained collected and private. Nevertheless, the matchmaker was no fool. What I wouldn't give to have a grandson of my own one day, the matchmaker said, making her closing gambit while peering hard at the boarding house keeper's creased brown face. I have a granddaughter but no grandsons, and the girl cries too much. The matchmaker continued. I remember holding my first son when he was a baby. How happy I was. He was as white as a basket of fresh rice cakes on New Year's, soft and juicy as warm dough. Tasty enough to take a bite. Well, now he's just a big dolt, feeling the need to add a complaint to her bragging. Huni's mother smiled, finally, because the image was almost too vivid for her. What old woman didn't yearn to hold her grandson when such a thought had been inconceivable before this visit? She clenched her teeth to calm herself and picked up the mixing bowl. She shook it to even out the salt. The girl has a nice face. No pockmarks. She's well-mannered and obeys her father and sisters, and not too dark. She's a little thing, but she has strong hands and arms. She'll need to gain some weight. But you understand that. It's been a difficult time for the family. The matchmaker smiled at the basket of potatoes in the corner as if to suggest that here the girl would be able to eat as much as she wanted. Huni's mother rested the bowl on the counter and turned to her guest. I'll speak to my husband and son. There's no money for a goat or a pig. We may be able to send some cotton wool with the other things for the winter. I'll have to ask. The bride and groom met on their wedding day, and Yangjin had not been scared by his face. 3 people in her village had been born that way. She'd seen cattle and pigs with the same thing. A girl who lived near her had a strawberry-like growth between her nose and split lip. And the other children called her Strawberry, a name the girl did not mind. When Yangjin's father had told her that her husband would be like Strawberry but also with a crooked leg, she had not cried. He told her that she was a good girl. Huni and Yangjin were married so quietly that if the family had not sent out mugwort cakes to the neighbors, they would have been accused of stinginess. Even the boarders were astonished when the bride appeared to serve the morning meal the day following the wedding. When Yangjin became pregnant, she worried that her child would have Huni's deformities. Her first child was born with a cleft palate but had good legs. Huni and his parents were not upset when the midwife showed him to them. Do you mind it? Huni asked her, and she said no because she did not. When Yangjin was alone with her firstborn, she traced her index finger around the infant's mouth and kissed it. She had never loved anyone as much as her baby. At 7 weeks, he died of a fever. Her second baby had a perfect face and good legs. But he, too, died before his Bakiel celebration from diarrhea and fever. Her sisters, still unmarried, blamed her weak milk flow and advised her to see a shaman. Huni and his parents did not approve of the shaman, but she went without telling them when she was pregnant for the third time. Yet in the midst of her third pregnancy she felt odd, and Yangjin resigned herself to the possibility that this one too may die. She lost her third to smallpox. Her mother-in-law went to the herbalist and brewed her healing teas. Yangjin drank every brown drop in the cup and apologized for the great expense. After each birth, Huni went to the market to buy his wife choice seaweed for soup to heal her womb. After each death, he brought her sweet rice cakes still warm from the market and gave them to her. You have to eat. You must get your strength. 3 years after the marriage, Huni's father died. Then, months after, his wife followed. Yangjin's in-laws had never denied her meals or clothing. No one had hit her or criticized her, even as she failed to give them a surviving heir. At last, Yangjin gave birth to Sunja, her 4th child and the only girl, and the child thrived. After she turned 3, the parents were able to sleep through the night without checking the pallet repeatedly to see if the small form lying beside them was still breathing. Huni made his daughter dollies out of corn husks and forsook his tobacco to buy her sweets. The 3 ate each meal together, even though the lodgers wanted Huni to eat with them. He loved his child the way his parents had loved him. But he found that he could not deny her anything. Sunja was a normal-looking girl with a quick laugh and bright, but to her father she was a beauty, and he marveled at her perfection. Few fathers in the world treasured their daughters as much as Huni, who seemed to live to make his child smile. In the winter, when Sunja was 13 years old, Huni died quietly from tuberculosis. At his burial, Yangjin and her daughter were inconsolable. The next morning, the young widow rose from her pallet and returned to work. Chapter 2. November 1932. The winter following Japan's invasion of Manchuria was a difficult one. Biting winds sheared through the small boarding house, and the women stuffed cotton in between the fabric layers of their garments. This thing called the Depression was found everywhere in the world. The lodgers said frequently during meals, repeating what they'd overheard from the men at the market who could read newspapers. Poor Americans were as hungry as the poor Russians and the poor Chinese. In the name of the emperor, even ordinary Japanese went without. No doubt the canny and the hardy survived that winter, but the shameful reports of children going to bed and not waking up, girls selling their innocence for a bowl of wheat noodles, and the elderly stealing away quietly to die so the young could eat, were far too plentiful. That said, the boarders expected their meals regularly, and an old house needed repairs. The rent had to be paid each month to the landlord's agent, who was persistent. In time, Yangjin had learned how to handle money, deal with her suppliers, and say no to terms she did not want. She hired 2 orphaned sisters and became an employer. She was a 37-year-old widow who ran a boarding house, and no longer the shoeless teenager who'd arrived on its doorstep clutching a set of clean undergarments wrapped in a square bit of fabric. Yangjin had to take care of Sunja and earn money. They were fortunate to have this business even though they didn't own the house. On the 1st of every month, each lodger paid 23 yen for room and board, and increasingly this was not enough to buy grain at the market or coal for heat. The lodging fees couldn't go up because the men were not making any more money, but she still had to feed them the same amount. So from shin bones she made thick, milky broths and seasoned the garden vegetables for tasty side dishes. She stretched meals from millet and barley and the meager things they had in the larder when there was little money left at the end of the month. When there wasn't much in the grain sack, she made savory pancakes from bean flour and water. The lodgers brought her fish they couldn't sell in the market, so when there was an extra pail of crabs or mackerel, she preserved them with spices to supplement the scantier meals that were sure to come. For the previous 2 seasons, 6 guests took turns sleeping in the 1 guest room. The 3 Chung brothers from Jeollado fished at night and slept during the day shift, and 2 young fellows from Daegu and a widower from Busan worked at the seaside fish market and went to sleep in the early evening. In the small room, the men slept beside each other, but none complained because this boarding house was better than what they were used to back at their respective homes. The bedding was clean and the food was filling. The girls laundered their clothing well, and the boarding house keeper patched up the lodgers' worn work clothes with scraps to make them last another season. None of these men could afford a wife, so for them, this setup was not half bad. A wife could have given some physical comfort to a working man, but a marriage could beget children who would need food, clothing, and a home. A poor man's wife was prone to nagging and crying, and these men understood their limit. The rise in prices accompanied by the shortage of money was distressing, but the lodgers were almost never late with the rent. The men who worked at the market were occasionally paid in unsold goods, and Yang Jin would take a jar of cooking oil in place of a few yen on rent day. Her mother-in-law had explained that you had to be very good to the lodgers. There were always other places for working men to stay, she explained. Men have choices that women don't. At the end of each season, if there were any coins left over, Yang Jin dropped them into a dark earthenware crock and stowed it behind a panel in the closet where her husband had put away the 2 gold rings that had belonged to his mother. At meals, Yang Jin and her daughter served the food noiselessly while the lodgers talked brashly about politics. The Chung brothers were illiterate, but they followed the news carefully at the docks and liked to analyze the fate of the country at the boarding house dining table. It was the middle of November, and the fishing had been better than expected for the month. The Chung brothers had just woken up. The evening shift lodgers would soon be heading home to sleep. The fisherman brothers would eat their main meal before going out to sea. Well-rested and feisty, the brothers were convinced that Japan couldn't conquer China. Yes, the bastards can take a nibble, but China will not be eaten whole. Impossible, exclaimed the middle Chung brother. Those dwarves can't take over such a great kingdom. China is our elder brother. Japan is just a bad seed, Fatso, the youngest brother, cried, slapping down his cup of warm tea. China will get those sons of bitches. You watch. The poor men mocked their powerful colonizer within the shabby walls of the boarding house, feeling secure from the colonial police, who wouldn't bother with fishermen with grandiose ideas. The brothers boasted of China's strengths, their hearts yearning for another nation to be strong since their own rulers had failed them. Korea had been colonized for 22 years already. The younger 2 had never lived in a Korea that wasn't ruled by Japan. Ajumoni, Fatso shouted genially. Ajumoni? Yes? Yang Jin knew he wanted more to eat. He was a puny young man who ate more than both his brothers combined. Another bowl of your delicious soup? Yes, of course. Yang Jin retrieved it from the kitchen. Fatso slurped it down, and the men left the house for work. The evening shift lodgers came home soon after, washed up and ate their suppers quickly. They smoked their pipes, then went to sleep. The women cleared the tables and ate their simple dinner quietly because the men were sleeping. The servant girls and Sunja tidied the kitchen and cleaned the dirty wash basins. Yang Jin checked the coal before she prepared for bed. The brothers' talk of China lingered in her mind. Huni used to listen carefully to all the men who brought him news, and he would nod, exhale resolutely, and then get up to take care of the chores. No matter, he would say, no matter whether China capitulated or avenged itself, the weeds would have to be pulled from the vegetable garden, rope sandals would need to be woven if they were to have shoes, and the thieves who tried often to steal their few chickens had to be kept away. The dampened hem of Bake Isak's woolen coat had frozen stiff, but at last Isak found the boarding house. The long trip from Pyongyang had exhausted him. In contrast to the snowy north, the cold in Busan was deceptive. Winter in the south appeared milder, But the frosty wind from the sea seeped into his weakened lungs and chilled him to the marrow. When he'd left home, XVIII had been feeling strong enough to make the train journey. But now he felt depleted again. And he knew he had to rest. From the train station in Busan, he had found his way to the small boat that ferried him across to Yeongdo. And once off the boat, the coalman from the area had brought him to the door of the boarding house. XVIII exhaled and knocked, ready to collapse, believing that if he could sleep well for the night, he would be better in the morning. Yangjin had just settled onto her cotton-covered pallet when the younger servant girl tapped on the doorframe of the alcove room where all the women slept together. "Ajumoni, there's a gentleman here. He wants to speak to the master of the house. Something about his brother who was here years ago. The gentleman wants to stay tonight," the servant girl said, breathless. Yangjin frowned. Who would ask for Huni? She wondered. Next month would mark 3 years since his death. On the heated floor, her daughter Sunja was asleep already, snoring lightly, her loose hair crimped by the braids she'd worn during the day and spread across her pillow like a shimmering rectangle of black silk. Beside her remained just enough space for the maids to turn in when they finished their work for the evening. "Didn't you tell him that the master passed away?" "Yes." He seemed surprised. The gentleman said his brother had written to the master but hadn't heard back. Yang Jin sat up and reached for the muslin hanbok that she'd just removed, which was folded in a neat pile by her pillow. She put on the quilted vest over her skirt and jacket. With a few deft movements, Yang Jin put her hair into a bun. At the sight of him, it made sense that the maid hadn't turned him away. He was formed like a young pine, straight and elegant. And he was unusually handsome. Slender, smiling eyes, a strong nose and long neck. The man had a pale, unlined brow. And he looked nothing like the grizzled lodgers who yelled for their food or teased the maids for being unmarried. The young man wore a Western-style suit and a thick winter coat. The imported leather shoes, leather suitcase, and tralby were all out of place in the small entryway. From the looks of him, the man had enough money for a room downtown in a larger inn for merchants or tradespeople. Nearly all the inns of Busan where Koreans could stay were full. But for good money it was possible to get something. He could have passed for a rich Japanese in the way he dressed. The maid stared at the gentleman with her mouth slightly agape, hoping he would be allowed to stay. Yangjin bowed, not knowing what to say to him. No doubt the brother had sent a letter, but she did not know how to read. Once every few months she asked the schoolmaster in town to read her mail, but she hadn't done so this winter for lack of time. "Ajumoni," he bowed. "I hope I didn't wake you. It was dark when I got off the ferry. I didn't know about your husband until today. I am sorry to hear the sad news. I am XVIII. I come from Pyongyang. My brother Yusab stayed here many years ago." His northern accent was mild, and his speech was learned. "I'd hoped to stay here for a few weeks before going to Osaka." Yangjin looked down at her bare feet. The guest room was already full, and a man like this would expect his own sleeping quarters. At this time of night, to find a boatman to take him back to the mainland would be hard. Isak withdrew a white handkerchief from his trousers and covered his mouth to cough. "My brother was here almost 10 years ago. I wonder if you remember him. He had admired your husband very much." Yangjin nodded. The older Baek stood out in her memory because he wasn't a fisherman or someone who worked in the market. His first name was Yuseb. He'd been named after a person in the Bible. His parents were Christians and founders of a church up north. "But your brother, that gentleman, didn't look like you very much. He was short with round metal spectacles. He was headed to Japan. He stayed for several weeks before going." "Yes. Yes." Isak's face brightened. He hadn't seen Yuseb in over a decade. He lives in Osaka with his wife. He's the one who wrote to your husband. He insisted that I stay here. He wrote about your stewed codfish. Better than home, he said. Yangjin smiled. How could she not? Brother said your husband worked very hard. Asak didn't bring up the club foot or the cleft palate, though of course, Yuseb had mentioned these things in his letters. Asak had been curious to meet this man who'd overcome such difficulties. Have you had dinner? Yangjin asked. I'm all right. Thank you. We could get you something to eat. Do you think I could rest here? I realize you were not expecting me, but I've been traveling now for 2 days. We don't have an empty room, sir. This is not a big place, you see. Isak sighed, then smiled at the widow. This was his burden, not hers, and he did not want her to feel bad. He looked about for his suitcase. It was near the door. Of course. Then I should return to Busan to find a place to stay. Before I head back, would you know of a boarding house around here that might have a spare room for me? He straightened his posture, not wanting to appear discouraged. There's nothing around here, and we don't have an empty room, Yangjin said. If she put him with the others, he might be upset about the smell of the men. No amount of washing could remove the fish odors from their clothes. Isak closed his eyes and nodded. He turned to leave. There's some extra space where all the lodgers sleep. There's only one room, you see. 3 guests sleep during the day and 3 at night, depending on their work schedule. There's just enough space for an extra man, but it wouldn't be comfortable. You could look in if you like. It will be fine, Isak said, relieved. I would be very grateful to you. I can pay you for the month. It might be more crowded than you are used to. There weren't as many men here when your brother stayed with us. It was not so busy then. I don't know if... Now? No? I would just like a corner to lie down. It's late, and the wind is very strong tonight. Yangjin felt embarrassed suddenly by the condition of her boarding house, when she had never felt this way before. If he wanted to leave the next morning, she would give him back his money, she thought. She told him the monthly rate that had to be paid up front. If he left before the end of the month, she'd return the remainder. She charged him 23 yen, the same as a fisherman. Isak counted out the yen and handed them to her with both hands. The maid put down his bag in front of the room and went to fetch a clean bedroll from the storage cabinet. He would need hot water from the kitchen to wash. The servant girl lowered her eyes, but she was curious about him. Yangjin went with the servant girl to make up the pallet, and Isak watched them quietly. Afterward, the maid brought him a water basin filled with warm water and a clean towel. The boys from Daegu slept side by side neatly, and the widower slept with his arms raised over his head. Isak's pallet was parallel to the widower's. In the morning, the men would fuss a little about having to share the space with another lodger, but it wasn't as if Yangjin could have turned him out. Chapter 3. At dawn, the Chung brothers returned from their boat. Right away, Fatso noticed the new lodger who remained asleep in the room. He grinned at Yangjin. I'm glad to see that a hard-working lady like you is so successful. The news of your great cooking has reached the rich. Next, you'll be taking in Japanese guests. I hope you charged him triple what we poor fellows pay. Sunja shook her head at him, but he didn't notice. Fatso fingered the necktie hanging by Isak's suit. So is this what Yangban wear around their necks to look important? Looks like a noose. I've never seen such a thing up close. Wah? Smooth? The youngest brother rubbed the tie against his whiskers. Maybe this is silk. A real silk noose. He laughed out loud, but Isak did not stir. Fatsuya, don't touch that, said Gombo sternly. The eldest brother's face was covered in pockmarks, and when he was angry, his pitted skin turned red. Ever since their father had died, he had watched over his two brothers by himself. Fatso let go of the tie and looked sheepish. He hated upsetting Gombo. The brothers bathed, ate, then all three fell asleep. The new guest continued to sleep beside them, his slumber punctuated now and then by a muffled cough. Yang Jin went to the kitchen to tell the maids to look out for the new lodger in case he woke up. They were to have a hot meal ready for him. Sunja was crouched in the corner scrubbing sweet potatoes, not looking up when her mother entered the room or when she left it. For the past week they had been speaking only when necessary. The servant girls couldn't figure out what had happened to make Sunja so quiet. In the late afternoon, the Chung brothers woke up, ate again, and went to the village to buy tobacco before getting on the boat. The evening lodgers had not yet returned from work, so the house was still for a couple of hours. The sea wind seeped through the porous walls and around the window edges, causing a considerable draft in the short hallway connecting the rooms. Yang Jin was seated cross-legged nearby one of the hot spots on the heated floor of the alcove room where the women slept. She was mending a pair of trousers, one of the half-dozen in the pile of the guests' well-worn garments. The men's clothes were not washed often enough, since the men owned so little and didn't like to bother. "They'll only get dirty again," Fatso would complain, though his older brothers preferred them clean. After laundering, Yang Jin patched up whatever she could, and at least once a year she'd change the collars of shirts and jackets that could no longer be repaired or cleaned. Every time the new lodger coughed, her head bobbed up. She tried to focus on her neat stitches rather than on her daughter, who was cleaning the floors of the house. Twice a day, the yellow wax-papered floors were swept with a short broom, then mopped by hand with a clean rag. The front door of the house opened slowly, and both mother and daughter looked up from their work. June, the coal man, had come for his money. Yang Jin rose from the floor to meet him. Sunja bowed perfunctorily, then returned to her work. "How is your wife?" Yang Jin asked. The coal man's wife had a nervous stomach and was occasionally bedridden. She got up early this morning and went to the market. "Can't stop that woman from making money. You know how she is," June said with pride. "You're a fortunate man." Yang Jin pulled out her purse to pay him for the week's coal. "A jumoni? If all my customers were like you, I'd never go hungry. You always pay when the bill is due." He chuckled with pleasure. Yang Jin smiled at him. Every week he complained that no one paid on time, but most people went with less food to pay him since it was too cold this winter not to have coal. The coal man was also a portly gentleman who took a cup of tea and accepted a snack at every house on his route. He would never starve even in such lean years. His wife was the best seaweed hawker in the market and made a tidy sum of her own. Down the street, that dirty dog Lee Siki won't cough up what he owes. Things are not easy. Everyone's having troubles. No, things are not easy at all, but your house is full of paying guests. Because you are the best cook in Yeongsangdo. The minister is staying with you now? Did you find him a bed? I told him your sea bream is the finest in Busan. Dun sniffed the air, wondering if he could grab a bite of something before his next house, but he didn't smell anything savory. Yang Jin glanced at her daughter, and Sunja stopped cleaning the floor to go to the kitchen to fix the coal man something to eat. But did you know the young man had already heard of your cooking from his brother who stayed 10 years ago? Ah, the belly has a better memory than the heart. The minister. Yang Jin looked puzzled. The young fellow from the north. I met him last night, wandering around the streets looking for your house. Back Isak? Sort of a fancy-looking fellow. I showed him your place and would have stopped in, but I had a late delivery for Choseki, who finally found the money to pay me after a month of dodging. Oh, anyway, I told the minister about my wife's stomach troubles and how hard she works at the stall, and he said he would pray for her right then and there. He just dropped his head and closed his eyes. I don't know if I believe in that mumbling that people do, but I can't see how it can hurt anyone. Very nice-looking young man, don't you think? Has he left for the day? I should say hello. Sunja brought him a wooden tray holding a cup of hot barley tea, a teapot, and a bowl of steamed sweet potatoes, and set it before him. The coal man plopped down on the floor cushion and devoured the hot potatoes. He chewed carefully, then started to speak again. So this morning I asked the wife how she felt. And she said things were not so bad and went to work. Maybe there's something to that praying after all. Is he a Catholic? Yang Jin didn't mean to interrupt him so frequently, but there was no other way to speak with Jun, who could have talked for hours. For a man, her husband used to say, Jun had too many words. A priest? No, he's not a priest. Those fellows are different. VIII is a Protestant, the kind that marries. He's going to Osaka, where his brother lives. I don't remember meeting him. He continued to chew quietly and took small sips from his teacup. Before Yang Jin had a chance to say anything, Jun said that Hirohito Seki took over our country, stole the best land, rice, fish, and now our young people. He sighed and ate another bite of potato. Well, I don't blame the young people for going to Japan. There's no money to be made here. It's too late for me, but if I had a son... Jun paused, for he had no children, and it made him sad to think of it. I'd send him to Hawaii. My wife has a smart nephew who works on a sugar plantation there. The work is hard. But so what? He doesn't work for these bastards. The other day, when I went to the docks, the sons of bitches tried to tell me that I couldn't. Yang Jin frowned at him for cursing. The house being so small, the girls in the kitchen and Sunja, who was now mopping the alcove room, could hear everything, and they were no doubt paying attention. May I get you more tea? Jun smiled and pushed his empty cup toward her with both hands. It's our own damn fault for losing the country. I know that, he continued. Those goddamn aristocrats' sons of bitches sold us out. Not a single Yangban bastard has a full set of balls. Both Yang Jin and Sunja knew the girls in the kitchen were giggling at the coal man's tirade, which didn't vary from week to week. I may be a peasant, but I'm an honest working man, and I wouldn't have let some Japanese take over. He pulled out a clean, white handkerchief from his coal-dust-covered coat and wiped his runny nose. Bastards. I better get on with my next delivery. The widow asked him to wait while she went to the kitchen. At the front door, Yang Jin handed Jun a fabric-tied bundle of freshly dug potatoes. One slipped out of the bundle and rolled onto the floor. He pounced on it and dropped it into his deep coat pockets. Never lose what's valuable. For your wife, Yang Jin said. Please say hello. Thank you. Jun slipped on his shoes in haste and left the house. Yang Jin remained by the door, watching him walk away, not going back inside until he stepped into the house next door. The house felt emptier without the blustering man's lofty speeches. Sunja was crawling on her knees, finishing up the hallway connecting the front room with the rest of the house. The girl had a firm body like a pale block of wood, much in the shape of her mother, with great strength in her dexterous hands, well-muscled arms, and powerful legs. Her short, wide frame was thick, built for hard work, with little delicacy in her face or limbs, but she was quite appealing physically, more handsome than pretty. In any setting, Sunja was noticed right away for her quick energy and bright manner. The lodgers never ceased trying to woo Sunja, but none had succeeded. Her dark eyes glittered like shiny river stones set in a polished white surface, and when she laughed, you couldn't help but join her. Her father, Huni, had doted on her from birth, and even as a small child, Sunja had seen it as her first duty to make him happy. As soon as she learned to walk, she'd tagged behind him like a loyal pet, and though she admired her mother when her father died, Sunja changed from a joyful girl to a thoughtful young woman. None of the Chung brothers could afford to marry. But Gumbo, the eldest, had said on more than one occasion that a girl like Sunja would have made a fine wife for a man who wanted to go up in the world. Fatso admired her but prepared himself to adore her as an elder sister-in-law, though she was only 16 years old, the same age as he. If any of the brothers could marry, Gumbo, the firstborn, would take a wife before the others. None of this mattered anymore since recently Sunja had lost all of her prospects. She was pregnant, and the baby's father was unable to marry her. A week ago, Sunja had confessed this to her mother, but of course, no one else knew. Jumoni, the older servant girl shrieked from the front of the house, where the lodgers slept, and Yangjin rushed to the room. Sunja dropped her rag to follow her. There's blood on the pillow, and he's soaked with sweat. Boki, the older sister of the two servant girls, breathed deeply to calm herself. It wasn't like her to raise her voice, and she hadn't meant to frighten the others, but she didn't know if the lodger was dead or dying, and she was too afraid to approach him. No one spoke for a moment. Then Yangjin told the maid to leave the room and wait by the front door. "It's tuberculosis, I think," Sunja said. Yangjin nodded. The lodger's appearance reminded her of Huni's last few weeks. "Get the pharmacist," Yangjin told Boki, then changed her mind. No, wait. I might need you." Isak lay asleep on the pillow, perspiring and flushed, unaware of the women staring down at him. Daki, the younger girl, had just come from the kitchen, and she gasped loudly, only to be hushed by her sister. When the lodger had arrived the night before, his ashen pallor was noticeable. But in the light of day, his handsome face was gray, the color of dirty rainwater collecting in a jar. His pillow was wet with numerous red pin dots where he had coughed. Yangjin uttered, startled and anxious. "We have to move him immediately. The others could get sick. Dokiya, take everything out of the storage room now. Hurry." She would put him in the storage room, where her husband had slept when he was ill. But it would have been far easier if he could have walked to the back part of the house rather than her attempting to move him by herself. Yangjin pulled on the corner of the pallet in an attempt to jostle him awake. "Pastor Bake, sir. Sir." Yangjin touched his upper arm. Finally, Isak opened his eyes. He couldn't remember where he was. In his dream, he had been home, resting near the apple orchard. The trees were a riot of white blooms. When he came to, he recognized the boarding house keeper. "Is everything all right? Do you have tuberculosis?" Yangjin asked him. Surely he must have known. He shook his head. "No, I had it 2 years ago. I've been well since." Isak touched his brow and felt the sweat along his hairline. He raised his head and found it heavy. "Oh, I see," he said, seeing the red stains on the pillow. "I'm so sorry. I would not have come here if I had known that I could harm you. I should leave. I don't want to endanger you." Isak closed his eyes because he felt so tired. Throughout his life, Isak had been sickly, his most recent tuberculosis infection being just one of the many illnesses he'd suffered. His parents and his doctors had not wanted him to go to Osaka. Only his brother Yosap had felt it would be better for him, since Osaka was warmer than Pyongyang, and because Yosap knew how much Isak didn't want to be seen as an invalid, the way he had been treated for most of his life. "I should return home," Isak said, his eyes still closed. You'll die on the train, you'll get worse before getting better. Can you sit up? Yang Jin asked him. Isak pulled himself up and leaned against the cold wall. He had felt tired on the journey, but now it felt as if a bear was pushing against him. He caught his breath and turned to the wall to cough. Blood spots marked the wall. You will stay here until you get well, Yang Jin said. She and Sunja looked at each other. They had not gotten sick when Honi had this, but the girls who weren't there then and the lodgers would have to be protected somehow. Yang Jin looked at his face. Can you walk a little to the back room? We would have to separate you from the others. Isak tried to get up, but couldn't. Yang Jin nodded. She told Doki to fetch the pharmacist and Boki to return to the kitchen to get the supper ready for the lodgers. Yang Jin made him lie down on his bedroll, and she dragged the pallet slowly, sliding it toward the storage room the same way she had moved her husband 3 years before. Isak mumbled, I didn't mean to bring you harm. The young man cursed himself privately for his wish to see the world outside of his birthplace and for lying to himself that he was well enough to go to Osaka when he had sensed that he could never be cured of being so sickly. If he infected any of the people he had come into contact with, their death would be on his head. If he was supposed to die, he hoped to die swiftly to spare the innocent. Chapter 4. June 1932. At the very beginning of summer, less than 6 months before the young pastor arrived at the boarding house and fell ill, Sunja met the new fish broker, Ko Hansu. There was a cool edge to the marine air on the morning Sunja went to the market to shop for the boarding house. Ever since she was an infant strapped to her mother's back, she had gone to the open-air market in Nampodong. Then later, as a little girl, she'd held her father's hand as he shuffled there, taking almost an hour each way because of his crooked foot. The errand was more enjoyable with him than with her mother because everyone in the village greeted her father along the way so warmly. Huni's misshapen mouth and awkward steps seemingly vanished in the presence of the neighbors' kind inquiries about the family, the boarding house, and the lodger. Huni never said much, but it was obvious to his daughter, even then, that many sought his quiet approval, the thoughtful gaze from his honest eyes. After Huni died, Sunja was put in charge of shopping for the boarding house. Her shopping route didn't vary from what she had been taught by her mother and father. First, the fresh produce. Next, the soup bones from the butcher. Then, a few items from the market. Ajuma squatting beside spice-filled basins. Deep rows of glittering cutlass fish, or plump sea bream caught hours earlier, their wares arrayed attractively on turquoise and red waxed cloths, spread on the ground. The vast market for seafood, one of the largest of its kind in Korea, stretched across the rocky beach carpeted with pebbles and broken bits of stone, and the ajumas hawked as loudly as they could, each from her square patch of tarp. Sunja was buying seaweed from the coalman's wife, who sold the best quality. The Ajuma noticed that the new fish broker was staring at the boarding house girl. Shameless man. How he stares. He's almost old enough to be your father. The seaweed Ajuma rolled her eyes. Just because a man's rich doesn't give him the right to be so brazen with a nice girl from a good family. Sunja looked up and saw the new man in the light-colored western suit and white leather shoes. He was standing by the corrugated tin and wood offices with all the other seafood brokers, wearing an off-white Panama hat like the actors in the movie posters. Ko Hansu stood out like an elegant bird with milky white plumage among the other men, who were wearing dark clothes. He was looking hard at her, barely paying attention to the men speaking around him. The brokers at the market controlled the wholesale purchases of all the fish that went through there. Not only did they have the power to set the prices, they could punish any boat captain or fisherman by refusing to buy his catch. They also dealt with the Japanese officials who controlled the docks. Everyone deferred to the brokers and few felt comfortable around them. The brokers rarely mixed socially outside their group. The lodgers at the boarding house spoke of them as arrogant interlopers who made all the profits from fishing but kept the fish smell off their smooth white hands. Regardless, the fishermen had to stay on good terms with these men who had ready cash for purchases, and the needed advance when the catch wasn't any good. A girl like you is bound to be noticed by some fancy man, but this one seems too sharp. He's a Jeju native but lives in Osaka. I hear he can speak perfect Japanese. My husband said he was smarter than all of them put together, but crafty. Ma. He's still looking at you. The seaweed ajuma flushed red straight down to her collarbone. Sunja shook her head, not wanting to check. When the lodgers flirted with her, she ignored them and did her work, and she would behave no differently now. The ajumas at the market tended to exaggerate anyway. May I have the seaweed that my mother likes? Sunja feigned interest in the oblong piles of dried seaweed folded like fabric separated in rows of varying quality and price. Remembering herself, the ajuma blinked, then wrapped a large portion of seaweed for Sunja. The girl counted out the coins, then accepted the parcel with 2 hands. Your mother is taking care of how many lodgers now? 6. From the corner of her eye, Sunja could see that the man was now talking to another broker, but still looking in her direction. She's very busy. Of course she is. Sunja, a woman's life is endless work and suffering. There is suffering and then more suffering. It's better to expect it, you know. You're becoming a woman now, so you should be told this. For a woman, the man you marry will determine the quality of your life completely. A good man is a decent life, and a bad man is a cursed life. But no matter what, always expect suffering, and just keep working hard. No one will take care of a poor woman, just ourselves. Mrs. June patted her perpetually bloated stomach and turned to the new customer, allowing Sunja to return home. At dinner, the Chung brothers mentioned Kohansu, who had just bought their entire catch. For a broker. He's okay, Gumbo said. I prefer a smart one like him who doesn't suffer fools. Ko doesn't haggle. It's one price. And he's fair enough. I don't think he's trying to screw you like the others. But you can't refuse him. Fatso then added that the ice broker had told him that the fish broker from Jeju was supposed to be unimaginably rich. He came into Busan only 3 nights a week, and lived in Osaka and Seoul. Everyone called him boss. Ko Hansu seemed to be everywhere. Whenever she was in the market, he would turn up, not concealing his interest, although she tried to overlook his stares and go about her errands. Her face felt hot in his presence. A week later, he spoke to her. Sunja had just finished her shopping and was walking alone on the road toward the ferry. Young miss, what are you cooking for dinner at the boarding house tonight? They were alone, but not far from the bustle of the market. She looked up, then walked away briskly without answering. Her heart was pounding in fear, and she hoped he wasn't following her. On the ferry ride, she tried to recall what his voice had sounded like. It was the voice of a strong person who was trying to sound gentle. There was also the slightest Jeju lilt to his speech, a lengthening of certain vowels. It was different from how Busan people talked. He pronounced the word dinner in a funny way, and it had taken her a moment to figure out what he was saying. The next day, Hansu caught up with her as she headed home. Why aren't you married? You're old enough. Sunja quickened her steps and left him again. He did not follow. Though she had not replied, Hansu didn't stop trying to talk to her. It was one question always. Never more than that, and never repeated. But when he saw her, and if Sonja was within hearing distance, he'd say something, and she'd hurry away without saying a word. Hansu wasn't put off by her lack of replies. If she had tried to keep up a banter, he would have thought her common. He liked the look of her glossy braided hair, a full bosom bound beneath her white, starched blouse. Its long sash tied neatly, and her quick, sure-footed steps. Her young hands showed work. They were not the soft, knowing hands of a tea-house girl or the thin, pale hands of a high-born one. Her pleasant body was compact and rounded. Her upper arms, sheathed in her long white sleeves, appeared pillowy and comforting. The hidden privacy of her body stirred him. He craved to see her skin, neither a rich man's daughter nor a poor man's. The girl had something distinct in her bearing, a kind of purposefulness. Hansu had learned who she was and where she lived. Her shopping habits were the same each day. In the morning, she came to the market and left immediately afterward without dawdling. He knew that in time they would meet. It was the second week of June. Sunja had finished her shopping for the day and was going home carrying a loaded basket on the crook of each arm. 3 Japanese high school students with their uniform jackets unbuttoned were heading to the harbor to go fishing. Too hot to sit still, the boys were skipping school. When they noticed Sunja, who was going in the direction of the Yongdo ferry, the giggling boys surrounded her, and a skinny, pale student, the tallest of the 3, plucked one of the long yellow melons out of her basket. He tossed it over Sunja's head to his friends. "Give that back," Sunja said in Korean calmly, hoping they weren't getting on the ferry. These sorts of incidents happened often on the mainland, but there were fewer Japanese in Yongdo. Sunja knew that it was important to get away from trouble quickly. Japanese students teased Korean kids, and occasionally vice versa. Small Korean children were warned never to walk alone. But Sunja was 16 and a strong girl. She assumed that the Japanese boys must have mistaken her for someone younger, and she tried to sound more authoritative. What did she say?" They snickered in Japanese. "We don't understand you, you smelly slut." Sunja looked around, but no one seemed to be watching them. The boatman by the ferry was busy talking to 2 other men, and the ijimas near the outer perimeter of the market were occupied with work. "Give it back now," she said in a steady voice, and stretched out her right hand. Her basket was lodged in the crook of her elbow, and it was getting harder to keep her balance. She looked directly at the skinny boy, who stood a head taller than her. They laughed and continued to mutter in Japanese, and Sunja couldn't understand them. 2 of the boys tossed the yellow melon back and forth while the 3rd rummaged through the basket on her left arm, which she was now afraid to put down. The boys were about her age or younger, but they were fit and full of unpredictable energy. The 3rd boy, the shortest, pulled out the oxtails from the bottom of the basket. "Yobos eat dogs, and now they're stealing the food of dogs. Do girls like you eat bones? You stupid bitch." Sunja swiped at the air, trying to get the soup bones back. The only word she understood for certain was yobo, which normally meant dear but was also a derogatory epithet used by the Japanese to describe Koreans. The short boy held up a bone, then sniffed it. He made a face. "Disgusting. How do these yobos eat this shit?" "Hey, that's expensive. Put that back," Sunja shouted, unable to keep from crying. "What? I don't understand you, you stupid Korean. Why can't you speak Japanese? All of the Emperor's loyal subjects are supposed to know how to speak Japanese. Aren't you a loyal subject?" The tall one ignored the others. He was gauging the size of Sunja's breasts. "The yobo has really big tits. Japanese girls are delicate, not like these breeders." Afraid, Sunja decided to forget the groceries and start walking, but the boys crowded her and wouldn't let her pass. "Let's squeeze her melons." The tall one grabbed her left breast with his right hand. "Very nice and full of juice. You want a bite?" He opened his mouth wide, close to her breasts. The short one held onto her light basket firmly so she couldn't move, then twisted her right nipple using his index finger and thumb. The third boy suggested, "Let's take her somewhere and see what's beneath this long skirt. Forget fishing. She can be our catch." The tall one thrust his pelvis in her direction. "How much do you want to have a taste of my eel?" "Let me go, I'm going to scream," she said, but it felt like her throat was closing up. Then she saw the man standing behind the tallest boy. Hansu grabbed the short hairs on the back of the boy's head with one hand and clamped the boy's mouth with his free hand. "Come closer," he hissed at the others, and to their credit they did not abandon their friend, whose eyes were wide open in terror. "You sons of bitches should die," he said in perfect Japanese slang. "If you ever bother this lady again, or ever show your ugly faces near this area, I will have you killed. I will have you and your families murdered by the finest Japanese killers I know, and no one will ever know how you died. Your parents were losers in Japan, and that's why you had to settle here. Don't get any dumb ideas about how much better you are than these people." Hansu was smiling as he was saying this. "I can kill you now and no one would do a thing, but that's too easy. When I decide, I can have you caught, tortured, then killed. Today I am giving you a warning because I'm gracious. And we are in front of a young lady." The two boys remained silent, watching their friend's eyes bulge. The man in the ivory-colored suit and white leather shoes pulled the boy's hair harder and harder. The boy didn't even try to scream, because he could feel the terrifying power of the man's unyielding force. The man spoke exactly like a Japanese, but the boys figured that he had to be Korean from his actions. They didn't know who he was, but they didn't doubt his threats. "Apologize, you pieces of shit," Hansu said to the boys. "We're very sorry." They bowed formally to her. She stared at them, not knowing what to do. They bowed again, and Hansu released his grip on the boy's hair just slightly. Hansu turned to Sunja and smiled. "They said they are sorry. In Japanese, of course. Would you like them to apologize also in Korean?" "I can have them do that. I can have them write you a letter if you like." Sunja shook her head. The tall boy was now crying. "Would you like me to throw them into the sea?" He was joking, but she couldn't smile. Sunja managed to shake her head again. The boys could have dragged her somewhere and no one would have seen them go. Why wasn't Hansu afraid of the boys' parents? A Japanese student could get a grown Korean man in trouble for certain, she thought. Why wasn't he worried? Sunja started to cry. "It's all right," Hansu said to her in a low voice and let the tall boy go. The boys put the melon and the bones back in the baskets. "We are very sorry," they said, bowing deeply. "Never ever come around here again. Do you understand?" "You shit for brains?" Hansu said in Japanese, smiling genially to make sure that Sunja did not understand his meaning. The boys bowed again. The tall one had peed a little in his uniform. They walked in the direction of the town. Sunja put the baskets down on the ground and sobbed. Her forearms felt like they were going to fall off. Hansu patted her shoulder gently. "You live in Yeongdo?" She nodded. "Your mother owns the boarding house." "Yes, sir. I'm going to take you home." She shook her head. "I've troubled you enough. I can go home by myself." Sunja couldn't raise her head. "Listen, you have to be careful not to travel alone or ever be out at night. If you go to the market by yourself, you must stay on the main paths. Always in public view. They are looking for girls now." She didn't understand. "The colonial government. To take to China for the soldiers. Don't follow anyone. It will likely be some Korean person, a woman or a man who'll tell you there's a good job in China or Japan. It may be someone you know. Be careful. And I don't mean just those stupid boys. They're just bad kids. But even those boys could hurt you if you are not cautious. Do you understand? Sunja wasn't looking for a job, and she didn't understand why he was telling her any of this. No one had ever approached her about working away from home. She would never leave her mother, anyway, but he was right. It was always possible for a woman to be disgraced. Noble women supposedly hid silver knives in their blouses to protect themselves or to commit suicide if they were dishonored. Hansu gave her a handkerchief, and she wiped her face. You should go home. Your mother will worry. Hansu walked her to the ferry. Sunja rested her baskets on the floor of the ferry boat and sat down. There were only 2 other passengers. Sunja bowed. Ko Hansu was watching her again, but this time his face was different from before. He looked concerned. As the boat moved away from the dock, she realized that she had not thanked him. Chapter 5. As Ko Hansu was putting her on the ferry, Sunja had the opportunity to observe him up close without distractions. She could even smell the mentholated pomade in his neatly combed black hair. Hansu had the broad shoulders and the thick, strong torso of a larger man. His legs were not very long, but he was not short either. Hansu was perhaps the same age as her mother, who was 36. His tawny brow was creased lightly, and faded brown spots and freckles had settled on his sharp cheekbones. His nose, narrow with a bump below a high bridge, made him look somewhat Japanese, and small, broken capillaries lay beneath the skin around his nostrils. More black than brown, his dark eyes absorbed light like a long tunnel, and when he looked at her, she felt an uncomfortable sensation in her stomach. Hansu's Western-style suit was elegant and well cared for. Unlike the lodgers, he didn't give off an odor from his labors or the sea. On the following market day, she spotted him standing in front of the broker's offices with a crowd of businessmen and waited until he could see her. She bowed to him. Hansu nodded ever so slightly, then returned to his work. Sunja went to finish her shopping, and as she walked to the ferry, he caught up with her. "Do you have some time?" he asked. She widened her eyes. What did he mean? To talk. Sunja had been around men all her life. She had never been afraid of them or awkward in their presence, but around him she didn't have the words she needed. It was difficult for her to stand near him even. Sunja swallowed and decided that she would speak to him no differently than to the lodgers. She was 16 years old, not a scared child. "Thank you for your help the other day." "It's nothing. I should have said this earlier. Thank you. I want to talk to you, not here." Where, she should have asked why, she realized. "I'll come to the beach behind your house. Near the large black rocks, where the tide is low. You do the wash there by the cove." He wanted her to know that he knew a little about her life. "Can you come alone?" Sunja looked down at her shopping baskets. She didn't know what to tell him, but she wanted to speak with him some more. Her mother would never allow it, however. "Can you get away tomorrow morning? Around this time?" "I don't know. Is afternoon better?" "After the men leave for the day, I think," she found herself saying, her voice trailing off. He was waiting for her by the black rocks, reading a newspaper. The sea was bluer than she had remembered, and the long, thin clouds seemed paler. Everything seemed more vibrant with him here. The corners of his newspaper fluttered with the breeze, and he grasped them firmly, but when he saw her approaching, he folded the paper and put it under his arm. He didn't move toward her, but let her come to him. She continued to walk steadily, a large wrapped bundle of dirty clothes balanced on her head. "Sir," she said, trying not to sound afraid. She couldn't bow, so she put her hands around the bundle to remove it, but Hansu quickly reached over to lift the load from her head, and she straightened her back as he laid the wash on the dry rocks. Sir, thank you. You should call me Appa. You don't have a brother and I don't have a sister. You can be mine. Sunja said nothing. This is nice. Hansu's eyes searched the cluster of low waves in the middle of the sea and settled on the horizon. It's not as beautiful as Jeju, but it has a similar feeling. You and I are from islands. One day you'll understand that people from islands are different. We have more freedom. She liked his voice. It was a masculine, knowing voice with a trace of melancholy. You'll probably spend your entire life here. Yes, she said. This is my home. Home, he said thoughtfully. My father was an orange farmer in Jeju. My father and I moved to Osaka when I was 12. I don't think of Jeju as my home. My mother died when I was very young. He didn't tell her then that she looked like someone on his mother's side of the family. It was the eyes and the open brow. That's a great deal of laundry. I used to do laundry for my father and me. I hated it. One of the greatest things about being rich is having someone else wash your clothes and cook your meals. Sunja had washed clothes almost since she could walk. She didn't mind doing laundry at all. Ironing was more difficult. What do you think about when you do the laundry? Hansu already knew what there was to know about the girl. But that was different from knowing her thoughts. It was his way to ask many questions when he wanted to know someone's mind. Most people told you their thoughts in words and later confirmed them in actions. There were more people who told the truth than those who lied. Very few people lied well. What was most disappointing to him was when a person turned out to be no different than the next. He preferred clever women over dumb ones and hard-working women over lazy ones who knew only how to lie on their backs. When I was a boy, my father and I each owned only one suit of clothes, so when I washed our things, we would try to have them dry overnight and wore them still damp in the morning. Once, I think I was 10 or 11, I put the wet clothes near the stove to speed up the drying, and I went to cook our supper. We were having barley gruel, and I had to stir it in this cheap pot, otherwise the bottom would burn right away, and as I was stirring I smelled something awful, and it turned out that I had burned a large hole in my father's jacket sleeve. I was scolded for that severely. Hansu laughed at the memory of the thrashing he got from his father. A head like an empty gourd, a worthless idiot for a son. His father, who had drunk all his earnings, had never blamed himself for being unable to support them and had been hard on his son, who was keeping them alive through foraging, hunting, and petty theft. Sunja had not imagined that a person like Ho Hansu could do his own laundry. His clothes were so fine and beautifully tailored. She had already seen him wear several different white suits and white shoes. No one dressed like he did. She had something to say. When I wash clothes, I think about doing it well. It's one of the chores I like because I can make something better than it was. It isn't like a broken pot that you have to throw away. He smiled at her. I have wanted to be with you for a long time. Again, she wanted to ask why, but it didn't matter in a way. You have a good face, he said. You look honest. The market women had told her this before. Sunja could not haggle well and didn't try. However, this morning she hadn't told her mother that she was meeting Ko Hansu. She had not even told her about the Japanese students picking on her. The night before, she told Doki, who did the laundry with her, that she'd do the wash herself, and Doki had been overjoyed to get out of the task. Do you have a sweetheart? He asked. Her cheeks flushed. No. Hansu smiled. You are almost 17. I'm 34. I am exactly twice your age. I am going to be your elder brother and your friend. Hansu Appa. Would you like that? Sunja stared at his black eyes, thinking that she had never wanted anything more except for the time she'd wanted her father to recover from his illness. There wasn't a day when she didn't think of her father or hear his voice in her head. When do you do your wash? Every third day. This time, she nodded. Sunja breathed deeply. her lungs and heart filling with anticipation and wonder. She had always loved this beach, the unending expanse of pale green and blue water, the tiny white pebbles framing the black rocks between the water and the rocky soil. The silence here made her safe and content. Almost no one ever came here. But now she would never see this place the same way again. Hansu picked up a smooth, flat stone by her foot, black with thin gray striations. From his pocket, he took out a piece of white chalk that he used to mark the wholesale containers of fish, and he made an X on the bottom of the stone. He crouched and felt about the enormous rocks that surrounded them and found a dry crevice in a medium-sized rock, the height of a bench. If I come here and you're not here yet, but I have to go back to work, I'll leave this stone in the hollow of this rock so you'll know that I came. If you're here and I'm not, I want you to leave this stone in the same spot so I can know that you came to see me. He patted her arm and smiled at her. Sanjaya, I better go now. Let's see each other later, okay? She watched him walk away, and as soon as he was gone, she squatted and opened the bundle to begin the wash. She took a dirty shirt and soaked it in the cool water. Everything had changed. 3 days later, she saw him. It took nothing to convince the sisters to let her do the wash by herself. Again, he was waiting by the rocks, reading the paper. He wore a light-colored hat with a black hatband. He looked elegant. He acted as if meeting her by the rocks was normal, though Sunja was terrified that they might be discovered. She felt guilty that she had not told her mother or Bokhi and Dokhi about him. Seated on the black rocks, Hansu and Sunja spoke Sot half an hour or so, and he asked her odd questions. What do you think about when it's quiet and you're not doing much? There was never a time when she wasn't doing anything. The boarding house required so much work. Sonia could hardly remember her mother ever being idle. After she told him she was always busy, she realized she was wrong. There were times when she was working when it felt like the work was nothing at all, because it was something she knew how to do without paying much attention. She could peel potatoes or wipe down the floors without thinking, and when she had this quiet in her mind, lately she had been thinking of him. But how could she say this? Right before he had to go, he asked her what she thought a good friend was, and she answered he was, because he had helped her when she was in trouble. He had smiled at that answer and stroked her hair. Every few days they saw each other at the cove, and Sonia grew more efficient with the wash and housework, so that no one at home noticed how she spent her time at the beach or at the market. Before Sonia crossed the threshold of the kitchen door to leave the house for the market or the beach, she would check her reflection on the polished metal pot lid, primping the tight braid she'd made that morning. Sonia had no idea how to make herself lovely or appealing to any man, and certainly not a man as important as Kohansu, so she endeavored to be clean and tidy at the least. The more she saw him, the more vivid he grew in her mind. His stories filled her head with people and places she had never imagined before. He lived in Osaka, a large port city in Japan, where he said you could get anything you wanted if you had money, and where almost every house had electric lights and plug-in heaters to keep you warm in the winter. He said Tokyo was far busier than Seoul, with more people, shops, restaurants, and theaters. He had been to Manchuria and Pyongyang. He described each place to her and told her that one day she would go with him to these places. But she couldn't understand how that would ever happen. She didn't protest because she liked the idea of traveling with him. The idea of being with him longer than the few minutes they had at the cove. From his travels, he brought her beautifully colored candies and sweet biscuits. He would unwrap the candies and put one in her mouth like a mother feeding a child. She had never tasted such lovely and delicious treats: pink hard candies imported from America, butter biscuits from England. Sunja was careful to throw away the wrappers outside the house because she didn't want her mother to know about them. She was enraptured by his talk and his experiences. which were far more unique than the adventures of fishermen or workers who had come from far-flung places. But there was something even more new and powerful in her relationship with Hansu that she had never expected. Until she met him, Sunjae had never had someone to tell about her life, the funny habits of the lodgers, her exchanges with the sisters who worked for her mother, memories of her father, and her private questions. She had someone to ask about how things worked outside of Yeongdo and Busan. Hansu was eager to hear about what went on in her day. He wanted to know what she dreamed about even. Occasionally, when she didn't know how to handle something or someone, he told her what she could do. He had excellent ideas on how to solve problems. They never spoke of Sanja's mother. At the market, it was strange to see him doing business, for he was this other person when he was with her. He was her friend, her elder brother, the one who'd lift the bundle of laundry from her head when she came to him. "How gracefully you do that," he would remark, admiring how straight and strong her neck was. Once he touched the nape of her neck lightly with both his thick square hands, and she sprang from his touch, shocked by the sensation she felt. She wanted to see him all the time. Who else did he talk to or ask questions of? What did he do in the evening when she was at home serving the lodgers, polishing the low dining tables, or sleeping beside her mother? It felt impossible to ask him, so she kept those questions to herself. For 3 months, they met in the same way, growing easier in each other's company. When fall arrived, it was brisk and cold by the sea, but Sunja hardly felt the chilly air. Early September. It rained for 5 days straight, and when it finally cleared, Yangjin asked Sunja to gather mushrooms at Taejongdae Forest the following morning. Sunja liked mushroom picking, and as she was about to meet Hansu at the beach, she felt giddy that she could tell him she was going to do something different from her regular chores. He traveled and saw new things often. This was the first time she was doing something out of her normal routine. In her excitement, she blurted out her plans to pick mushrooms right after breakfast the next day, and Hansu said nothing for a few moments and stared at her pensively. "Your Hansu Appa is good at finding mushrooms and wild roots. I know a lot about the ones you can eat and the ones you can't. When I was a boy, I spent hours searching for roots and mushrooms. In the spring, I'd look for fernbrake and dry them. I used to catch rabbits for our dinner with a slingshot. Once, I caught a pair of pheasants before dusk. It was the first time we had meat in a long time. My father was so delighted. His face softened. We can go together. How much time do you have to get the mushrooms?" he asked. "You want to go." It was one thing to talk to him twice a week for half an hour, but she couldn't imagine spending a day with him. What would happen if someone saw them together? Sunja's face felt hot. What was she supposed to do? She had told him, and she couldn't keep him from going. "I'll meet you here. I better go back to the market." Hansu smiled at her differently this time, like he was a boy, excitement beaming from his face. "We'll find a huge bundle of mushrooms. I know it." They walked along the outer perimeter of the island where no one would see them together. The coastline seemed more glorious than it had ever been. As they approached the forest located on the opposite side of the island, the enormous pines, maples, and firs seemed to greet them, decked in golds and reds as if they were wearing their holiday clothes. Hansu told her about living in Osaka. The Japanese were not to be vilified, he said. At this moment in time, they were beating the Koreans, and of course, no one liked losing. He believed that if the Koreans could stop quarreling with each other, they could probably take over Japan and do much worse things to the Japanese instead. "People are rotten everywhere you go. They're no good. You want to see a very bad man? Make an ordinary man successful beyond his imagination. Let's see how good he is, when he can do whatever he wants." Sunja nodded as he spoke, trying to remember his every word, to hold on to his every image. and to grasp whatever he was trying to tell her. She treasured his stories like the beach glass and rose-colored stones she used to collect as a girl. His words astonished her because he was taking her by the hand and showing her new, unforgettable things. Of course, there were many subjects and ideas she didn't understand, and sometimes just trying to learn it all without experiencing it was difficult. Yet she crammed her mind the way she might have overfilled a pig intestine with blood sausage stuffing. She tried hard to figure things out because she didn't want him to think she was ignorant. Sunya didn't know her letters in either Korean or Japanese. Her father had taught her some addition and subtraction so she could count money, but that was all. Both she and her mother could not even write their name. Hansu had brought a large kerchief so he could gather mushrooms as well. His obvious delight at their excursion made her feel better, but Sunja was still worried that someone would see them. No one knew they were friends. Men and women were not supposed to be that, and they were not sweethearts either. He had never mentioned marriage, and if he wanted to marry her, he would have to speak to her mother, but he had not. In fact, after he asked her if she had a sweetheart 3 months before, he'd never raised the subject again. She tried not to think about what his life was like with women. It would not have been difficult for him to find a girl to be with, and his interest in her did not always make sense. The long walk to the forest felt brief, and when they entered the woods it felt even more isolated than the cove. But unlike the openness of the low rocks and the expanse of blue-green water, immense trees stood high above them, and it was like entering the dark, leafy house of a giant. She could hear birds, and she looked up and about to see what kind they were. She noticed Hansu's face. There were tears in his eyes. "Appa, are you all right?" He nodded. He had talked for the entire length of the walk about traveling and work, yet, at the sight of the colored leaves and dumpy tree trunks, Hansu fell silent. He placed his right hand on her back and touched the end of her hair braid. He stroked her back, then removed his hand carefully. Hansu had not been in a forest since he was a boy, that time before he became a tough teenager who could hustle and steal with the wisest street kids of Osaka. Before he moved to Japan, the wooded mountains of Jeju had been his sanctuary. He had known every tree on the volcano Halasan. He recalled the small deer with their slender legs and mincing, flirtatious steps. The heavy scent of orange blossoms came back to him, though there were no such things in the woods of Yeongdo. "Let's go," he said, walking ahead, and Sunja followed him. Less than a dozen paces in, he stopped to pluck a mushroom gently from the ground. "That's our first," he said, no longer crying. He had not lied to her. Hansu was an expert at finding mushrooms, and he found numerous edible weeds for her, even explaining how to cook them. "When you're hungry, you'll learn what you can eat and what you cannot," he laughed. "I don't like being hungry, so where's your spot?" "Which way?" "A few minutes from here. It's where my mother used to pick them after a heavy rain when she was a girl. She's from this side of the island." "Your basket is not large enough. You could have brought 2 and had plenty to dry for the winter. You might have to return tomorrow." Sunja smiled at him. "But Appa, you haven't even seen the spot." When they reached her mother's mushroom spot, it was carpeted with the brown mushrooms that her father had adored. He laughed, as pleased as he could be. "Didn't I tell you? We should have brought something to make supper with. Next time, let's plan to have lunch here. This is too easy." Immediately, he began to gather mushrooms by the handful and threw them into the basket on the ground between them. When it grew full, he put more into his handkerchief. And when that was heaping, she untied the apron around her waist and gathered more. "I don't know how I will carry them all," she said. "I'm being greedy." "You are not greedy enough." Hansu moved toward her. She could smell his soap and the winter green of his hair wax. He was cleanly shaven and handsome. She loved how white his clothes were. Why did such a thing matter? The men at the boarding house could not help being filthy. Their work dirtied all their things, and no amount of scrubbing would get the fish smell off their shirts and pants. Her father had taught her not to judge people on such shallow points. What a man wore or owned had nothing to do with his heart and character. She inhaled deeply, his scent mingled with the cleansing air of the forest. Hansu slid his hands beneath her short traditional blouse, and she did not stop him. He untied the long sash that held her blouse together and opened it. Sunja started to cry quietly, and he pulled her toward him and held her, making low, soothing sounds, and she allowed him to comfort her as he did what he wanted. He lowered her on the ground tenderly. "Ippa's here. It's all right. It's all right." He had his hands firmly under her buttocks the entire time, and though he had tried to shield her from the twigs and leaves, bits of the forest had made red welts on the backs of her legs. When they separated, he used his handkerchief to clean the blood. "Your body is pretty, full of juice like a ripened fruit." Sunja couldn't say anything. She had suckled him like an infant. While he was moving inside her, doing this thing that she had witnessed pigs and horses doing, she was stunned by how sharp and bright the pain was, and was grateful that the ache subsided. When they rose from the carpet of yellow and red leaves, he helped to straighten her undergarments, and he dressed her. "You are my dear girl." This was what he told her when they did this again. Chapter 6. Hansu had gone to Japan for business. He promised there would be a surprise for her when he returned. Sunja thought it would only be a matter of time before he would speak to her of marriage. She belonged to him, and she wanted to be his wife. She didn't want to leave her mother, but if she had to move to Osaka to be with him, she would go. Throughout the day, she wondered what he was doing at that moment. When she imagined his life away from her, she felt like she was part of something else. Something outside of Yangdo, outside of Busan, and now outside of Korea even. How was it possible that she had lived without knowing anything else beyond her father and mother? Yet that was all she had known. It was right for a girl to marry and bear children, and when she didn't menstruate, Sunja was pleased that she would give him a child. She counted the days until his return, and if there had been a clock in the house, she would have measured the hours and minutes. On the morning of his return, Sunja hurried to the market. She walked by the broker's offices until he spotted her, and in his discreet way he set a meeting time at the cove for the following morning. As soon as the lodgers left for work, Simya gathered the laundry and ran to the beach, unable to wait any longer. When she saw her sweetheart waiting beside the rocks, wearing a handsome overcoat over his suit, she felt proud that a man like this had chosen her. Unlike the other times when she would approach him in careful, ladylike steps, today she rushed to him impatiently with the bundle of laundry clutched in her arms. "Oppa, you're back. I told you I always return." He embraced her tightly. "I'm so happy to see you. How is my girl?" She beamed in his presence. "I hope you won't go away again too soon." "Close your eyes," he said, and she obeyed him. He opened her right hand and placed a thick disc in her palm. The metal felt cool in her hand. "It's just like yours," she said, opening her eyes. Hansu had a heavy gold pocket watch from England. Similarly sized, hers was made of silver with a gold wash, he said. A while back, he'd taught her the difference between the long hand and the short and how to tell time. His watch hung from a solid gold chain with a T-bar that went through his vest buttonhole. "You press this." Hansu pushed the crown, and the pocket watch opened to reveal an elegant white face with curved numerals. "This is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen." "Oppa, thank you. Thank you so much. Where did you get it?" She could not imagine a store where they'd sell such things. If you have money, there's nothing you can't have. I had it ordered for you from London. Now we can know exactly when we will meet. She couldn't imagine being happier than she was at that moment. Hansu stroked her face and pulled her toward him. I want to see you. She lowered her gaze and opened her blouse. The night before, she had bathed in hot water, scrubbing every pore of her body until her skin was red. He took the watch from her hand and looped the thin sash of her slip through its hook. I'll order a proper chain and pin the next time I am in Osaka. He pushed down her inner slip to expose her breasts and put his mouth over her. He opened her long skirt. Her shock at the urgency of his needs had diminished somewhat since the first time they made love. They had been together many times, and by now the pain was not as great as it had been for her initially. What Sunja liked about lovemaking was the gentle touching as well as the powerful desires of his body. She liked how his face changed from grave to innocent in those moments. When it ended, she closed her blouse. In a few moments he would have to return to work and she would wash the boarding house linens. I am carrying your child. He opened his eyes and paused. Are you certain? Yes, I think so. Well, he smiled. She smiled in return, feeling proud of what they had done together. Sunja, Appa? She studied his serious face. I have a wife and 3 children. In Osaka, Sunja opened her mouth, then closed it. She could not imagine him being with someone else. I will take good care of you, but I cannot marry you. My marriage is already registered in Japan. There are work implications, he said, frowning. I will do whatever I can to make sure we are together. I had been planning on finding a good house for you. A house? Near your mother, or if you want, it can be in Busan. It'll be winter soon, and we can't keep meeting outside. He laughed. He rubbed her upper arms and she flinched. Is that why you went to Osaka? To see your... I have been married since I was a boy, nearly. I have 3 daughters, Hansu said. His girls were neither terribly clever nor interested in much of anything, but they were sweet and simple. One was pretty enough to marry, and the others were too skinny like their nervous mother, who looked fragile and perpetually bothered. Maybe it's a son you're carrying. He couldn't help but smile at the thought. How do you feel? Is there anything you feel like eating? He pulled out his wallet and withdrew a stack of yen bills. You should buy whatever you want to eat. Also, you'll need more fabric for clothing for yourself and for the child. She stared at the money but didn't reach for it. Her hands hung by her side. He sounded increasingly excited. Do you feel different? He put his hands on her stomach and laughed with delight. Hansu's wife, who was 2 years older than he was, hadn't been pregnant in years. They rarely made love. As recently as a year ago, when he had a string of mistresses, none had even missed a period, so he hadn't given much thought to Sunja having a child. Hansu had planned on getting Sunja a small house before winter, but now he'd find something much larger. The girl was young and obviously fertile, so he realized they could have more children. He felt happy at the prospect of having a woman and children in Korea. He was no longer a young man, but his desires for lovemaking had not declined with age. While he'd been away, he'd masturbated thinking about her. Hansu did not believe that man was designed to have sex with only one woman. Marriage was unnatural to him, but he would never abandon a woman who had borne him children. He thought a man may need a number of women, but he found that he preferred this one girl. He loved the sturdiness of Sunja's body, the fullness of her bosom and hips. Her soft face comforted him, and he had come to depend on her innocence and adoration. After being with her, Hansu felt like there was little he couldn't do. It was true, after all. Being with a young girl made a man feel like a boy again. He pressed the money into Sunja's hand, but she let the bills drop and scatter on the beach. Hansu bent down to pick them up. "What are you doing?" He raised his voice a little. Sunja looked away from him. He was saying something, but she couldn't hear what it was. It was as if her mind would no longer interpret his words with meaning. His talk was just sounds, beats of noise. Nothing made sense. He had a wife and 3 daughters in Japan. Since she had met him, he had been straightforward, she supposed. Every promise he'd ever made had been kept. He said there would be a surprise, and he had brought a watch for her, but the surprise she had for him, she no longer wanted him to know. Nothing about him had ever made her suspect that he was a jebi, a kind of man who could flit from one woman to another. Did he make love to his wife too? What did she know about men anyway? What was the wife like? Sunja wanted to know. Was she beautiful? Was she kind? Sunja could not look at his face anymore. She glanced at her white muslin skirt, its tattered hem remaining gray no matter how much she tried to clean it. "Sunja, when can I go to speak to your mother? Should we go speak to her now? Does she know about the baby?" It felt like a slap when he mentioned her mother. "My mother?" "Yes, have you told her?" No, I have not told her." Sunja tried not to think of her mother. "I will buy that boarding house for you and your mother, and you won't have to keep lodgers anymore. You could just take care of the child. We could have more children. You could get a much bigger house if you like." The bundle of laundry by her foot seemed to glow in the sun. There was work to do for the day. She was a foolish peasant girl who'd let a man take her on the grounds of a forest. When he had wanted her in the open air of the beach, she had let him have her body as much as he liked, but she had believed that he loved her as she loved him. If he did not marry her, she was a common slut who would be disgraced forever. The child would be another no-name bastard. Her mother's boarding house would be contaminated by her shame. There was a baby inside her belly, and this child would not have a real father like the one she'd had. "I will never see you again," she said. "What?" Hansu smiled in disbelief. He put his arms on her shoulders and she shrugged him off. "If you ever come near me again, I will kill myself. I may have behaved like a whore." Sunja couldn't speak anymore. She could see her father so clearly, his beautiful eyes, broken lip, his hunched and delayed gait. When he finished his long day's work, he would carve her dolls out of dried corn cobs and branches. If there was a brass coin left in his pocket, he'd buy her a piece of taffy. It was better that he was dead so he would not see what a filthy creature she had become. He had taught her to respect herself and she had not. She had betrayed her mother and father who had done nothing but work hard and take care of her like a jewel. "Sunja, my dear child, what is upsetting you?" "Nothing has changed." Hansu was confused. "I will take excellent care of you and the baby. There is money and time for another family. I will honor my obligations. My love for you is very strong. It is stronger than I had ever expected. I don't say this lightly, but if I could, I would marry you. You are someone I would marry. You and I, we are alike. Our child will be deeply loved, but I cannot forget my wife and 3 girls. You never told me about them. You made me think." Hansu shook his head. The girl had never opposed him before. He had never heard a contrary word from her lips. "I will not see you again," she said. He tried to hold her. And Sunja shouted, "Get away from me, you son of a bitch! I want to have nothing to do with you."
Hansu stopped and looked at her, needing to reevaluate the girl standing in front of him. The fire in her body had never been expressed in words. and now he knew she could be different.
You don't care about me? Not really. Sunja felt clear suddenly. She expected him to treat her the way her own parents had treated her. She felt certain her father and mother would have preferred her to have any honest job than to be a rich man's mistress. And what will you do if the child is a girl? Or what if she is born like my father, with a mangled foot and no upper lip? Is that why you have not married? Hansu furrowed his brow. Sunja's mother had never pushed the idea of marriage when many girls in her village had married well before her. No one had come to her mother with proposals, and the lodgers who flirted with her were not serious prospects. Perhaps this was why, Sunja wondered. Now that she was pregnant, it dawned on her that she could give birth to a child who had her father's deformities. Every year she cleaned the graves of her siblings. Her mother had told her that several had been born with cleft palates. He was expecting a healthy son. But how about if she couldn't produce one? Would he discard them? Were you trying to get me to marry you because you couldn't marry a normal fellow? Even Hansu realized the cruelty of his own words. Sunja grabbed her bundle and ran home. Chapter 7. Pharmacist Chu had grown fond of the pastor from Pyongyang and was pleased to see his recovery. He visited Isak only once a week now, and the young man seemed completely well. You're too healthy to be in bed, the pharmacist said. But don't get up just yet. Chu was seated beside Isak, who was lying flat on a bedroll in the storage closet. The draft from the gaps around the windowsill lifted Chu's white forelock slightly. He placed the thick quilt over Isak's shoulders. You're warm enough. Yes. I'm indebted to you and a Jumoni. You still look too thin. Chu frowned. I want to see you stout. There's no curve to your face. Don't you like the food here? The boarding housekeeper looked as if she'd been scolded. The meals have been wonderful, Isak protested. I'm eating far more than what I pay in board. The food here is better than at home. Isak smiled at Yangjin and Sinja, who were standing in the hallway. Chu leaned into Isak's chest where he had placed the bell of his stethoscope. The breathing sounded strong and even, similar to the week before. The pastor seemed very fit. Make a coughing sound. Chu listened thoughtfully to the timbre of the pastor's chest. You've improved for certain, but you've been ill most of your life. And you had tuberculosis before. We need to be vigilant. Yes, but I feel strong now. Sir, I'd like to write to my church in Osaka to let them know my travel dates. That is, if you think I can travel. My brother made me promise that I'd get your permission first. Isak closed his eyes as if in prayer. Before you left Pyongyang, did your doctor think you could travel all the way to Osaka by yourself? I was told that I could travel. But the doctor and my mother didn't encourage my leaving home. But I was the strongest I'd ever been when I left. But of course, since being here like this, no doubt, I should have listened to them. It's just that the church in Osaka wanted me to come. Your doctor told you not to go, but you went anyway. Chu laughed. Young men can't be locked up, I suppose. So now you want to head out again? And this time you want my permission. How would it look if something happened to you on the way? Or if you got sick when you got there? Chu shook his head and sighed. What can I say? I cannot stop you, but I think you should wait. How long? At least 2 more weeks. Maybe 3. Isak glanced up at Yangjin and Sunja. He was embarrassed. I feel terrible that I've burdened you and put you at risk. Thank God no one has gotten sick. I'm so sorry for everything. Yangjin shook her head. The pastor had been a model guest. If anything, the other lodgers had improved their behavior in the proximity of such a well-mannered person. He had paid his bills on time. She was relieved that his health had improved so dramatically. Chu put away his stethoscope. "I'm in no rush for you to return home, however. The weather here is better for your lungs compared to the north. And the weather in Osaka will be similar to the weather here. The winters are not as severe in Japan," Chu said. Isak nodded. The climate had been a major consideration for his parents' consent for Isak to go to Osaka. "Then may I write the church in Osaka? And my brother?" "You'll take the boat to Shimonoseki and then the train?" Chu asked, making a face. The journey would take a day, 2 at the most, with delays. Isak nodded, relieved that the pharmacist was signaling that he could leave. "Have you been going out?" "Not beyond the yard. You'd said that it wasn't a good idea." "Well, you can now. You should take a good walk or 2 every day, each one longer than the one before it. You need to strengthen your legs. You're young, but you've been in bed and in the house for almost 3 months." The pharmacist turned to Yangjin. "See if he can make it as far as the market. He shouldn't go alone, obviously. He could fall." Chu patted Isak on the shoulder before going and promised to return the following week. The next morning, Isak finished his Bible study and prayers, then ate his breakfast in the front room by himself. The lodgers had already gone out for the day. He felt strong enough to go to Osaka, and he wanted to make preparations to leave. Before heading out to Japan, he had wanted to visit the pastor of a church in Busan, but there had been no chance for that. He hadn't contacted him for fear that he'd stop by and get sick. Isak's legs felt okay, not wobbly as before. In his room, he had been doing light calisthenics that his eldest brother Samalal had taught him when he was a boy. Having spent most of his life indoors, he'd had to learn how to keep fit in less obvious ways. Yangjin came to clear his breakfast tray. She brought him barley tea, and he thanked her. "I think I'd like to take a walk. I can go by myself," he said, smiling. "It wouldn't be for long. I feel very well this morning. I won't go far." Yangjin couldn't keep her face blank. She couldn't keep him cooped up like a prized rooster in her henhouse. But what would happen if he fell? The area near her house was desolate. If he walked by the beach and had an accident, no one would see him. "I don't think you should go by yourself, sir." The lodgers were at work or in town doing things she didn't want to know about. There was no one to ask to accompany him at the moment. Isak bit his lip. If he didn't strengthen his legs, the journey would be delayed. It would be a big imposition. He paused. "You have a great deal of work, but perhaps you can take me for just a short while." It was outrageous to ask a woman to walk with him on the beach, but Isak felt he'd go insane if he didn't walk outside today. "If you cannot go, I understand. I will take a very short walk near the water. For a few minutes." As a boy, he had lived the life of a privileged invalid. Tutors and servants had been his primary companions. When it was good weather and he wasn't well enough to walk, the servants or his elder brothers used to carry him on their backs. If the doctor wanted him to get air, the blade-thin gardener would put Isak in an A-frame and stroll through the orchard, letting the child pull off the apples from the lower branches. Isak could almost smell the heady perfume of the apples, feel the weight of the red fruit in his hands and taste the sweet crunch of the first bite, its pale juice running down his wrist. He missed home and he felt like a sick child again, stuck in his room, begging for permission to see the sunlight. Yangjin was seated on her knees with her small, coarse hands folded in her lap, not knowing what to say. It was not appropriate for a woman to walk with a man who wasn't a member of her family. She was older than he was, so she didn't fear any gossip. But Yangjin had never walked alongside a man who wasn't her father or husband. He peered into her troubled face. He felt awful for making another imposition. You've already done so much, and I'm asking for more. Yangjin straightened her back. She'd never gone on a leisurely walk on the beach with her husband. Huni's legs and back had given him profound pain throughout his brief life. He had not complained of it, but he would conserve his energies for the work he had to get done. How much he must have wanted to run as a normal boy, swallow lungfuls of salty air and chase the seagulls, things nearly every child in Yeongdo had done growing up. There is something very selfish in me, he said. I'm sorry. Isak decided to wait until one of the lodgers could take him out. Yangjin got up. You'll need your coat, she said. I'll get it. The heavy scent of seaweed, the foamy lather of the waves along the rocky beach, and the emptiness of the blue and gray landscape, but for the white circling birds above them. The sensations were almost too much to bear after being in that tiny room for so long. The morning sun warmed Isak's uncovered head. He had never been drunk on wine, but he imagined that this was how the farmers must have felt dancing during Chuseok after too many cups. On the beach, Isak carried his leather shoes in his hands. He walked steadily, not feeling any trace of illness within his tall, gaunt frame. He didn't feel strong, but he felt better than he'd been. Thank you, he said, without looking in her direction. His pale face shone in the morning light. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Yangjin glanced at the smiling young man. He possessed an innocence, she supposed, a kind of childlike wholeness that couldn't be hidden. She wanted to protect him. You have been so kind. She dismissed this with a wave, not knowing what to do with his gratitude. Yangjin was miserable. She had no time for this walk, and being outside made the dull weight in her heart take a definable shape. It pressed against her from the inside. May I ask you something? Is your daughter all right? Yangjin didn't answer. As they were walking toward the other end of the beach, she'd been feeling as if she were somewhere else, though she couldn't say where exactly. This place didn't feel like the beach behind her house, just a few paces from her backyard. Being with the young pastor was disorienting, yet his unexpected question broke the gauzy spell. What had he noticed for him to ask about Sunja? Soon, her rising belly would be obvious, but she didn't look very different now. What would the pastor think of this? Did it matter? She's pregnant. She said this, and she knew it would be okay to tell him. It must be difficult for her with her husband being away. She doesn't have a husband. It wouldn't have been unusual for him to think that the child's father worked in Japan in a mine or a factory. Is the man? She won't say anything. Sunja had told her that the man was already married and had children. Yangjin didn't know anything else. She couldn't tell the pastor, however, it was too shameful. The woman looked hopeless. The lodgers brought Isak newspapers to read aloud for them. And lately, every story was a sad one. He felt an overwhelming sense of brokenness in the people. The country had been under the colonial government for over 2 decades, and no one could see an end in sight. It felt like everyone had given up. These things happen in all families. I don't know what will happen to her. Her life is ruined. It would have been difficult for her to marry before, but now, he didn't understand my husband's condition. People don't want that in the bloodline. I see. It's a difficult thing to be an unmarried woman, but to bear a child without a husband. The neighbors will never approve. And what will happen to this baby who has no name? He cannot be registered under our family name. She had never talked so freely to a stranger. Yangjin continued to walk, but her pace slowed. Since learning the news, she had tried to think of any possible way to make this easier, but could not come up with anything. Her unmarried sisters couldn't help her, and their father had died long ago. She had no brothers. Isak was surprised, but Not so much. He had seen this before at his home church. You saw all sorts of things in a church where forgiveness was expected. The father of the child is nowhere to be found. I don't know. She won't speak of him. I haven't told anyone except for you. I know it's your job to counsel people, but we aren't Christians. I'm sorry. You saved my life. I would have died if you had not taken me in and nursed me. You've gone far beyond what an innkeeper does for his guest. My husband died of this thing. You're a young man. You should live a long life. They continued to walk, and Yang Jin did not seem interested in turning around. She stared at the light green-colored water. She felt like sitting down. She was so tired suddenly. Can she know that I know? May I speak with her? You're not shocked? Of course not. Sonja seems like a very responsible young woman. There must be some reason for this. Hegemony, this must feel very terrible now, but a child is a gift from God. There was no change in Yang Jin's sad expression. Hegemony, do you believe in God? She shook her head no. My husband said Christians were not bad people. Some were patriots who fought for independence. Right? Yes. My teachers at the seminary in Pyongyang fought for independence. My oldest brother died in... Are you political too? She looked concerned. Huni had told her that they should avoid housing activists because it would be dangerous. Like your brother. My brother Samuel was a pastor. He led me to Christ. My brother was a brilliant man. Fearless and kind. Yang Jin nodded. Huni had wanted independence for Korea, but he believed that a man had to care for his family first. My husband didn't want us to follow anyone, not Jesus, not Buddha, not an emperor, or even a Korean leader. I understand. I do. So many terrible things are happening here. God controls all things, but we don't understand his reasons. Sometimes I don't like his actions either. It's frustrating. Yang Jin shrugged. And we know that God causes all things to work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose, Isaac said, reciting a favorite verse, but he could see that Yang Jin was unmoved, and it occurred to him that she and her daughter could not love God if they did not know him. I am sorry that you are suffering. I'm not a parent, but I think parents hurt with their children. The boarding house keeper was lost in her sadness. I'm glad you had a chance to walk a little today, she said. If you don't believe, I understand. Does your family observe Jesa? No. Isaac smiled. No one in his family observed the rituals for the dead. The Protestants he knew didn't either. My husband thought it was unnecessary. He told me so, but I still make his favorite foods and prepare a shrine for him. I do it for his parents and my own. His parents thought it was important. They were very good to me. I clean their graves and the ones for all my dead babies. I talk to the dead, although I don't believe in ghosts. But it makes me feel good to speak with them. Maybe that is what God is. A good God wouldn't have let my babies die. I can't believe in that. My babies did nothing wrong. I agree. They did nothing wrong. He looked at her thoughtfully. But a God that did everything we thought was right and good wouldn't be the creator of the universe. He would be our puppet. He wouldn't be God. There's more to everything than we can know. Yang Jin said nothing but felt strangely calmer. If Sonja will talk to you, perhaps it can help. I don't know how, but maybe it might. I will ask her to walk with me tomorrow. Yang Jin turned back, and Isaac walked beside her. Chapter 8. After Isaac finished the letter to his brother, he rose from the low table and opened the narrow window in the front room. Isaac pulled the crisp air deep into his lungs. His chest didn't hurt. Throughout his life, everyone around him had talked about his early death as a certainty. He had been sick as an infant and throughout his youth, with serious ailments in his chest, heart, and stomach. Consequently, little had been expected of his future. When Isaac graduated from seminary, even he had been surprised that he was alive to see such a day. Oddly enough, all the talk of his inevitable death hadn't discouraged him. He had become almost inured to death. His frailty had reinforced his conviction that he must do something of consequence while he had the time. His brother Samuel, the eldest son, was never ill, but he had died young. He had been beaten badly by the colonial police after a protest and did not survive the arrest. Isaac decided then that he would live a braver life. He had spent his youth indoors with his family and tutors, and the healthiest he had ever been was when he attended seminary while working as a lay pastor for his church back home. While alive, Samuel had been a shining light at the seminary and their home church, and Isaac believed that his deceased brother was carrying him now, no different than how he had done so physically when Isaac was a boy. The middle bake brother, XVIII, wasn't religious like Samuel or Isaac. He had never liked school, and at the first opportunity he had struck out for Japan in search of a different life. He had taught himself to be a machinist and now worked as a foreman of a factory in Osaka. He had sent for Kyung-hee, the beloved daughter of a family friend, and they were married in Japan. They didn't have any children. It had been Yoseb's idea for Isaac to come to Osaka, and he had found him the job at the church. Isaac felt certain that Yoseb would understand his decision to ask Sunja to marry him. Yoseb was an open-minded person with a generous nature. Isaac addressed the envelope and put on his coat. He picked up his tea tray and brought it to the threshold of the kitchen. He had been reminded numerous times that there was no need for him to bring his tray to the kitchen, where men were not supposed to enter. But Isaac wanted to do something for the women who were always working. Near the stove, Yunja was peeling radishes. She was wearing her white muslin hanbok beneath a dark quilted vest. She looked even younger than her age, and he thought she looked lovely as she focused on her task. He couldn't tell if she was pregnant in her full-bodied shima. It was hard to imagine a woman's body changing. He had never been with a woman. Sunja rushed to get his tray. "Here, please let me take that." He handed the tray to her and opened his mouth to say something, but wasn't sure how. She looked at him. "Do you need something, sir?" "I was hoping to go into town today, to see someone." Sunja nodded like she understood. "Mr. Jung, the coal man, is down the street and will be headed to town. Do you want me to ask him to take you?" Isaac smiled. He had been planning on asking her to accompany him, but he lost his courage suddenly. "Yes, if Mr. Jun's schedule permits it. Thank you." Sunja rushed outside to get him. The church building had been repurposed from an abandoned wood-frame schoolhouse. It was located behind the post office. The coal man pointed it out to him and promised to take him back to the boarding house later. "I have to run some errands and I'll mail your letter. Do you know Pastor Shin? Would you like to meet him?" June laughed. "I've been to a church once. That was plenty." June didn't like going to places that asked for money. He didn't like monks who collected alms either. As far as he was concerned, the whole religion thing was a racket for overeducated men who didn't want to do real work. The young pastor from Pyongyang didn't seem lazy, and he had never asked June for anything, so he was fine enough. That said, June liked the idea of having someone pray for him. "Thank you for bringing me here." "It's nothing. Don't be mad because I don't want to be a Christian, you see. Pastor Beck, I'm not a good man, but I'm not a bad one either." "Mr. June, you're a very good man. It was you who led me to the boarding house on the night when I was lost. I was so dizzy that evening. I could barely say my own name. You've done nothing but help me. The coal man grinned. He wasn't used to being complimented. Well, if you say so. He laughed again. When you're done, I'll be waiting for you across the street at the dumpling stand by the post office. I'll meet you over there after I finish with my errands. The servant of the church was wearing a patched men's overcoat that was far too large for her tiny body. She was a deaf mute, and she swayed gently while sweeping the chapel floor. At the vibration of Isaac's step, she stopped what she was doing with a jolt and turned. Her worn-down broom grazed her stocking feet, and she clutched on to its handle in surprise. She said something, but Isaac couldn't make out what she was saying. "Hello. I'm here to see Pastor Shin." He smiled at her. The servant scampered to the rear of the church, and Pastor Shin came out of his office at once. He was in his early 50s. Thick glasses covered his deep-set brown eyes. His hair was still black, and he kept it short. His white shirt and gray trousers were well pressed. Everything about him seemed controlled and restrained. "Welcome," Pastor Shin smiled at the nice-looking young man in the Western-style suit. "What may I do for you?" "My name is Isaac. My teachers at the seminary have written to you, I think." "Pastor Bake, you're finally here. I thought you'd be here months ago. I'm so pleased to see you. Come, my study is in the back. It's a bit warmer there." He asked the servant to bring them tea. "How long have you been in Busan?" "We've been wondering when you'd stop by. You're headed to our sister church in Osaka." There was hardly any chance to reply to all his questions. The elder pastor spoke rapidly without pausing to hear Isaac's reply. Pastor Shin had attended the seminary in Pyongyang near the time of its founding, and he was delighted to see a recent graduate. Friends who had been at the seminary with him had been Isaac's professors. "Do you have a place to stay? We could fix a room for you here. Where are your things?" Shin felt gleeful. It had been a long time since they'd had a new pastor stop by. Many of the Western missionaries had left the country due to the colonial government's crackdown, and fewer young men were joining the ministry. Lately, Shin had been feeling lonesome. "I hope you will stay a while." Isaac smiled. "I apologize for not calling on you sooner. I'd intended to come by, but I was very ill, and I've been recuperating at a boarding house in Yongdo. The widow of Kim Hooney and her daughter have been taking care of me. The boarding house is closer to the beach than the ferry. Do you know them?" Pastor Shin cocked his head. "No, I don't know many people on Yongdo Island. I shall come see you there soon. You look well. A bit thin, but everyone is not eating enough lately, it seems. Have you eaten? We have food to share." "I've eaten already, sir." "Thank you." When the tea was brought in, the men held hands and prayed, giving thanks for Isaac's safe arrival. "You're preparing to go to Osaka soon?" "Yes." "Good. Good." The elder pastor spoke at length about the troubles the churches had been facing. More people were afraid to attend services here and in Japan because the government didn't approve. The Canadian missionaries had already left. Although Isaac knew of these sad developments, he felt ready to face the trials. His professors had discussed the government's opposition with him. Isaac grew quiet. "Are you all right?" Shin asked. "Sir, I was wondering if we could talk." "Talk about the book of Hosea." "Oh? Of course." Pastor Shin looked puzzled. "God makes the prophet Hosea marry a harlot and raise children he didn't father. I suppose the Lord does this to teach the prophet what it feels like to be wedded to a people who continually betray him. Isn't that right?" Isaac asked. "Well, yes, among other things. And the prophet Hosea obeys the Lord's request. Pastor Shin said in his sonorous voice. This was a story he had preached on before. The Lord continues to be committed to us, even when we sin. He continues to love us. In some ways, the nature of his love for us resembles an enduring marriage, or how a father or mother may love a misbegotten child. Hosea was being called to be like God. When he had to love a person who would have been difficult to love, we are difficult to love when we sin. A sin is always a transgression against the Lord. Shin looked carefully at Isaac's face to see if he had reached him. Isaac nodded gravely. Do you think it's important for us to feel what God feels? Yes, of course. If you love anyone, you cannot help but share his suffering. If we love our Lord, not just admire him or fear him or want things from him, we must recognize his feelings. He must be in anguish over our sins. We must understand this anguish. The Lord suffers with us. He suffers like us. It is a consolation to know this. To know that we are not, in fact, alone in our suffering. Sir, the boarding house widow and her daughter saved my life. I reached their doorstep with tuberculosis and they cared for me for 3 months. Pastor Shin nodded with recognition. That is a wonderful thing they did. A noble and kind work. Sir, the daughter is pregnant, and she has been abandoned by the father of the child. She is unmarried and the child will not have a name. Shin looked concerned. I think I should ask her to marry me, and if she says yes, I will take her to Japan as my wife. If she says yes, I would ask you to marry us before we go. I would be honored. Pastor Shin covered his own mouth with his right hand. Christians did such things, sacrificed possessions and their own lives even. But such choices had to be made for good reason and soberly. St. Paul and St. John had said, "Test everything." Have you written to your parents about this? No. But I think they would understand. I've refused to marry before and they had not expected me to do so. Perhaps they will be pleased. Why have you refused to marry before? I've been an invalid since I was born. I have been improving the past few years, but I got sick again on the journey here. No one in my family expected me to live past 25. I am 26 now. Isaac smiled. If I'd married and had children, I would have made a woman a young widow and perhaps left orphans behind me. Yes, I see. I should have been dead by now, but I am alive, sir. I'm very glad of it. Praise God. Shin smiled at the young man, not knowing how to protect him from his wish to make such a grand sacrifice. More than anything, he was incredulous. If it hadn't been for the warm letters from his friends in Pyongyang attesting to Isaac's intelligence and competence, Shin would have thought that Isaac was a religious lunatic. What does the young woman think of this idea? I don't know. I have yet to speak with her. The widow told me about her daughter only yesterday. And last night, before my evening prayers, it occurred to me that this is what I can do for them. Give the woman and child my name. What is my name to me? It's only a matter of grace that I was born a male who could enter my descendants in a family registry. If the young woman was abandoned by a scoundrel, it's hardly her fault, and certainly, even if the man is not a bad person, the unborn child is innocent. Why should he suffer so? He would be ostracized. Shin was unable to disagree. If the Lord allows me to live, I shall try to be a good husband to Sunja and a good father to this child. Sunja? Yes. She's the boarding house keeper's daughter. Your faith is good, son, and your intentions are right. Every child should be wanted. The women and men in the Bible prayed patiently for children. To be barren was to be an outcast, isn't that right? If I do not marry and have children, I would be a kind of barren man. Isaac had never articulated this thought before, and this surge of wanting a wife and family felt strange and good to him. Shin smiled weakly at the young minister. After losing 4 of his children and his wife to cholera 5 years ago, Shin found that he could not speak much about loss. Everything a person said sounded glib and foolish. He had never understood suffering in this way, not really, until he had lost them. What he had learned about God and theology had become more graphic and personal after his family had died so gruesomely. His faith had not wavered, but his temperament had altered seemingly forever. It was as if a warm room had gotten cooler, but it was still the same room. Shin admired this idealist seated before him, his young eyes shining with faith. But as his elder, he wanted Isaac to take care. Yesterday morning, I had begun the study of Hosea, and then a few hours later, the boarding house Ajumani told me about her pregnant daughter. By evening, I knew the Lord was speaking to me. This has never happened to me before. I've never felt that kind of clarity. Isaac felt it was safe to admit this here. Has that ever happened to you? He checked for doubt in the elder pastor's eyes. Yes, it has happened to me, but not always so vividly. I hear the voice of God when I read the Bible. So yes, I suppose I understand what you felt. But there are coincidences too. We have to be open to that. It's dangerous to think that everything is a sign from God. Perhaps God is always talking to us, but we don't know how to listen. Shin stated. It felt awkward to confess this uncertainty, but he thought it was important. When I was growing up, I can remember at least 3 unmarried girls who were abandoned after becoming pregnant. One was a maid in our house. 2 of the girls killed themselves. The maid in our house returned to her family in Wonsan and told everyone that her husband had died. My mother, a woman who never lies, had told her to say this, Isaac said. This sort of thing happens with greater frequency these days, Shin said. Especially in difficult times. The boarding house hegemony saved my life. Maybe my life can matter to this family. I had always wanted to do something important before I died. Like my brother Samuel. Shin nodded. He had heard from his seminary friends that Samuel Beg had been a leader in the independence movement. Maybe my life can be significant. Not on a grand scale like my brother, but to a few people. Maybe I can help this young woman and her child. And they will be helping me. Because I will have a family of my own. A great blessing, no matter how you look at it. The young pastor was beyond dissuading. Shin took a breath. Before you do anything, I would like to meet her. And her mother. I'll ask them to come. That is if Sunja agrees to marry me. She doesn't know me, really. That hardly matters. Shin shrugged. I didn't see my wife until the wedding day. I understand your impulse to help, but marriage is a serious covenant made before God. You know that? Please bring them when you can. The elder pastor put his hands on Isaac's shoulders and prayed over him before he left. When Isaac returned to the boarding house, the Chung brothers were sprawled out on the heated floor. They had eaten their supper, and the women were clearing away the last of the dishes. Has the pastor been walking around town? You must be well enough now to have a drink with us? Gombo, the eldest brother, winked. Getting Isaac to have a drink with them was a joke the brothers had kept up for months. How was the catch? Isaac asked. No mermaids, Fatso, the youngest brother, answered with disappointment. That's a shame, Isaac said. Pastor, would you like your dinner now? Yang Jin. Yes, thank you. Being outdoors had made him hungry, and it felt wonderful to want food in his stomach again. The Chung brothers had no intention of sitting up properly, but they made room for him. Gombo patted Isaac on the back like an old friend. Around the lodgers, especially the good-natured Chung brothers, Isak felt more like a man, not a sickly student who'd spent most of his life indoors with books. Sunja carried in a low dinner table for him, its small surface covered with side dishes, a piping hot pot brimming with stew, and a generously rounded portion of steamed millet and barley rice. Isak bowed his head in prayer, and everyone else remained silent, feeling awkward, until he raised his head again. "So, the good-looking pastor gets far more rice than I do," complained Fatso. "Why should I be surprised?" He tried to make an angry face at Sunja, but she didn't pay him any mind. "Have you eaten?" Isak lifted his bowl to Fatso. "There's plenty here." The middle Chung brother, the sensible one, pulled back the pastor's outstretched arm. Fatso ate 3 bowls of millet and 2 bowls of soup. "This one has never missed a meal. If we don't make sure that he's well fed, he'd chew off my arm. He's a pig." Fatso poked his brother in the ribs. "A strong man has a strong appetite. You're just jealous because mermaids prefer me to you. One day I'm going to marry a beautiful market girl and have her work for me the rest of my days. You can repair the fishing nets by yourself." Gombo and the middle brother laughed, but Fatso ignored them. "Maybe I should have another bowl of rice." "Is there any left in the kitchen?" he asked Sunja. "Don't you want to leave some for the women?" Gombo interjected. "Is there enough food for the women?" Isak put down his spoon. Yes. There's plenty of food for us. Please don't worry. If Fatso wants more food, we can bring him some." Yangjin assured him. Fatso looked sheepish. "I'm not hungry. We should smoke a pipe." He rooted in his pockets for his tobacco. "So, Pastor Isak, will you be leaving us soon for Osaka? Or will you join us on the boat and look for mermaids?" "You look strong enough to pull in the nets now," Fatso said. He lit the pipe and handed it to his eldest brother before smoking it himself. "Why would you leave this beautiful island for a cold city?" Isak laughed. "I'm waiting for a reply from my brother. And as soon as I feel well enough to travel, I'll go to my church in Osaka. Think of the mermaids of Yongdo." Fatso waved at Sunja, who was heading to the kitchen. "They will not be the same in Japan. Your offer is tempting. Perhaps I should find a mermaid to go with me to Osaka." Isak raised his eyebrows. "Is the pastor making a joke?" Fatso slapped the floor with delight. Isak took a sip of his tea. "It might be better if I had a wife for my new life in Osaka. Put down your tea. Let's pour this groom a real drink," Gombo shouted. The brothers laughed out loud and the pastor laughed too. In the small house, the women overheard everything the men said. At the thought of the pastor marrying, Doki's neck flushed scarlet with desire and her sister shot her a look like she was crazy. In the kitchen, Sunja unloaded the dinner trays. She crouched down before the large brass basin and began to wash the dishes. Chapter 9. After she finished cleaning up in the kitchen, Sunja said good night to her mother and retreated to the makeshift bedroom they shared with the servant girls. Normally, Sunja went to bed at the same time as the others, but in the past month, she'd been more tired than she'd ever been. It was no longer possible to wait for them to finish their work. Waking up was no less difficult. In the morning, strong hands seemed to clamp down on her shoulders to keep her from rising. Sunja undressed quickly in the cold room and slipped under the thick quilt. The floor was warm. Sunja rested her heavy head on the lozenge-shaped pillow. Her first thought was of him. Hansu was no longer in Busan. The morning after she'd left him at the beach, she'd asked her mother to go to the market in her place, claiming that she was nauseous and couldn't be far from the outhouse. For a week, she didn't go to the market. When Sunja finally returned to her usual routine of food shopping for the house, Hansu was no longer there. Each morning that she went to the market, she had looked for him, but he was not there. The heat from the ondol floor warmed the pallet beneath her. All day she had been feeling chilled. Her eyes finally closed. Sunja rested her hands over the slight swell of her stomach. She could not yet feel the child, but her body was changing. Her keener sense of smell was the most noticeable change and hard to bear. Walking through the fish stalls made her feel sick. The worst was the smell of crabs and shrimp. Her limbs felt puffier, almost spongy. She knew nothing about having a baby. What she was growing inside her was a secret mysterious even to herself. What would the child be like? She wondered. Sunja wanted to talk about these things with him. Since Sunja's confession to her mother, neither of them talked again about the pregnancy. Anguish had deepened the lines along her mother's mouth like a frown setting in for good. During the day, Sunja went about her work faithfully. But at night, before she went to bed, she wondered if he thought about her and their child. If she had agreed to remain his mistress and waited for him to visit her, she would have been able to keep him. He could have gone to see his wife and daughters in Japan whenever he wanted. Yet this arrangement had felt impossible to her, and even in her present weakness, it felt untenable. She missed him, but she couldn't imagine sharing him with another woman he also loved. Sunja had been foolish. Why had she supposed that a man of his age and position wouldn't have a wife and children? That he could want to marry some ignorant peasant girl was absurd indeed. Wealthy men had wives and mistresses, sometimes even in the same household. She couldn't be his mistress, however. Her crippled father had loved her mother, who had grown up even poorer than most. He had treasured her. When he was alive, after the boarding house guests were served their meals, the three would eat together as a family at the same low dinner table. Her father could have eaten before the women, but he'd never wanted that. At the table, he'd make sure that her mother had as much meat and fish on her plate as he did. In the summer, after finishing a long day, he'd tend to the watermelon patch because it was his wife's favorite fruit. Each winter, he'd procure fresh cotton wool to pad their jackets, and if there wasn't enough, he'd claim his own jacket didn't need new filling. "You have the kindest father in the land," her mother would often remark, and Sonia had been proud of his love for them. The way a child from a rich family might have been proud of her father's numerous bags of rice and piles of gold rings. Nevertheless, she couldn't stop thinking of Hansu. Whenever she'd met him at the cove, the cloudless sky and jade-colored water would recede from her sight, leaving only the images of him, and she used to wonder how their time together could vanish so quickly. What amusing story would he tell her? What could she do to make him stay even a few minutes longer? So when he would tuck her in between two sheltering boulders and untie the long sash of her blouse, she let him do what he wanted even though the cold air cut her. She'd dissolve herself into his warm mouth and skin. When he slid his hands below her long skirt and lifted her bottom to him, she understood that this was what a man wanted from his woman. Lovemaking would make her feel alert. Her body seemed to want this touch, and her lower parts accommodated the pressure of him. Sunja had believed that he would do what was good for her. Sometimes she imagined that if she carried the load of wash on her head and walked to the beach, he'd be waiting for her on that steep rock by the clear water, his open newspaper flapping noisily in the breeze. He'd lift the bundle from her head, tug at her braid gently, and say, "My girl, where were you? Do you know I would have waited for you until the morning?" Last week she'd felt the call of him so strongly that she made an excuse one afternoon and ran to the cove. And of course, it had been in vain. The chalk-marked rock they used to leave behind like a message was no longer in its crevice, and she was bereft because she would have liked to have drawn an X and left it in the hollow of the rocks to show him that she had come back and waited for him. He had cared for her. Those feelings were true. He had not been lying, she thought, but it was little consolation. "Sunja, opened her eyes suddenly when she heard the servant girls laughing in the kitchen, then quieting down. There was no sound of her mother. Sanja shifted her body away from the door to face the interior wall and placed her hand on her cheek to imitate his caress. Whenever he saw her, he would touch her constantly, like he could not help from doing so after making love. His finger traced the curve of her face from her small round chin, to the bend of her ears, to the expanse of her pale brow. Why had she never touched him that way? She'd never touched him first. It was he who'd reached for her. She wanted to touch his face now, to memorize the continuous line of his bones. In the morning, Isak put on his navy woolen sweater over his warmest undershirt and dress shirt and sat on the floor of the front room using a low dining table as his desk. The lodgers had left already, and the house was quiet except for the sounds of the women working. Isak's Bible lay open on the table. Isak had not begun his morning studies because he couldn't concentrate. In the small foyer by the front room, Yang Jin tended to the brazier filled with hot coals. He wanted to speak to her, yet feeling shy, Isak waited. Yang Jin stirred the coals using a crude poker, observing the glowing embers. "Are you warm enough? I'll put this by you." Yang Jin got on her knees and pushed the brazier to where he was seated. "Let me help you," Isak said, getting up. "No, stay where you are. You just slide it." This was how her husband Huni used to move the brazier. As she moved closer, he looked around to see if the others could hear. "A Jumani," Isak whispered. "Do you think she would have me as a husband? If I asked?" Yang Jin's crinkled eyes widened, and she dropped the poker, making a clanging sound. She picked up the metal stick quickly and laid it down with care as if to correct her earlier movement. She slumped beside him, closer than she'd ever sat next to another man except for her husband and father. "Are you all right?" he asked. Why would you do this?" "If I had a wife, my life would be better in Osaka, I think. I've written my brother already. I know he and his wife would welcome her. And your parents? They've wanted me to marry for years. I've always said no." "Why?" "Because I've always been ill. I feel well now, but it's not possible to know how and when I might die. Sunja knows this already. None of this would be a surprise. But you know that she is." "Yes. And it is also likely that I'll make her a young widow. And you know that's not easy. But I would be the father. Until I die." Yunjin said nothing. She was a young widow herself. Her husband was an honest man who had made the best of a difficult birth. When he died, she knew that he had been a very special man. She wished he were here to tell her what to do. "I didn't mean to trouble you," Isak said, seeing the shock in her face. "I thought it might be something she could want. For the child's future. Do you think she'd agree? Perhaps she intends to stay here with you. Would that be better for her and the child?" No. Of course it would be far better for them if she went away," Yang Jin replied, knowing the hard truth. "The child would have a terrible life here. You'd be saving my daughter's life as well. If you would take care of my daughter, I'd gladly pay you with my life, sir. I'd pay twice if I could." She bowed low, her head almost touching the yellow floor, and wiped her eyes. "No, you mustn't say that. You and your daughter have been angels. I'll speak to her right away, sir. She'll be grateful." Isak got quiet. He wanted to know how to say this next thing properly. "I don't want that," he said, feeling embarrassed. "I'd like to ask her about her heart. I'd like to know if she could love me one day." Isak felt embarrassed because it had occurred to him that, like an ordinary man, he wanted a wife who'd love him, not just feel indebted to him. "What do you think?" "You should speak to her. How could Sonja not care for a man like this?" Isak whispered. She's not getting a good bargain. I may fall ill again soon. But I'd try to be a decent husband, and I would love the child. He would be mine too. Isak felt happy thinking of living long enough to raise a child. Please walk with her tomorrow. You can speak to her about all these things. Her mother told her back Isak's intentions, and Sonia prepared herself to be his wife. If Isak married her, a painful sentence would be lifted from her mother, the boarding house, herself, and the child. An honorable man from a good family would give the child his name. Sonia couldn't comprehend his reasons. Her mother had tried to explain, but neither thought what they'd done for him was so unusual. They would have done it for any lodger, and he had even paid his fees on time. No normal man would want to raise another man's child unless he was an angel or a fool, her mother said. He didn't seem like a fool. Perhaps he needed a housekeeper, yet that didn't seem like him. As soon as the pastor had been feeling better, and even when he wasn't entirely well, he'd carried his finished meal trays to the threshold of the kitchen. In the mornings, he shook out his own bedding and put away the pallet. He did more to care for himself than any of the lodgers. She'd never imagined an educated man from an upper-class family who'd grown up in a household with servants would ever do these things. Sunja put on her thick coat. She wore straw sandals over 2 pairs of white cotton socks and waited by the door outside. The air was frigid and misty. In a month or so it would be spring, but it felt like deep winter still. Her mother had asked the pastor to meet her outside, not wanting the servants to see the two together. Isak came out momentarily, holding his felt hat. "Are you well?" Isak stood parallel to her, not knowing where they should go. He'd never been out with a young woman before, not in this way, and never with the intention of asking her to marry him. He tried to pretend that he was counseling a female parishioner, something he had done many times back home. "Would you like to go into town? We could take the ferry." The suggestion came to him spontaneously. Sunja nodded and draped her head with a thick muslin scarf to cover her exposed ears. She resembled the women selling fish in the market. They walked quietly toward the Yongdo ferry, not knowing what the others who saw them together might think. The boatmen accepted their fares. The wooden boat was mostly empty, so they sat together for the duration of the short trip. "Your mother spoke to you," Isak said, trying to keep his voice level. "Yes." He tried to read her feelings in her young, pretty face. She looked terrified. "Thank you," she said. "What do you think of it?" "I'm very grateful. It's a heavy burden that you've taken off our shoulders. We don't know how to thank you. My life is nothing. It wouldn't have any meaning without putting it to good use. Don't you think?" Sunja played with the side edge of her chima. "I have a question," Isak said. Sunja kept her eyes lowered. "Do you think you can love God?" He inhaled. "If you could love God, then I know everything will be all right. It's a lot, I think, to ask of you. It might not make sense now. It will take time. I do understand that." This morning it had occurred to Sunja that he'd ask her something like this. And she'd given thought to this God that the pastor believed in. Spirits existed in the world. She believed this even though her father had not. After he died, she felt that he was with her. When they went to his grave for the Jesa, it was easy to feel his comforting presence. If there were many gods and dead spirits, then she felt that she could love his God, especially if his God could encourage back Isak to be such a kind and thoughtful person. "Yes," she said. "I can." The boat docked, and Isak helped her off. The mainland was very cold, and Sonia tucked her hands into her jacket sleeves to warm them. The sharp winds cut through their bodies. She worried that the bitter weather would be bad for the pastor. Neither knew where they should go next, so she pointed to the main shopping street not far from the ferry. It was the only place she'd ever gone with her parents on the mainland. She walked in that direction, not wanting to take the lead, but he did not seem to care about that. He followed her steps. I'm glad you'll try to love God. It means a great deal. I think we can have a good marriage if we share this faith. She nodded again, not entirely understanding what he meant, but she trusted that he had a sound reason for his request. Our lives will be strange at first, but we'll ask God for his blessing on us and the child. Sunja imagined that his prayer would act like a thick cloak to shield them. Gulls hovered, shrieking loudly, then flew away. She realized that the marriage had a condition, but it was easy to accept it. There was no way for him to test her devotion. How do you prove that you love God? How do you prove that you love your husband? She would never betray him. She would work hard to care for him. This she could do. Isaac paused in front of a tidy Japanese restaurant that served noodles. Have you ever had udon? He raised his eyebrows. She shook her head no. He led her inside. The customers there were Japanese, and she was the only female. The owner, a Japanese man in a spotless apron, greeted them in Japanese. The couple bowed. Isaac asked for a table for two in Japanese, and the owner relaxed upon hearing his language spoken so well. They chatted amiably, and the owner offered them seats at the edge of the communal table near the door with no one beside them. Isaac and Sonja sat opposite each other, making it impossible to avoid each other's faces. Sonja couldn't read the hand-painted menus on the plywood walls, but recognized some of the Japanese numbers. Office workers and shopkeepers sat on 3 long tables covered in wax cloths and slurped from their steaming bowls of soupy noodles. A Japanese boy with a shaved head went around pouring brown tea from a heavy brass kettle. He tipped his head to her slightly. I've never been to a restaurant before, she found herself saying more out of surprise than from a wish to talk. I haven't been to many myself. This place looks clean, though. My father said that's important when you eat outside your home. Isaac smiled, wanting Sonia to feel more comfortable. The warmth of being inside had brought color to her face. Are you hungry? Sonja nodded. She hadn't eaten anything that morning. Isaac ordered 2 bowls of udon for them. It's like kalguksu, but the broth is different. I thought maybe you might like it. I'm sure it's sold everywhere in Osaka. Everything there will be new for us. More and more, Isaac liked the idea of having her go with him. Sonja had heard many stories about Japan from Hansu already, but she couldn't tell Isaac this. Hansu had said that Osaka was an enormous place where you'd hardly ever see the same person twice. As he talked, Isaac observed her. Sonja was a private person. Even at the house, she did not talk much to the girls who worked there or even to her mother. Was she always this way? He wondered. It was hard to imagine that she'd had a lover. Isaac spoke to her quietly, not wishing to be heard by the others. Sonja, do you think you could care for me? As your husband? Isaac clasped his hands as if in prayer. Yes. The answer came quickly because this felt true to her. She cared for him now, and she didn't want him to think otherwise. Isaac felt light and clean inside, as if his diseased lungs had been scoured back to health. He took a breath. I expect it will be difficult, but would you try to forget him? There. He said it. They would not have secret thought. Sonja winced, not having expected him to speak of this. I'm not different from other men. I have my pride, which I know is probably wrong. He frowned. But I'll love this child, and I will love you and honor you. I'll do my best to be a good wife. Thank you, he said. He hoped he and Sonja would be close, the way his parents were. When the noodles arrived, he bowed to say grace, and Sonja laced her fingers together, copying his movements. Chapter 10. A week later. Yangjin. Sanja and Isak took the morning ferry to Busan. The women wore freshly laundered hanbok made of white hemp beneath padded winter jackets. Isak's suit and coat had been brushed clean and his shoes polished bright. Pastor Shin was expecting them after breakfast. Upon their arrival, the church servant recognized Isak and led them to Pastor Shin's office. "You're here," the elder pastor said, rising from his seat on the floor. He spoke with a northern accent. Come in. Yang Jin and Sanja bowed deeply. They'd never been inside a church before. Pastor Shin was a thin man whose clothes were too big for him. The sleeve hems on his aging black suit were frayed, but the white collar at his throat was clean and well starched. His unwrinkled dark clothes appeared to flatten the bent C curve of his shoulders. The servant girl brought 3 floor cushions for the guests and laid them near the brazier in the center of the poorly heated room. The 3 guests stood awkwardly until Pastor Shin took his seat. Isak was seated beside Pastor Shin and Yang Jin and Sunja opposite the elder minister. Once they were seated, no one spoke, waiting for Pastor Shin to lead the meeting with a prayer. After he finished, the elder pastor took his time to assess the young woman whom Isak planned to marry. He'd been thinking a great deal about her since the young pastor's last visit. In preparation for the interview, Shin had even reread the book of Hosea. The elegant young man in his charcoal woolen suit contrasted dramatically with the stocky girl. Sunja's face was round and plain, and her eyes were lowered either in modesty or shame. Nothing in her prosaic appearance conjured up the harlot the prophet Hosea had been forced to marry. She was, in fact, unremarkable in her manner. Pastor Shin didn't believe in reading faces to determine a person's fate as his own father had. But if he were to filter her destiny through his father's eyes, it didn't look as if her life would be easy, but neither was it cursed. He glanced at her stomach, but he couldn't tell her condition under the full chima and her coat. "How do you feel about going to Japan with Isak?" the elder pastor asked Sanja. Sanja looked up, then looked down. She wasn't sure what it was that ministers did exactly or how they exercised their powers. Pastor Shin and Pastor Isak weren't likely to fall into spells like male shamans or chant like monks. "I'd like to hear what you think," Shin said, his body leaning in toward her. "Please say something. I wouldn't want you to leave my office without my having heard your voice." Isak smiled at the women, not knowing what to make of the elder pastor's stern tone of voice. He wanted to assure them that the pastor was well-meaning. Yang Jin placed her hand gently on her daughter's knee. She'd expected some sort of questioning, but she hadn't realized until now that Pastor Shin thought badly of them. "Sanjaya, tell Pastor Shin what you think about marrying Bake Isak," Yang Jin said. Sanja opened her mouth, then closed it. She opened it again, her voice tremulous. "I'm very grateful to Pastor Bake for his painful sacrifice. I will work very hard to serve him. I will do whatever I can to make his life in Japan better." Isak frowned. He could see why she'd say this, but all the same, Sinja's sentiment saddened him. "Yes." The elder pastor clasped his hands together. "This is indeed a painful sacrifice. Isak is a fine young man from a good family, and it cannot be easy for him to undertake this marriage, given your situation." Isak lifted his right hand slightly in a weak protest, but he kept quiet in deference to his elder. If Pastor Shin refused to marry them, his parents and teachers would be troubled. Pastor Shin said to Sanja, "You've brought this condition upon yourself. Is this not true?" Isak couldn't bear to look at her hurt expression and wanted to take the women back to the boarding house. "I made a serious mistake. I'm very sorry for what I have done to my mother and for the burden I made for the good pastor." Tears filled Sunja's dark eyes. She looked even younger than she normally did. Yangjin took her daughter's hand and held it. Not knowing if it was right or wrong, she broke into sobs herself. Pastor Shin, she is suffering so much already, Isek blurted out. She must recognize her sin and wish to be forgiven. If she asks, our Lord will forgive her. Shin said each word thoughtfully. I suppose she would want that. Isek had not wanted Sonia to turn to God in this way. Love for God, he'd thought, should come naturally and not out of fear of punishment. Pastor Shin looked hard at Sunja. Do you, Sunja? Do you want to be forgiven for your sin? Pastor Shin didn't know if the girl knew what sin was. In the young man's exuberance to be a kind of martyr or prophet. Had Isak explained any of this to her? How could he marry a sinful woman who would not turn from sin? And yet this was precisely what God had asked the prophet Hosea to do. Did Isak understand this? To have been with a man without marrying is a sin in the eyes of God. Where is this man? Why must Isak pay for your sin? Shin asked. Sunja tried to mop up the tears on her flushed cheeks using her jacket sleeve. In the corner, the deaf servant girl could make out some of what was being said by reading their lips. She withdrew a clean cloth from her overcoat pocket and gave it to Sunja. She gestured to Sunja to wipe her face, and Sunja smiled at her. Pastor Shin sighed. Although he didn't want to upset the girl any further, he felt compelled to protect the earnest young minister. Where is the father of your child, Sunja? Pastor Shin asked. She does not know, Pastor Shin. Yangjin replied, though she was curious to know the answer herself. She is very sorry for this. Yangjin turned to her daughter. Tell the pastor, tell him that you want forgiveness from the Lord. Neither Yangjin nor Sunja knew what that would mean. Would there be a ritual like when you gave the shaman a sow and money to make the crops grow? Baek Usak had never once mentioned this thing about forgiveness. Could you forgive me? Sonja asked the older minister. Pastor Shin felt pity for the child. Sunja, it's not up to me to forgive you, he replied. I don't understand, she said, finally looking directly at Pastor Shin's face, unable to keep her eyes lowered. Her nose was running. Sunja, all you have to do is ask the Lord to forgive you. Jesus has paid our debts, but you still have to ask for forgiveness. Promise that you'll turn from sin. Repent, child, and sin no more. Pastor Shin could sense that she wanted to learn. He felt something inside, and he was reminded of the infant within her who had done nothing wrong. Then Shin recalled Gomer, Hosea's harlot wife, who remained unrepentant and later cheated on him again. He frowned. I'm very sorry, Sonja repeated. I won't do it again. I will never be with another man. It makes sense that you'd want to marry this young man. Yes, he wants to marry you and to take care of the child, but I don't know if this is prudent. I worry that he is perhaps too idealistic. His family isn't here, and I need to make sure that he will be all right. Sunja nodded in agreement, her sobs subsiding. Yangjin gulped, having feared this ever since Baek Isak had mentioned that they'd need to speak with Pastor Shin. Pastor Shin, I believe Sunja will be a good wife, Isak pleaded. Please marry us, sir, I'd like your blessing. You speak from deep and wise concern, but I believe this is the Lord's wish. I believe this marriage will benefit me as much as it will benefit Sunja and the child. Pastor Shin exhaled. Do you know how difficult it is to be a pastor's wife? He asked Sunja. Sunja shook her head no. Her breathing was more normal now. Have you told her? He asked Asa. I'll be the associate pastor. I don't expect that much will be expected of her. The congregation isn't large. Sunja is a hard worker and learns quickly, Isaac said. He had not thought much about this, however. The pastor's wife at his home church in Pyongyang had been a great lady. A tireless woman who'd borne 8 children, worked alongside her husband to care for orphans and to serve the poor. When she died, the parishioners had wailed as if they'd lost their own mother. Isak, Sunja, and Yangjin sat quietly, not knowing what else to do. You must swear that you'll be faithful to this man. If you're not, you'll bring far greater shame on your mother and your dead father than what you've already done. You must ask the Lord for forgiveness, child, and ask him for faith and courage as you make your new home in Japan. Be perfect, child. Every Korean must be on his best behavior over there. They think so little of us already. You cannot give them any room to think worse of us. One bad Korean ruins it for thousands of others, and one bad Christian hurts tens of thousands of Christians everywhere, especially in a nation of unbelievers. Do you understand my meaning? I want to, she said. And I want to be forgiven, sir. Pastor Shin got on bended knees and placed his right hand on her shoulder. He prayed at length for her and Isak. When he finished, he got up and made the couple rise and married them. The ceremony was over in minutes. While Pastor Shin went with Isak and Sunja to the municipal offices and the local police station to register their marriage, Yangjin made her way to the shopping street. Her steps rapid and deliberate. She felt like running. At the wedding ceremony, there were many words she had not understood. It was preposterous and ungrateful for her to have wished for a better outcome under the circumstances, but Yangjin, no matter how practical her nature, had hoped for something nicer for her only child. Although it made sense to marry at once, she hadn't known that the wedding would take place today. Her own perfunctory wedding had taken minutes also. Perhaps it didn't matter, she told herself. When Yangjin reached the sliding door of the rice shop, she knocked on the wide frame of the entrance prior to entering. The store was empty of customers. A striped cat was slinking about the rice seller's straw shoes and purring happily. "Dear Jimoni, it's been a long time," Cho greeted her. The rice seller smiled at Huni's widow. There was more gray in her bun than he remembered. "Aisha Yose, hello. I hope your wife and girls are well." He nodded. "Could you sell me some white rice?" "Wah. You must have an important guest staying with you. I'm sorry, but I don't have any to sell. You know where it all goes," he said. "I have money to pay," she said, putting down the drawstring purse on the counter between them. It was Sunja who had embroidered the yellow butterflies on the blue canvas fabric of the purse, a birthday present from 2 years back. The blue purse was half full, and Yangjin hoped it was enough. Chayu grimaced. He didn't want to sell her the rice because he had no choice but to charge her the same price he would charge a Japanese. "I have so little stock, and when the Japanese customers come in and there isn't any, I get into very hot water. You understand. Believe me, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you." "Ajiarsi, my daughter, married today," Yangjin said, trying not to cry. "Sunja? Who did she marry?" He could picture the little girl holding her crippled father's hand. "I didn't know she was betrothed." "Today? The guest from the north. The one with tuberculosis? That's crazy. Why would you let your daughter marry a man who has such a thing? He's going to drop dead any minute. He'll take her to Osaka. Her life will be less difficult for her than living at a boarding house with so many men," she said, hoping this would be the end of it. She wasn't telling him the truth, and Cho knew it. The girl must have been 16 or 17. Sunja was a few years younger than his second daughter. It was a good time for a girl to marry, but why would he marry her? Jun, the cool man, had said he was a fancy sort from a rich family. She also had diseases in her blood. Who wanted that? Though there weren't as many girls in Osaka, he supposed. Did he make a good offer? Cho asked, frowning at the little purse. Kim Yang-jin couldn't have given a man like that any kind of decent dowry. The boarding house woman would barely have a few brass coins left after she fed those hungry fishermen and the two poor sisters she shouldn't have taken in. His own daughters had married years ago. Last year, the younger one's husband had run away to Manchuria because the police were after him for organizing demonstrations, so now Cho fed this great patriot's children by selling his finest inventory to rich Japanese customers whom his son-in-law had been so passionate about expelling from the nation. If his Japanese customers refused to patronize him, Cho's shop would shut down tomorrow and his family would starve. "Do you need enough rice for a wedding party?" he asked, unable to fathom how the woman would pay for such a thing. "No, just enough for the two of them." Cho nodded at the small, tired woman standing in front of him who wouldn't meet his eyes. "I don't have much to sell," he repeated. "I want only enough for the bride and groom's dinner for them to taste white rice again before they leave home." Yanjin's eyes welled up in tears, and the rice seller looked away. Cho hated seeing women cry. His grandmother, mother, wife, and daughters, all of them cried endlessly. Women cried too much, he thought. His older daughter lived on the other side of town with a man who worked as a printer, and his younger one and her 3 children lived at home with him and his wife. As much as the rice seller complained about the expensive upkeep of his daughter and grandchildren, he worked hard and did the bidding of any Japanese customer who'd pay the top price because he could not imagine not providing for his family. He could not imagine having his girls live far away in a nation where Koreans were treated no better than barn animals. He couldn't imagine losing his flesh and blood to the sons of bitches. Yang Jin counted out the yen notes and placed them on the wooden tray on the counter beside the abacus. "A small bag if you have it. I want them to eat their fill. Whatever's left over, I'll make them some sweet cake." Yang Jin pushed the tray of money toward him. If he still said no, then she would march into every rice shop in Busan so her daughter could have white rice for her wedding dinner. Cakes. Cho crossed his arms and laughed out loud. How long had it been since he heard women talking of cakes made of white rice? Such days felt so distant. "I suppose you'll bring me a piece." She wiped her eyes as the rice seller went to the storeroom to find the bit he'd squirreled away for occasions such as these. Chapter 11. Osaka, April 1933. At last, the lodgers had relented and allowed their work clothes to be washed. The smell was no longer bearable even to themselves. Carrying 4 enormous bundles, Bakho, Dakho, and Sanja went to the cove. Their long skirts gathered up and tied, the women crouched by the stream and set up their washboards. The icy water froze their small hands. The skin on them thickened and rough from years of work. With all her might, Bakho scrubbed the wet shirts on the ridged wooden board while her younger sister Dakho sorted the remainder of the filthy clothing beside her. Sanja was tackling a pair of dark trousers belonging to one of the Chung brothers, stained with fish blood and gut. "Do you feel different being married?" Doki asked. The girls had been the first to be told the news immediately after the marriage was registered. They'd been even more astonished than the lodgers. "Has he called you Yobo?" Doki looked up from her work for Sanja's reaction. She would have chided her sister's impertinence, but she was curious herself. "Not yet," Sanja said. The marriage had taken place 3 days ago, but for lack of space, Sanja still slept in the same room with her mother and the servant girls. "I'd like to be married," Doki said. Boki laughed. "Who'd marry girls like us?" "I would like to marry a man like Pastor Isak," Doki said without blinking. "He's so handsome and nice. He looks at you with such kindness when he talks to you. Even the lodgers respect him, even though he doesn't know anything about the sea. Have you noticed that?" This was true. Routinely, the lodgers made fun of upper-class people who went to schools, but they liked Isak. It was still difficult for Sunja to think of him as her husband. Volki slapped her sister's forearm. "You're crazy. A man like that would never marry you. Get these stupid ideas out of your head." "But he married Sunja. She's different." "You and I are servants," Volki said. Doki rolled her eyes. "What does he call you then?" "He calls me Sunja," she said, feeling freer to talk. Before Hansu, Sunja had chatted more often with the sisters. "Are you excited about going to Japan?" Boki asked. She was more interested in living in a city than being married, which seemed like a horrible thing. Her grandmother and mother had been more or less worked to death. She had never once heard her mother laugh. "The men said that Osaka is a busier place than Busan or Seoul. Where will you live?" Boki asked. "I don't know. At Pastor Isak's brother's house, I guess." Sunja was still thinking about Hansu and how he might be nearby. More than anything, she was afraid of running into him. Yet it would be worse, she thought, never to see him at all. Boki peered into Sunja's face. "Are you afraid of going?" "You mustn't be. I think you're going to have a wonderful life there." The men said there are electric lights everywhere, on trains, cars, streets, and in all the houses. They said Osaka has all the things you could possibly want to buy in stores. "Maybe you'll become rich and you can send for us. We can keep a boarding house there." Boki was amazed at such a prospect that she had just invented for them. They must need boarding houses too. "Your mother can cook and we can clean and wash." "You think I have crazy thoughts in my head?" Doki slapped her sister's shoulder, leaving a wet handprint on her sister's jacket sleeve. Sunja had difficulty wringing out the wet trousers because they were so heavy. "Can a minister's wife be rich?" Sunja asked. "Maybe the minister will make lots of money," Doki said. "And his parents are rich, right?" "How do you know that?" Sunja asked. Her mother had said that Isak's parents owned some land, but many of the landowners had been selling off their plots to the Japanese to pay the new taxes. "I don't know if we'll have much money. It doesn't matter. His clothes are so nice and he's educated," Doki said, not clear as to how people had money. Sunja started to wash another pair of trousers. Doki glanced at her sister. "Can we give it to her now?" Baki nodded, wanting to take Sunja's mind off leaving. The girl looked anxious and sad, nothing like a happy bride. "You're like a little sister to us, but you've always felt older, because you're smart and patient," Boki said, smiling. "When you're gone, who'll defend me when I get a scolding from your mother?" "You know my sister won't do anything," Doki added. Sunja laid aside the pants she was washing by the rocks. The sisters had been with her ever since her father had died. She couldn't imagine not living with them. "We wanted to give you something." Doki held out a pair of ducks carved out of acacia wood hanging from a red silk cord. They were the size of a baby's hand. "The OGLC at the market said, 'Ducks mate for life.'" Boki said, "Maybe you can come back home in a few years and bring home your children to show us. I'm good at taking care of babies. I raised Doki almost by myself, although she can be naughty." Doki pushed up her nostrils with her index finger to make a piggy face. "Lately, you've been looking so unhappy." "We know why," Doki said. Sunja was holding the ducks in her hand, and she looked up. "You miss your father," Boki said. The sisters had lost their parents as little girls. Boki's broad face broke into a sad smile. Her tiny, gracious eyes, which resembled tadpoles, pulled downward to meet her knobby cheekbones. The sisters had almost identical faces. The younger one was shorter and slightly plump. Sunja wept and Doki folded her into her strong arms. Abuji, my Abuji, Sunja said quietly. It's all right, Balki said, patting Sunja on the back. You have a kind husband now. Yangjin packed her daughter's things herself. Every article of clothing was folded with care, then stacked in a broad square of fabric to form a manageable bundle. The fabric corners were tied neatly into a loop handle. In the days before the couple left, Yangjin kept thinking that she'd forgotten something, forcing her to unpack one of the 4 bundles and repeat the process. She wanted to send more pantry items like dried jujubes, chili flakes, chili paste, large dried anchovies, and fermented soybean paste, to give to Isak's sister-in-law. But Isak told her that they could not carry too much on the ferry. We can purchase things there, he assured her. Bakhi and Dakhi remained at the house on the morning Yangjin. Sunja and Isak went to the Busan ferry terminal. The goodbyes with the sisters were difficult. Dokhi cried inconsolably, afraid that Yangjin might leave for Osaka and abandon the sisters in Yeongdo. The Busan ferry terminal was a utilitarian brick and wooden structure that had been built hastily. Passengers, family members who'd come to see them off, and hawkers milled around noisily in the crowded terminal. Immense lines of passengers waited to show their papers to the police and immigration officials before embarking on the Busan ferry to Shimonoseki. While Isak stood in line to speak to the police, the women sat on a bench nearby, ready to spring up in case he needed anything. The large ferry was already docked and waiting for the passengers' inspections to be completed. The algae scent of the sea mingled with the fuel smells of the ferry. Sunja had been queasy since morning and she looked sallow and exhausted. She had vomited earlier and had nothing left in her stomach. Yangjin held the smallest bundle close to her chest. When would she see her daughter again, she wondered. The whole world felt broken. What was better for Sunja and the child no longer seemed to matter. Why did they have to go? Yangjin would not be able to hold her grandchild. Why couldn't she go with them? There must be work for her in Osaka, she reasoned. But Yangjin knew she had to stay. It was her responsibility to care for her in-laws' graves and her husband's. She couldn't leave Honi. Besides, where would she stay in Osaka? Sunja doubled over slightly, emitting a little cry of pain. Are you okay? Sunja nodded. I saw the gold watch, Yangjin said. Sunja folded her arms and hugged herself. Was it from that man? Yes, Sunja said, not looking at her mother. What kind of man can afford something like that? Sunja didn't reply. There were only a few men left in front of Isak in the line. Where is the man who gave you the watch? He lives in Osaka. What? Is that where he's from? He's from Jeju, but he lives in Osaka. I don't know if that's where he is now. Are you planning on seeing him? No. You cannot see this man, Sunja. He abandoned you. He's not good. He's married? Yangjin took a breath. Sunja could hear herself talking to her mother. Yet it felt like she was another person. I didn't know he was married. He didn't tell me. Yangjin sat still with her mouth opened slightly. At the market, some Japanese boys were bothering me and he told them off. Then we became friends. It felt natural to speak of him finally. She was always thinking of him, but there had been no one to talk about him with. He wanted to take care of me and the baby, but he couldn't marry me. He said he had a wife and 3 children in Japan. Yangjin took her daughter's hand. You cannot see him. That man, Yangjin pointed at Isak. That man saved your life. He saved your child. You're a member of his family. I've no right to ever see you again. Do you know what that's like for a mother? Soon you'll be a mother. I hope that you'll have a son who won't have to leave you when he marries. Sunja nodded. The watch. What will you do with it? I'll sell it when I get to Osaka. Yang Jin was satisfied with this answer. Save it for an emergency. If your husband asks where you got it, tell him that I gave it to you. Yang Jin fumbled with the purse tucked beneath her blouse. This belonged to your father's mother. Yang Jin gave her the 2 gold rings her mother-in-law had given her before she died. Try not to sell these unless you have to. You should have something in case you need money. You're a thrifty girl, but raising a child requires money. There will be things you can't expect, like doctor's visits. If it's a boy, you'll need fees for school. If the pastor doesn't give you money for the household, earn something and put aside savings for emergencies. Spend what you need, but just throw even a few coins into a tin and forget that you have it. A woman should always have something put by. Take good care of your husband, otherwise, another woman will. Treat your husband's family with reverence. Obey them. If you make mistakes, they'll curse our family. Think of your kind father, who always did his best for us. Yang Jin tried to think of anything else she was supposed to tell her. It was hard to focus. Sunja slipped the rings into the fabric bag beneath her blouse where she kept her watch and money. Oh, Moni, I'm sorry. I know. Yang Jin closed her mouth and stroked Sunja's hair. You are all I have. Now I have nothing. I will ask Pastor Isak to write to you when we arrive. Yes. And if you need anything, ask Isak to write me a letter in plain Korean, and I'll ask someone in town to read it for me. Yang Jin sighed. I wish we knew our letters. We know our numbers. And we can do sums. Father taught us. Yang Jin smiled. Yes, your father taught us. Your home is with your husband, Yang Jin said. This was what her father had told her when she married Huni. Never come home again, he'd said to her, but Yang Jin couldn't say this to her own child. Make a good home for him and your child. That's your job. They must not suffer. Isak returned, looking calm. Dozens of people had been turned away for lack of papers or fees, but Sunja and he were fine. Every item required had been satisfied. The officers could not trouble him. He and his wife could go. Chapter 13. After dinner, the 2 couples walked to the public bathhouse, where the men and women bathed separately. The bathers were Japanese mostly, and they refused to acknowledge Kyung-hee and Sunja. This had been expected. After scrubbing away the dirt of the long journey and having a long soak, Sunja felt elated. They put on clean undergarments beneath their street clothes and walked home, clean and ready to sleep. Yusub sounded hopeful. Yes, life in Osaka would be difficult, but things would change for the better. They'd make a tasty broth from stones and bitterness. The Japanese could think what they wanted about them, but none of it would matter if they survived and succeeded. There were 4 of them now, Kyung-hee said, and soon 5. They were stronger because they were together, right? She said. Kyung-hee linked arms with Sunja. They walked closely behind the men. Yosub warned his brother. Don't get mixed up in the politics, labor organizing, or any such nonsense. Keep your head down and work. Don't pick up or accept any of the independence movement or socialist tracts. If the police find that stuff on you, you'll get picked up and put in jail. I've seen it all. Isak had been too young and ill to participate in the March 1 independence movement, but many of its founding fathers had been graduates of his seminary in Pyongyang. Many of the seminary teachers had marched in. Are there many activists here? Isak whispered, though no one on the road was nearby. Yeah, I think so. More in Tokyo and some hiding out in Manchuria. Anyway, when those guys get caught, they die. If you're lucky, you get deported. But that's rare. You better not do any of that stuff under my roof. That's not why I invited you to Osaka. You have a job at the church. Isak stared at Yosub, who was raising his voice. You won't give the activists a minute, right? Yosub said sternly. It's not just you now. You have to think of your wife and child. Back home in Pyongyang, when Isak had been feeling strong enough to make the journey to Osaka, he had considered reaching out to the patriots fighting against colonization. Things were getting worse at home. Even his parents had been selling parcels of their property to pay taxes from the new land surveys. Yosub was sending them money now. Isak believed that it was Christ-like to resist oppression, but in a few months, everything had changed for Isak. These ideals seemed secondary to his job and Sunja. He had to think of the safety of others. Isak's silence worried Yuseb. The military police will harass you until you give up or die, Yuseb said. And your health, Isak. You have to be careful not to get sick again. I've seen men arrested here. It's not like back home. The judges here are Japanese. The police are Japanese. The laws aren't clear. And you can't always trust the Koreans in these independence groups. There are spies who work both sides. The poetry discussion groups have spies. And there are spies in churches too. Eventually, each activist is picked off like ripe fruit from the same stupid tree. They'll force you to sign a confession. Do you understand? Yuseb slowed down his walking. From behind, Young-hee touched her husband's sleeve. Yobo, you worry too much. Isak's not going to get mixed up in such things. Let's not spoil their first night. Yoseb nodded. But the anxiety in his body felt out of control, and warning his brother, even if it meant sounding hysterical, felt necessary to dissipate some of that worry. Yoseb remembered how good it was before the Japanese came. He was 10 years old when the country was colonized, and yet he couldn't do what their elder brother Samuel had done so bravely, fight and end up as a martyr. Protesting was for young men without families. Mother and father will kill me if you get sick again or get into trouble. That will be on your conscience. You want me dead? Isak swung his left arm around his elder brother's shoulder and embraced him. I think you've gotten shorter, Isak said, smiling. Are you listening to me? Yoseb said quietly. I promise to be good. I promise to listen to you. You mustn't worry so much. Your hair will gray or you will lose what's left of it. Yoseb laughed. This was what he had needed, to have his younger brother near him. It was good to have someone who knew him this way, and to be teased even. His wife was a treasure, but it was different to have this person who'd known you almost from birth. The thought of losing Isak to the murky world of politics had scared him into lecturing his younger brother on his first night in Osaka. A real Japanese bath. It's wonderful, Isak said. It's a great thing about this country, isn't it? Yoseb nodded, praying inside that Isak would never come to any harm. His unqualified pleasure at his brother's arrival was short-lived. He hadn't realized what it would mean to worry about another person in this way. On their walk home, Kyung-hee told Isak and Sunja about the famous noodle shops near the train station and promised to take them. Once they returned to the house, Kyung-hee turned on the lights, and Sunja remembered that this was now where she lived. The street outside was quiet and dark, and the tiny shack was lit with a clean, bright warmth. Isak and Sunja went to their room, and Kyung-hee said goodnight, closing the panel door behind them. Their windowless room was just big enough for a futon and a steamer trunk converted into a dresser. Fresh paper covered the low walls. The tamimats had been brushed and wiped down by hand, and Hyung-hee had plumped up the quilts with new cotton padding. The room had its own kerosene heater, a mid-priced model that was nicer than the one in the main room, where Kyung-hee and Yusep slept, and it emitted a steady, calming hum. Isak and Sunja would sleep on the same pallet. Before Sunja left home, her mother had spoken to her about sex, as if everything was new to her. She explained what a husband expected, and she said that relations were allowed when pregnant. Do what you can to please your husband. Men need to have sex. A single electric bulb hung from the ceiling and cast a pale glow about the room. Sunja glanced at it, and Isak looked up too. You must be tired, he said. I'm fine. Sunja crouched down to open up the folded pallet and quilt on the floor. What would it be like to sleep beside Isak, who was now her husband? The bed was made up quickly, but they were still wearing street clothes. Sunja pulled out her night clothes from her clothing bundle. A white muslin nightgown her mother had fashioned from 2 old slips. How would she change? She knelt by the pallet, the gown in her hands. Would you like me to turn out the light? He asked. Yes. Isak pulled the chain cord, and the switch made a loud clicking sound. The room was still suffused with the dim glow from the adjoining room, separated by a paper screen door. On the other side of the thin wall was the street. Pedestrians talked loudly. The pigs next door squealed now and then. It felt like the street was inside rather than out. Isak removed his clothes, keeping on his underwear to sleep in. Intimate garment Sunja had already seen since she'd been doing his wash for months. She had already seen him vomit, have diarrhea, and cough up blood, aspects of illness that no young wife should have had to witness so early on in a relationship. In a way, they'd been living together longer and more intimately than most people who got married, and each had seen the other in deeply compromised situations. They shouldn't feel nervous around the other, he told himself, and yet Isak was uncomfortable. He had never slept next to a woman, and though he knew what should happen, he was not entirely sure of how it should begin. Sunja removed her day clothes. At the bathhouse under the electric lights, she had been alarmed by the darkening vertical stripe reaching from her pubis to the base of her round, sloping breasts. She put on her nightgown. Like children fresh from their baths, Isak and Sunja slipped quickly beneath the blue and white quilt, carrying with them the scent of soap. Sunja wanted to say something to him, but she didn't know what. They'd started off with him being ill, her having done something shameful, and him saving her. Perhaps here in their new home they could each begin again. Lying in this room that Young-hee had made for them, Sunja felt hopeful. It occurred to her that she'd been trying to bring Han-soo back by remembering him, but that didn't make sense. She wanted to devote herself to Isak and her child. To do that, she would have to forget Han-soo. Your family is very kind. I wish you could meet my parents, too. Father is like my brother, good-natured and honest. My mother is wise. She seems reserved, but she'd protect you with her life. She thinks Kyung-hee is right about everything and always takes her side. He laughed quietly. Sunja nodded, wondering how her mother was. Isak leaned his head closer to her pillow and she held her breath. Could he have desire for her? She wondered. How was that possible? Isak noticed that when Sunja worried, she furrowed her brow like she was trying to see better. He liked being with her. She was capable and level-headed. She was not helpless, and that was appealing because, although he wasn't helpless himself, Isak knew that he was not always sensible. Her competence would be good for what his father had once termed Isak's impractical nature. Their journey from Busan would have been difficult for anyone, let alone a pregnant woman, but she hadn't whimpered a complaint or spoken a cross word. Whenever he forgot to eat or drink or to put on his coat, she reminded him with no trace of rebuke. Isak knew how to talk with people, to ask questions, and to hear the concerns in a person's voice. She seemed to understand how to survive, and this was something he did not always know how to do. He needed her. A man needed a wife. I feel well today. My chest doesn't have that pulling feeling, he said. Maybe it was the bath. And that good dinner. I don't remember having eaten so well. We had white rice twice this month. I feel like a rich person. Isak laughed. I wish I could get white rice for you every day. In the service of the Lord, Isak wasn't supposed to care about what to eat, where to sleep, or what to wear, but now that he was married, he thought he ought to care about her needs. No, I didn't mean that. I was just surprised by it. It's not necessary for us to eat such luxurious things. Sunja berated herself privately, not wanting him to think that she was spoiled. I like white rice too, he said, though he rarely gave much thought to what he ate. He wanted to touch her shoulder to comfort her and wouldn't have hesitated if they were dressed, but lying so close and wearing so little, he kept his hands by his sides. She wanted to keep talking. It felt easier to whisper to him in the dark. It had felt awkward to talk on the ferry or train when all they had was time for longer conversations. Your brother is very interesting. My mother had mentioned that he told funny stories and made father laugh. I shouldn't have favorites, but he's always been my closer sibling. When we were growing up, he was scolded a lot because he hated going to school. Brother had trouble with reading and writing, but he's good with people and has a remarkable memory. He never forgets anything he hears and can pick up most languages after just a little while of hearing it. He knows some Chinese, English, and Russian too. He's always been good at fixing machines. Everyone in our town loved him, and no one wanted him to go to Japan. My father wanted him to be a doctor. But of course that wasn't possible if he wasn't good at sitting still and studying. The schoolmasters chastised him all the time for not trying hard enough. He used to wish that he was the one who was sick and had to stay home. Schoolmasters came to the house to teach me my lessons, and sometimes he'd get me to do his work for him when he'd skip school to go fishing or swimming with his buddies. I think he left for Osaka to avoid fighting with father. He wanted to make a fortune, and he knew he'd never be a doctor. He couldn't see how he'd ever make any money in Korea when honest Koreans were losing property every day. Neither of them spoke, and they listened to the street noises. A woman yelling at her children to come inside. A group of tipsy men singing off-key, ararang, ararang, arario. Soon they could hear Yoseb's snoring and Kyung-hee's light, steady breathing as if they were lying beside them. Isak put his right hand on her belly but felt no movement. She never spoke about the baby, but Isak often wondered what must be happening to the growing child. A child is a gift from the Lord, he said. It must be, I think. Your stomach feels warm, he said. The skin on the palms of her hands was rough with calluses, but the skin on her belly was smooth and taut like fine fabric. He was with his wife, and he should have been more sure of himself, but he wasn't. Between his legs his cock had grown to its full measure. This thing that had happened to him each morning since he was a boy felt different now that he was lying beside a woman. Of course he had imagined what this might be like, but what he hadn't anticipated was the warmth, the nearness of her breath, and the fear that she might dislike him. His hand covered her breast, its shape plush and heavy. Her breath changed. Sunja tried to relax. Hansu had never touched her like this with such care and gentleness. When she'd met him at the cove, sex was initiated in haste, with her not knowing what it was supposed to mean. The awkward thrusting, his face changing with relief and gratitude, then the need to wash her legs in cold seawater. He used to stroke her jawline and neck with his hands. He had liked to touch her hair. Once he wanted her to tow her hair out of her braids and she did so, but it had made her late in returning home. Within her body his child was resting and growing, and he could not feel this because he was gone. Sunja opened her eyes. Isak's eyes were open too, and he was smiling at her, his hand rubbing her nipple. She quickened at his touch. Yobo, he said. He was her husband and she would love him. Chapter 13. After dinner, the two couples walked to the public bathhouse, where the men and women bathed separately. The bathers were Japanese mostly, and they refused to acknowledge Kyunghee and Sunja. This had been expected after scrubbing away the dirt of the long journey and having a long soak. Sunja felt elated. They put on clean undergarments beneath their street clothes and walked home, clean and ready to sleep. Yosub sounded hopeful. Yes, life in Osaka would be difficult, but things would change for the better. They'd make a tasty broth from stones and bitterness. The Japanese could think what they wanted about them, but none of it would matter if they survived and succeeded. There were 4 of them now, Kyunghee said, and soon 5. They were stronger because they were together. Right? She said. Kyunghee linked arms with Sunja. They walked closely behind the men. Yoseb warned his brother. Don't get mixed up in the politics, labor organizing, or any such nonsense. Keep your head down and work. Don't pick up or accept any of the independence movement or socialist tracks. If the police find that stuff on you, you'll get picked up and put in jail. I've seen it all. Isak had been too young and ill to participate in the March 1 independence movement, but many of its founding fathers had been graduates of his seminary in Pyongyang. Many of the seminary teachers had marched. Are there many activists here? Isak whispered, though no one on the road was nearby. Yeah, I think so. More in Tokyo and some hiding out in Manchuria. Anyway, when those guys get caught, they die. If you're lucky, you get deported, but that's rare. You better not do any of that stuff under my roof. That's not why I invited you to Osaka. You have a job at the church. Isak stared at Yoseb, who was raising his voice. You won't give the activists a minute, right? Yoseb said sternly. It's not just you now. You have to think of your wife and child. Back home in Pyongyang, when Isak had been feeling strong enough to make the journey to Osaka, he had considered reaching out to the patriots fighting against colonization. Things were getting worse at home. Even his parents had been selling parcels of their property to pay taxes from the new land surveys. Yoseb was sending them money now. Isak believed that it was Christ-like to resist oppression, but in a few months, everything had changed for Isak. These ideals seemed secondary to his job, and Sonja. He had to think of the safety of others. Isak's silence worried Yoseb. The military police will harass you until you give up or die, Yoseb said. And your health, Isak. You have to be careful not to get sick again. I've seen men arrested here. It's not like back home. The judges here are Japanese. The police are Japanese. The laws aren't clear. You can't always trust the Koreans in these independence groups. There are spies who work both sides. The poetry discussion groups have spies, and there are spies in churches too. Eventually, each activist is picked off like ripe fruit from the same stupid tree. They'll force you to sign a confession. Do you understand? Yoseb slowed down his walking. From behind, young Hee touched her husband's sleeve. Yobo, you worry too much. Isak's not going to get mixed up in such things. Let's not spoil their first night. Yoseb nodded, but the anxiety in his body felt out of control, and warning his brother, even if it meant sounding hysterical, felt necessary to dissipate some of that worry. Yoseb remembered how good it was before the Japanese came. He was 10 years old when the country was colonized, and yet he couldn't do what their elder brother Samuel had done so bravely, fight and end up as a martyr. Protesting was for young men without families. Mother and father will kill me if you get sick again or get into trouble. That will be on your conscience. You want me dead? Isak swung his left arm around his elder brother's shoulder and embraced him. I think you've gotten shorter, Isak said, smiling. Are you listening to me? Yoseb said quietly. I promise to be good. I promise to listen to you. You mustn't worry so much. Your hair will gray or you will lose what's left of it. Yusub laughed. This was what he had needed to have his younger brother near him. It was good to have someone who knew him this way and to be teased even. His wife was a treasure, but it was different to have this person who'd known you almost from birth. The thought of losing Isak to the murky world of politics had scared him into lecturing his younger brother on his first night in Osaka. A real Japanese bath. "It's wonderful," Isak said. "It's a great thing about this country, isn't it?" Yusub nodded, praying inside that Isak would never come to any harm. His unqualified pleasure at his brother's arrival was short-lived. He hadn't realized what it would mean to worry about another person in this way. On their walk home, Kyung-hee told Isak and Sunja about the famous noodle shops near the train station and promised to take them. Once they returned to the house, Kyung-hee turned on the lights, and Sunja remembered that this was now where she lived. The street outside was quiet and dark, and the tiny shack was lit with a clean, bright warmth. Isak and Sunja went to their room, and Kyung-hee said goodnight, closing the panel door behind them. Their windowless room was just big enough for a futon and a steamer trunk converted into a dresser. Fresh paper covered the low walls, the tatami mats had been brushed and wiped down by hand, and Kyung-hee had plumped up the quilts with new cotton padding. The room had its own kerosene heater, a mid-priced model that was nicer than the one in the main room where Kyung-hee and Yusub slept, and it emitted a steady, calming hum. Isak and Sunja would sleep on the same pallet. Before Sunja left home, her mother had spoken to her about sex as if everything was new to her. She explained what a husband expected, and she said that relations were allowed when pregnant. Do what you can to please your husband. Men need to have sex. A single electric bulb hung from the ceiling and cast a pale glow about the room. Sunja glanced at it, and Isak looked up too. "You must be tired," he said. "I'm fine." Sunja crouched down to open up the folded pallet and quilt on the floor. What would it be like to sleep beside Isak, who was now her husband? The bed was made up quickly, but they were still wearing street clothes. Sunja pulled out her nightclothes from her clothing bundle. A white muslin nightgown her mother had fashioned from 2 old slips. How would she change? She knelt by the pallet, the gown in her hands. "Would you like me to turn out the light?" he asked. "Yes." Isak pulled the chain cord, and the switch made a loud clicking sound. The room was still suffused with the dim glow from the adjoining room, separated by a paper screen door. On the other side of the thin wall was the street. Pedestrians talked loudly, the pigs next door squealed now and then. It felt like the street was inside rather than out. Isak removed his clothes, keeping on his underwear to sleep in, intimate garments Sunja had already seen since she'd been doing his wash for months. She had already seen him vomit, have diarrhea, and cough up blood, aspects of illness that no young wife should have had to witness so early on in a relationship. In a way, they'd been living together longer and more intimately than most people who got married, and each had seen the other in deeply compromised situations. They shouldn't feel nervous around the other, he told himself. And yet, Isak was uncomfortable. He had never slept next to a woman, and though he knew what should happen, he was not entirely sure of how it should begin. Sunja removed her day clothes. At the bathhouse, under the electric lights, she had been alarmed by the darkening vertical stripe reaching from her pubis to the base of her round, sloping breasts. She put on her nightgown. Like children fresh from their baths, Isak and Sunja slipped quickly beneath the blue and white quilt, carrying with them the scent of soap. Sunja wanted to say something to him, but she didn't know what. They'd started off with him being ill, her having done something shameful, and him saving her. Perhaps here in their new home they could each begin again. Lying in this room that Young-hee had made for them, Sunja felt hopeful. It occurred to her that she'd been trying to bring Hansu back by remembering him, but that didn't make sense. She wanted to devote herself to XVIII and her child. To do that, she would have to forget Hansu. Your family is very kind. I wish you could meet my parents too. Father is like my brother. Good-natured and honest. My mother is wise. She seems reserved. But she'd protect you with her life. She thinks Kyung-hee is right about everything and always takes her side. He laughed quietly. Sandra nodded, wondering how her mother was. Isak leaned his head closer to her pillow and she held her breath. Could he have desire for her? She wondered. How was that possible? Isak noticed that when Sunja worried, she furrowed her brow like she was trying to see better. He liked being with her. She was capable and level-headed. She was not helpless. And that was appealing because, although he wasn't helpless himself, Isak knew that he was not always sensible. Her competence would be good for what his father had once termed Isak's impractical nature. Their journey from Busan would have been difficult for anyone, let alone a pregnant woman. But she hadn't whimpered a complaint or spoken a cross word. Whenever he forgot to eat or drink or to put on his coat, she reminded him with no trace of rebuke. Isak knew how to talk with people, to ask questions, and to hear the concerns in a person's voice. She seemed to understand how to survive, and this was something he did not always know how to do. He needed her. A man needed a wife. I feel well today. My chest doesn't have that pulling feeling, he said. Maybe it was the bath. And that good dinner. I don't remember having eaten so well. We had white rice twice this month. I feel like a rich person. Isak laughed. I wish I could get white rice for you every day. In the service of the Lord, Isak wasn't supposed to care about what to eat, where to sleep, or what to wear, but now that he was married, he thought he ought to care about her needs. No, I didn't mean that. I was just surprised by it. It's not necessary for us to eat such luxurious things. Sunja berated herself privately, not wanting him to think that she was spoiled. I like white rice too, he said, though he rarely gave much thought to what he ate. He wanted to touch her shoulder to comfort her and wouldn't have hesitated if they were dressed. But lying so close and wearing so little, he kept his hands by his sides. She wanted to keep talking. It felt easier to whisper to him in the dark. It had felt awkward to talk on the ferry or train when all they had was time for longer conversations. Your brother is very interesting. My mother had mentioned that he told funny stories and made father laugh. I shouldn't have favorites. But he's always been my closer sibling. When we were growing up, he was scolded a lot because he hated going to school. Brother had trouble with reading and writing, but he's good with people and has a remarkable memory. He never forgets anything he hears and can pick up most languages after just a little while of hearing it. He knows some Chinese, English, and Russian too. He's always been good at fixing machines. Everyone in our town loved him and no one wanted him to go to Japan. My father wanted him to be a doctor, but of course that wasn't possible if he wasn't good at sitting still and studying. The schoolmasters chastised him all the time for not trying hard enough. He used to wish that he was the one who was sick and had to stay home. Schoolmasters came to the house to teach me my lessons, and sometimes he'd get me to do his work for him when he'd skip school to go fishing or swimming with his buddies. I think he left for Osaka to avoid fighting with father. He wanted to make a fortune and he knew he'd never be a doctor. He couldn't see how he'd ever make any money in Korea when honest Koreans were losing property every day. Neither of them spoke, and they listened to the street noises. A woman yelling at her children to come inside. A group of tipsy men singing off-key, "Arareng, arareng, arareo." Soon they could hear Yoseb's snoring and Hyung-hee's light, steady breathing, as if they were lying beside them. Isak put his right hand on her belly but felt no movement. She never spoke about the baby, but Isak often wondered what must be happening to the growing child. A child is a gift from the Lord, he said. It must be, I think. Your stomach feels warm, he said. The skin on the palms of her hands was rough with calluses. But the skin on her belly was smooth and taut, like fine fabric. He was with his wife, and he should have been more sure of himself, but he wasn't. Between his legs, his cock had grown to its full measure. This thing that had happened to him each morning since he was a boy felt different now that he was lying beside a woman. Of course, he had imagined what this might be like, but what he hadn't anticipated was the warmth, the nearness of her breath, and the fear that she might dislike him. His hand covered her breast, its shape plush and heavy. Her breath changed. Sunja tried to relax. Hansu had never touched her like this with such care and gentleness. When she'd met him at the cove, sex was initiated in haste, with her not knowing what it was supposed to mean, the awkward thrusting, his face changing with relief and gratitude. Then the need to wash her legs in cold seawater. He used to stroke her jawline and neck with his hands. He had liked to touch her hair. Once, he wanted her to take her hair out of her braids. And she did so, but it had made her late in returning home. Within her body, his child was resting and growing, and he could not feel this because he was gone. Sunja opened her eyes. Isak's eyes were open too, and he was smiling at her, his hand rubbing her nipple. She quickened at his touch. Yobo, he said. He was her husband, and she would love him. Chapter 14. Early next morning, using the map his brother Yusuf had drawn for him on a scrap of butcher paper, Isak found the Henguk Presbyterian Church, a slanted wooden frame house in the back streets of Ikaino, a few steps away from the main Shotengai. Its only distinguishing mark, a humble white cross painted on its brown wooden door. Sexton Hugh, a young Chinese man raised by Pastor Yu, led Isak to the church office. Pastor Yu was counseling a brother and sister. Hugh and Isak waited by the office door. The young woman was speaking in low tones, and Yu nodded sympathetically. Should I return later? Isak asked Hugh quietly. No, sir. Who, a matter-of-fact sort of person, examined the new minister carefully. Pastor Beg. Isak did not look very strong. Who was impressed by the man's obvious handsomeness, but who believed that a man in the prime of his life should have greater physical stature. Pastor Yu was once a much larger man, able to run long distances and play soccer skillfully. He was older now and diminished in size. He suffered from cataracts and glaucoma. Each morning, Pastor Yu has been asking for any word from you. We didn't know when you'd come. If we'd known that you were arriving yesterday, I would have come to pick you up at the station. Who was no older than 20. He spoke Japanese and Korean very well and had the mannerisms of a much older man, who wore a shabby white dress shirt with a blown-out collar tucked into a pair of brown woolen trousers. His dark blue sweater was knit from heavy wool and patched in places. He was wearing the winter remnants of Canadian missionaries who hadn't had much themselves. Isak turned away to cough. My child, who is that with you? Yu turned his head to the voices by the door and pushed up his heavy horn-rimmed eyeglasses closer to his face, though doing so hardly helped to sharpen his vision. Behind the milky gray cast clouding his eyes, his expression remained calm and certain. His hearing was acute. He could not make out the shapes by the door, but he knew that one of them was Hu, the Manchurian orphan who'd been left at the church by a Japanese officer, and that the man he was speaking with had an unfamiliar voice. It's Pastor Bake, Hugh said. The siblings seated on the floor by the pastor turned around and bowed. You felt impatient to end the meeting with the brother and sister who were no closer to a resolution. Come to me, Isiak. It's not so easy for me to reach you. Isaac obeyed. You have come at last. Hallelujah. You put his right hand lightly over Isaac's head. The Lord bless you, my dear child. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I arrived in Osaka last night, Isaac said. The elder pastor's unfocused pupils were ringed with silver. He wasn't blind, but the condition was severe. Despite his nearly lost vision, the minister appeared vigorous. His seated posture was straight and firm. My son, come closer. Isaac drew near, and the older man clasped Isaac's hands at first, then cradled his face between his thick palms. The brother and sister looked on without saying anything. By the transom of the door, Hugh sat on bended knees, waiting for Yu's next instruction. You were sent to me. Thank you for allowing me to come. I'm pleased that you're here at last. Did you bring your wife? Hugh read me your letter. She's at home today. She will be here on Sunday. Yes. The older man nodded. The congregation will be so pleased to have you here. Ah, you should meet this family. The siblings bowed again to Isaac. They'd noticed that the pastor looked happier than they'd ever seen him. They've come to see us about a family matter, Yu said to Isaac, then turned to the siblings. The sister did little to hide her irritation. The brother and sister were from a rural village in Jeju, and they were far less formal than young people from cities. The dark-skinned girl with the thick black hair was wholesome-looking. She was remarkably pretty while appearing very innocent. She wore a long-sleeved white shirt buttoned to the collar and a pair of indigo-colored mampe. This is the new associate pastor, Baek Isaac. Should we ask for his counsel, too? From the tone of Yu's voice, there was no possibility of the siblings' dissent. Isaac smiled at them. The sister was 20 or so. The brother was younger. The matter was complicated, but not out of the ordinary. The brother and sister had been arguing about money. The sister had been accepting gifts of money from a Japanese manager at the textile factory where she worked. Older than their father, the manager was married with 5 children. He took the sister to restaurants and gave her trinkets and cash. The girl sent the entire sum to their parents living with an indigent uncle back home. The brother felt it was wrong to take anything beyond her salary. The sister disagreed. What does he want from her? The brother asked Isaac bluntly. She should be made to stop. This is a sin. Yu craned his head lower, feeling exhausted by their intransigence. The sister was furious that she had to be here at all, having to listen to her younger brother's accusations. The Japanese took our uncle's farm. We can't work at home because there are no jobs. If a Japanese man wants to give me some pocket money to have dinner with him, I don't see the harm, the sister said. I'd take double what he gives me if I could. He doesn't give that much. He expects something, and he's cheap, said the brother, looking disgusted. I'd never let Yoshikawa-san touch me. I sit, smile, and listen to him talk about his family and his work. She didn't mention that she poured his drinks and wore the rouge that he bought for her, which she scrubbed off before coming home. He pays you to flirt with him. This is how a whore behaves. The brother was shouting now. Good women don't go to restaurants with married men. While we work in Japan, Father said I'm in charge and must watch out for my sister. What does it matter that she's older? She's a girl and I'm a man. I can't let this continue. I won't allow it. The brother was 4 years younger than his 19-year-old sister. They were living with a distant cousin in an overcrowded house in Ikaino. The cousin, an elderly woman, never bothered them as long as they paid their share of the rent. She didn't come to church, so Pastor Yu didn't know her. Father and mother are starving back home. Uncle can't feed his own wife and children. At this point, I'd sell my hands if I could. God wants me to honor my parents. It's a sin not to care for them. If I have to be disgraced, the girl started to cry. Isn't it possible that the Lord is providing Yoshikawa-san as our answer? She looked at Pastor Yu, who took the girl's hands into his and bent his head as if in prayer. It wasn't uncommon to hear rationalizations of this sort, the longing to transform bad deeds into good ones. No one ever wanted to hear that God didn't work that way. The Lord would never want a young woman to trade her body to follow a commandment. Sins couldn't be laundered by good results. Egu, you sighed. How difficult it must be to bear the weight of this world on your small shoulders. Do your parents know where you're getting this money? They think it's from my wages, but that barely covers our rent and expenses. My brother has to go to school. Mother told me that it's my responsibility for him to finish. He's threatening to quit his studies so he can work. But that's a foolish decision in the long run. Then we'll always be working these terrible jobs, without knowing how to read and write Japanese. Isak was astonished by her clarity. She had thought this through. He was half a dozen years older than she was, and he had not thought of such things. He'd never given his parents 1 cent of his wages, since he'd never earned money before. When he served briefly as a lay pastor at his church back home, he had gone without a salary, because the church had so little for the senior clergy, and the congregation had such great needs. He wasn't certain what he would earn here. When he received the call to work at this church, the terms hadn't been discussed. He'd assumed that his compensation would be enough to support him, and now his family. With money always in his pocket and more readily available when he asked his parents or brother, Isak hadn't bothered to figure out his earnings or his expenses. In the presence of these young people, Isak felt like a selfish fool. Pastor Yu, we want you to decide. She won't listen to me. I cannot control where she goes after work. If she keeps meeting with that goat, he'll do something terrible, and no one will care what happens to her. She'll listen to you, the brother said quietly. She has to. The sister kept her head down. She did not want Pastor Yu to think badly of her. Sunday mornings were very special to her. Church was the only place she felt good. She wasn't doing anything wrong with Yoshikawa-san, but she was certain that his wife didn't know about these meetings, and often he wanted to hold her hand. And though it didn't seem harmful, it didn't seem innocent either. Not long ago, he'd mentioned that she should accompany him to a marvelous onsen in Kyoto, but she had demurred, saying she had to take care of her brother's meals. We must support our family. This is true, you prefaced, and the sister appeared visibly relieved. But we have to be careful of your virtue. It is more valuable than money. Your body is a sacred temple where the Holy Spirit dwells. Your brother's concern is legitimate. Apart from our faith and speaking practically, if you are to marry, your purity and reputation are important too. The world judges girls harshly for improprieties and even accidents. It's wrong, but it is the way this sinful world works, you said. But he can't quit school, sir. I promised Mother, the sister said. He's young. He can go to school at a later time, you countered, though he knew this was not likely. At this, the brother perked up. He hadn't expected this suggestion. He hated school. The Japanese teachers thought he was stupid, and the kids taunted him daily for his clothes and accent. The brother planned on making as much money as possible so his sister could quit or work elsewhere, and so he could send money to Jeju. The young woman sobbed. You swallowed and said calmly, "You're right. It'd be better if your brother could go to school. Even for a year or two so he could know how to read and write. There's no better choice than education, of course. Our country needs a new generation of educated people to lead us. The sister quieted down, thinking the pastor might take her side. It wasn't that she wanted to continue seeing Yoshikawa, a silly old man who smelled of camphor, but she believed that her being here in Osaka had a noble purpose, that there was a respectable future for them if she worked and her brother went to school. Isaac listened to you in admiration, observing that the senior pastor was an exceptional counselor, at once sympathetic and powerful. Yoshikawa-san doesn't want anything but your company for now, but he may wish for other things later, and you'll find yourself in his debt. You'll feel the obligation. You may fear the loss of your job. Then it may be too late. You may think you're using him, but is that who we are? Shall we exploit because we have been exploited, my dear child? Zack nodded in agreement, gratified by the pastor's compassion and wisdom. He wouldn't have known what to say. Isaac, would you bless these children? You asked, and Isaac began to pray for them. The brother and sister left without argument, and no doubt would return on Sunday morning to worship. The sexton, who had disappeared, returned, bringing 3 large bowls of wheat noodles in a black bean sauce. The 3 men prayed before eating. They sat on the floor, their legs crossed, their hot lunches on top of the low dining table that Hugh had made from abandoned crates. The room was chilly, and it didn't help that there were no floor cushions. Isaac was surprised at himself for noticing this. He'd always believed that he was not the kind of person who cared about such niceties, but it was uncomfortable sitting on a concrete floor. Eat, son. Who is a fine cook. I'd go hungry without him, you said, and started to eat. Will the sister stop seeing him, do you think? Who asked Pastor Yu? If the girl gets pregnant, Yoshikawa will throw her away, and then there would be no school for the brother anyway. The manager is just one of those romantic old fools who wants to be with a young girl and to feel like he's in love. Soon he will need to lie with her, then eventually he will lose interest. Men and women are not very difficult to understand, you said. She must stop seeing the manager, and the brother must get a job. She should change her workplace immediately. Together they will make enough money to live and to send to their parents. Isaac was surprised by the pastor's change in tone. He sounded cold, almost haughty. Hugh nodded and ate his noodles quietly, as if he were ruminating deeply about this. Yu turned in Isaac's direction. I've seen this many times. Girls think they'll have the upper hand because these kinds of men seem so pliable, when in fact, the girls are the ones who end up paying bitterly for their mistakes. The Lord forgives, but the world does not forgive. Yes, Isaac murmured. How's your wife settling in? There's enough space at your brother's for you two. Yes. My brother has room. My wife is expecting a baby. So fast. How wonderful, you said with pleasure. That's wonderful, Hugh said excitedly, sounding young for the first time. Seeing all the small children running about in the back of the sanctuary was Hugh's favorite part of attending services. Before coming to Japan, he'd lived in a large orphanage, and he liked hearing children's voices. Where does your brother live? Only a few minutes from here. I understand that good housing is difficult to find. You laughed. No one will rent to the Koreans. As pastor, you'll get a chance to see how the Koreans live here. You can't imagine a dozen in a room that should be for 2. Men and families sleeping in shifts. Pigs and chickens inside homes. No running water. No heat. The Japanese think Koreans are filthy, but they have no choice but to live in squalor. I've seen aristocrats from Seoul, reduced to nothing, with no money for bathhouses, wearing rags for clothing, shoeless, and unable to get work as porters in the markets. There's nowhere for them to go. Even the ones with work and money can't find a place to live. Some are squatting illegally. The men who were brought here by Japanese companies, wouldn't they provide housing? There are camps attached to mines or larger factories in places like Hokkaido, but the camps aren't for families. The camps are no better. The conditions are deplorable, Yu said without emotion. Again, Yu's tone sounded unfeeling, and it surprised Isak. When the siblings had been there, Yu had seemed concerned about their hardship. Where do you live? Isak asked. I sleep in the office. In that corner. Yu pointed to the area beside the stove. And who sleeps in that corner? There are no pallets or bedding. They're in the cupboard. Ho makes the beds each night and clears them up in the morning. We could make room for you and your family if you need to stay here. That would be part of your compensation. Thank you, sir. But I think we are all right for now. Hugh nodded, though he would have liked to have had a baby living with them. The church building was too drafty for a child. And your meals? Ho fixes our meals on the stove at the back of the house. There's a sink with running water. The outhouse is by the back. The missionaries put those in, thankfully. You don't have a family? Isak asked you. My wife passed away 2 years after we arrived. That was 15 years ago. We never had children, you added. But who is a son to me? He is my blessing. And now you've arrived to bless us both. Hugh blushed, pleased by this mention. How are you with money? Yu asked. I meant to speak with you, Isak said, wondering if he should discuss this in front of Hugh, but realizing that Hugh had to be present to function as the pastor's eyes. Yu lifted his head and spoke firmly like a hard-nosed merchant. Your wages will be 15 yen per month. It isn't enough for one man to live on. Hugh and I don't take a salary. Just living expenses. Also, I can't guarantee 15 yen per month either. The Canadian churches send us some support, but it's not steady, and our congregation doesn't give much. Will you be all right? Isak didn't know what to say. He'd no idea what his contribution was to be for living at his brother's. He couldn't imagine asking his brother to support him and his wife and child. Can your family help? It had been part of Yu's calculation in hiring Isak. The boy's family owned land in Pyongyang. His references there had mentioned that the family had money, so Isak's salary would likely not be so important. They told him that he hadn't even asked for a salary when he served as a lay pastor. Isak was sickly and not a strong hire. Yu had been counting on Isak's family's financial support for the church. I cannot ask my brother for help, sir. Oh? Is that so? And my parents cannot help at this time. I see. Yu felt sorry for the young pastor, who looked both stunned and ashamed. Our parents have been selling their land in large parcels to pay taxes, and things are precarious now. My brother has been sending them money so they could get by. I think he may also be supporting my sister-in-law's family. Yu nodded. This had not been expected, though it made sense, of course. Isak's family was no different from the others who had been assessed egregiously by the colonial government. He'd been counting on Isak's being able to sustain himself, with his vision so heavily impaired. Yu needed a bilingual pastor to help him to write sermons as well as to deal with administrative matters with the local officials. There isn't enough from the offerings, I suppose, Isak said. No. Yu shook his head vigorously. There were 75 to 80 regular attendees on Sunday mornings, but it was really 5 or 6 of the better-off congregants who made up the lion's share of the giving. The rest could hardly afford 2 shabby meals a day. Hugh picked up the empty bowls from the table. The Lord has always provided for us, sir, Hugh said. Yes, my son. You've spoken well. Yu smiled at the young man, wishing he could have provided him with an education. The boy had such natural intelligence and tremendous aptitude. He would have made a fine scholar, even a pastor. "We will find a way," Yu said. "This must be very disappointing to you." His tone of voice sounded the way he had spoken to the sister earlier. "I'm grateful for this job, sir. I'll speak with my family about the salary." "Who is right, of course. The Lord will provide," Isaac said. "All I have needed thy hand hath provided. Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me," Pastor Yu sang in his rich tenor voice. "The Lord provided you for our church. Surely he will care for all of our material needs." Chapter 15. The summer had come fast. The Osaka sun felt hotter than the sun back home, and the brutal humidity slowed down Sunja's heavy movements. However, her workdays were easy, and until the baby came, she and Yoonghee had to care only for themselves and their husbands, who didn't come home until late in the evening. Isaac spent long days and nights at the church serving the needs of a growing congregation, and Yoseb managed the biscuit factory during the day and repaired machines in factories in Ikano in the evenings for extra money. The daily tasks of cooking, laundry, and cleaning for four were considerably less onerous than caring for a boarding house. Sunja's life felt luxurious in contrast to her old life in Busan. She loved spending the day with Hyung-hee, whom she called sister. After 2 brief months, they found themselves enjoying a close friendship, an unexpected gift for 2 women who'd neither expected nor asked for much happiness. Kyung-hee was no longer alone in the house all day, and Yoseb was grateful that Isaac had brought the boarding house daughter as his wife. In the minds of Yoseb and Hyung-hee, the cause of Sunja's pregnancy had long been settled with a rationalization of their making. The girl had been harmed through no fault of her own, and Isaac had rescued her because it was his nature to make sacrifices. No one asked her the particulars, and Sunja did not speak of the matter. Kyung-hee and Yosub hadn't been able to have children, but Hyung-hee was undeterred. Sarah in the Bible had a child in old age, and Hyung-hee didn't believe that God had forgotten her. A devout woman, she spent her time helping the poor mothers at the church. She was also a thrifty housewife, able to save every extra sen that her husband entrusted to her. It had been Hyung-hee's idea to buy the Ikeno house with the money Yosub's father had given him, combined with her dowry, even when Yosub had had his doubts. "Why would we pay rent to the landlord and have nothing left when the month is over?" she'd said. Because Kyung-hee stuck to a careful budget. They'd been able to send money to Yosub's parents and her own, both families having lost all of their arable land. Kyung-hee's dream was to own her own business selling kimchi and pickles at the covered market near Tsuruhashi Station, and when Sunja moved in, she finally had a person who'd listen to her plans. Yusub disapproved of her working for money. He liked coming home to a rested and pretty housewife who had his supper ready, an ideal reason for a man to work hard, he believed. Each day, Kyung-hee and Sunja made 3 meals, a hot, traditional breakfast with soup, a packed lunch for the men to take to work, and a hot dinner without refrigeration or the cold Pyongyang climate. Kyung-hee had to cook often to avoid waste. It was unusually warm for the beginning of summer, and the thought of making soup on the stone stove at the back of the house would have been unappealing to any normal housewife, but Kyung-hee didn't mind. She enjoyed going to the market and thinking about what to fix for their meals. Unlike most of the Korean women in Ikano, she spoke decent Japanese and was able to negotiate with the merchants for what she wanted. When Young-hee and Sunja entered the butcher shop, Tanaka-san, the tall young proprietor, snapped to attention and shouted, "Irashai," to welcome them. The butcher and his helper Koji were delighted to see the pretty Korean and her pregnant sister-in-law. They weren't big customers. In fact, they spent very little money, but they were steady, and as Tanaka's father and grandfather had taught him, the 8th generation of sons, to run the shop, the daily cumulative payments were more valuable than the infrequent outsized purchases. Housewives were the backbone of the business, and the Korean women couldn't fuss like the local women, which made them preferable customers. It was also rumored that one of his great-grandfathers may have been Korean or Barakumian, so the young butcher had been raised by his father and mother to be fair to all the customers. Times might have changed, to be sure, but butchery, which required touching dead animals, was still a shameful occupation. The chief reason given as to why the matchmaker had such difficulty arranging an omiai for him, and Tanaka couldn't help but feel a kind of kinship with foreigner. The men ogled Hyung-hee, altogether ignoring Sunja, who had by now grown used to this invisibility whenever the two went anywhere. Kyung-hee, who looked smart in her midi skirts and crisp white blouses, easily passing for a school teacher or a merchant's modest wife with her fine features, was welcomed in most places. Everyone thought she was Japanese until she spoke. Even then, the local men were pleasant to her. For the first time in her life, Sunja felt aware of her unacceptable plainness and inappropriate attire. She felt homely in Osaka. Her well-worn traditional clothes were an inevitable badge of difference, and though there were enough older and poorer Koreans in the neighborhood who wore them still, she had never been looked upon with scorn with such regularity, when she had never meant to call attention to herself. Within the settled boundaries of Ikaino, one would not be stared at for wearing a white hanbok, but outside the neighborhood and farther out from the train station, the chill against identifiable Koreans was obvious. Sunja would have preferred to wear Western clothes or mampei, but it would make no sense to spend money on fabric to sew new things now. Kyung-hee promised to make her new clothes after the baby was delivered. Kyung-hee bowed politely to the men, and Sunja retreated into the corner of the shop. "How can we help you today, Boku-san?" Tanaka-san asked. Even after 2 months, it still surprised Sunja to hear her husband's family name pronounced in its Japanese form, due to the colonial government's requirements. It was normal for Koreans to have at least 2 or 3 names, but back home she'd had little use for the Japanese Tume, Junko Kaneda, written on her identity papers because Sunja didn't go to school and had nothing to do with official business. Sunja was born a Kim, yet in Japan, where women went by their husband's family name, she was Sunja Baek, which was translated into Sunja Boku, and on her identity papers her Tume was now Junko Banda. When the Koreans had to choose a Japanese surname, Isak's father had chosen Bando because it had sounded like the Korean word banda, meaning objection, making their compulsory Japanese name a kind of joke. Kyung-hee had assured her that all these names would become normal soon enough. "What will you be cooking today, Boku-san?" the young owner asked. "May I please have shin bones and a bit of meat?" "I'm making soup," Kyung-hee said in her radio announcer-style Japanese. She regularly listened to Japanese programs to improve her accent. "Right away." Tanaka grabbed 3 large hunks of shin bone from the stock of beef bones and oxtails he kept in the ice chest for Korean customers. Japanese did not have any use for bones. He wrapped up a handful of stew meat. "Will that be all?" She nodded. 36 sen, please." Kyung-hee opened her coin purse. 2 yen and 60 sen had to last her for 8 more days, until Yoseb gave her his pay envelope. "Sumimasen desu." How much would it be for just the bones? 10 sen. "Please pardon my error. Today, I'll take only the bones." "Meet another time, I promise." "Of course." Tanaka returned the meat to the case. It wasn't the first time a customer didn't have enough money to pay for food, but unlike his other customers, the Koreans didn't ask him for credit, not that he would have agreed to it. "You're making a broth?" Tanaka wondered what it might be like to have such an elegant wife worrying about his meals and being thrifty with her pin money. He was the first son, and although he was eager to be married, he lived with his mother as a bachelor. "What kind?" Xiolong tongue. She looked at him quizzically, wondering if he knew what that was. And how do you make this soup? Tanaka folded his arms leisurely and leaned to the counter, looking carefully into Kyung-hee's lovely face. She had beautiful, even teeth, he thought. First, you wash the bones very carefully in cold water. Then you boil the bones and throw that first batch of water out because it will have all the blood and dirt that you don't want in your broth. Then you boil it again with clean, cold water, then simmer it for a long, long time until the broth is white like tofu. Then you add daikon, chopped scallions, and salt. It's delicious and very good for your health. It would be better to have some meat with it, I would imagine. And white rice and noodles. Why not? Kyung-hee laughed, her hand raised reflexively to cover her teeth. Both men laughed with pleasure, understanding her joke, since rice was costly even for them. And do you eat kimchi with that? Tanaka asked, never having had such a long conversation with Kyung-hee. It felt safe for him to talk with her with his assistant and her sister-in-law present. Kimchi is a bit spicy for me, yet I think it's nice with grilled chicken or grilled pork. Kimchi is delicious with every meal. I will bring you some from our house next time. Tanaka reopened the paper packet of bones and put back half of the meat he just returned to the case. It's not much, just enough for the baby. Tanaka smiled at Sunja, who was surprised that the butcher had noticed her. A mother must eat well if she's to raise a strong worker for the emperor. I couldn't take anything for free, Kyung-hee said, perplexed. She didn't know what he was doing exactly, but she really couldn't afford the meat today. Sunja was confused by their conversation. They were saying something about kimchi. This is the first sale of the day. Sharing will bring me luck, Tanaka said, feeling puffed up like any man who could give something worthwhile to an attractive woman whenever he pleased. Kyung-hee placed the 10 sen on the spotless money dish resting on the counter, smiled, and bowed to both men before she left. Outside the shop, Sunja asked what happened. He didn't charge us for the meat. I didn't know how to make him take it back. He likes you. It was a present. Sunja giggled, feeling like Doki, the younger servant girl back home, who'd joke about men whenever she had the chance. Though she thought of her mother often, it had been a while since she'd thought about the sisters back home. I'll call Tanaka-san your boyfriend from now on. Kyung-hee swatted playfully at Sunja, shaking her head. He said it's for your baby, so he can grow up to be a good worker for the country. Kyung-hee made a face. And Tanaka-san knows I'm Korean. Since when do men care about such things? Mrs. Kim next door told me about the quiet lady who lives at the end of the road, who's Japanese and married to the Korean who brews alcohol in his house. Their kids are half Japanese. This had shocked Sunja when she'd first heard of it, though everything Mrs. Kim, the lady who raised pigs, told her was shocking. Yusep didn't want Kyung-hee and Sunja to speak with Mrs. Kim, who also didn't go to church on Sundays. They weren't allowed to speak to the Japanese wife, either, because her husband was routinely sent to jail for his bootlegging. If you run away with the nice butcher, I'll miss you, Sunja said. Even if I weren't married, I would not choose that man. He smiles too much. Kyung-hee winked at her. I like my cranky husband who's always telling me what to do and worries about everything. Come on, we have to buy vegetables now. That's why I didn't buy the meat. We should try to find some potatoes to roast. Wouldn't that be good for our lunch? Sister. Yes, Kyung-hee said. We're not contributing to the house. The groceries, fuel, cento fees, I've never seen such prices in my life. Back home, we had a garden and we never paid for vegetables, and the price of fish. My mother would never eat it again if she knew the cost. Back home, we scrimped, but I didn't realize how easy we had it. We got free fish from the guests, and here an apple costs more than beef ribs in Busan. Mother was careful with money the way you are, but even she couldn't have made the kinds of delicious things you make on a budget. Isak and I think you should take the money he makes to help with the food budget at least. The fact that sister and brother wouldn't allow Isak and her to pay for a single thing was difficult to accept. And it wasn't as if they could afford to rent a place separately. Besides, even if they could have afforded to do so, it would have hurt sister's feelings deeply for Isak and Sunja to move out. I'm sure you ate much better and more filling things back home, Kyung-hee said, appearing sad. No, that's not what I meant. We just feel terrible that you won't let us contribute to the enormous expenses. Yosub and I won't allow it. You should be saving money for the baby. We'll have to get clothes for him, and diapers. And one day he'll go to school and become a gentleman. Won't that be something? I hope he'll like school like his father and not dodge books like his uncle. The thought of a baby living with them made Kyung-hee smile. This child felt like an answer to her prayers. Mother sent me 3 yen in her last letter. And we have money we brought and Isak's recent earnings to help. You shouldn't have to worry about expenses so much or selling kimchi to support 2 extra mouths, and soon 3, Senja said. Sanjaya, you're being disrespectful. I'm your elder. We can manage just fine. Also, if I can't talk about my wish to earn money without you jumping in about wanting to contribute, then I can't talk about my pipe dreams of becoming the kimchi ajumma of Suruhashi Station. Kyung-hee laughed. Be a good little sister and let me dream out loud about my business where I'll make so much money that I can buy us a castle and send your son to medical school in Tokyo. Do you think housewives would buy another woman's kimchi? Why not? Don't you think I make good kimchi? My family cook made the finest pickles in Pyongyang. Kyung-hee lifted her chin, then broke down laughing. She had a joyous laugh. I'd make a great kimchi ajumma. My pickled cabbage would be clean and delicious. Why can't you start now? I have enough money to buy cabbage and radish. I can help you make it. If we sell a lot, it would be better for me than working in a factory, because I can watch the baby at home when he's born. Yes, we would be really good at it. But Yosub would kill me. He said he'd never have his wife work. Never. And he wouldn't want you to work either. But I grew up working with my mother and father. He knows that. My mother served the guests and did all the cooking, and I cleaned and washed. Yosub is old-fashioned. Kyung-hee sighed. I married a very good man. It's my fault. If I had children, I wouldn't feel so restless. I just don't want to be so idle. This isn't Yosub's fault. No one works harder than he does. Back in the olden days, a man in his situation could have thrown me out for not having a son. Kyung-hee nodded to herself, recalling the numerous stories of barren women that she'd heard as a child, never having considered that such a thing could happen to her. I'll listen to my husband. He has always taken such good care of me. Sunja could neither agree nor disagree, so she let the statement hang in the air. Her brother-in-law, Yosub, was in actuality saying that a Yangban woman like Kyung-hee couldn't work outside the house. Sunja was an ordinary peasant's daughter, so working in a market was fine for her. The distinction didn't trouble Sunja since she agreed that Kyung-hee was a superior person in so many ways. Nevertheless, living with Kyung-hee and speaking so truthfully with her about everything, Sunja also knew that her sister-in-law was heartbroken about what she could not have and might have been far happier trying her luck as a kimchi ajumma. Regardless, it wasn't her place to say. All this was what her brother-in-law would call foolish women's talk. For Kyung-hee's sake, Sunja brightened up and linked arms with her sister-in-law, who seemed to drag a little. Arm in arm, they went to buy cabbage and daikon. Chapter 16. Kyung-hee didn't recognize the 2 men at her door, but they knew her name. The taller one with the pointy face smiled more frequently, but the shorter one had the kinder expression. They were dressed similarly in workman's clothing, dark slacks and short-sleeved shirts, but both wore expensive-looking leather shoes. The taller one spoke with a distinct Jeju accent. He dug out a folded sheet of paper from the back pocket of his pants. "Your husband signed this," he said, flashing her the formal-looking document. Part of it was written in Korean, but much of it was in Japanese and Chinese characters. On the upper right-hand corner, Kyung-hee recognized Yosub's name and Hunko. "He's late on his payments. I don't know anything about this. My husband's at work now." Young-hee thought she might cry and put her hand on the door, hoping the men would leave. "Please come by later when he's home." Sunja stood close by her, her hands resting on her abdomen. The men didn't look dangerous to Sunja. Physically, they resembled the lodgers back home, but her sister-in-law appeared flustered. "He'll be home late tonight." "Come back then," Sunja repeated, but much more loudly than Kyung-hee had. "You're the sister-in-law, right?" the shorter one said to her. He had dimples when he smiled. Sunja said nothing, trying not to appear surprised by the fact that he knew who she was. The taller one continued grinning at Young-hee. His teeth were large and square and rooted in pale pink gums. "We've already spoken to your husband, but he hasn't been responsive, so we thought we'd drop by and visit with you." He paused and said her name slowly. "Baek Kyung-hee. I had a cousin named Kyung-hee. Yutsume is Bando Kimuko." The man placed his wide hand on the door and pressed it in slightly toward her. He glanced at Sunja. "The fact that we're meeting your sister-in-law just doubles our pleasure, right?" The men laughed heartily together. Again, Kyung-hee attempted to scan the document held before her. "I don't understand it," she said finally. "This is the important part. Baek Yoseb owes my boss 120 yen. He pointed to the number 120 written in kanji in the second paragraph. "Your husband has missed the last 2 payments. We're hoping that you'll get him to make them today." "How much are the payments?" Kyung-hee asked. 8 yen plus interest per week," the shorter man said. He had a strong accent from the Gyeongsangdo region. "Maybe you keep some money at home and can pay us?" he asked. "It comes out to about 20 yen. Yoseb had just given her the food money for the next 2 weeks. She had 6 yen in her purse. If she gave that to him, they'd have no money for food. "Is 120 yen the whole amount?" Sunja asked. The paper didn't make any sense to her either. The short man looked a little worried and shook his head. "By now, it's almost double if you include the interest." "Why? Do you have the money?" "As of today, the total would be 213 yen. The taller man said. He'd always been good at doing sums in his head. Young-hee exclaimed. She closed her eyes and leaned her body against the doorframe. Sunja stepped forward and said calmly, "We'll get you the money." She spoke to them the same way she would have spoken to Fatso, the lodger, as to when he could expect his wash to be ready. She didn't even glance in their direction. "Just come back in 3 hours, before it gets dark. We'll see you later," the taller one said. The sisters-in-law walked briskly toward the shopping street near Tsuruhashi Station. They didn't linger in front of the fabric shop window or pause at the senbei stall. They didn't greet the friendly vegetable sellers. Rather, their bodies moved in unison toward their destination. "I don't want you to do this," Young-hee said. "Father told me about people like this. If the entire debt isn't paid off immediately, the interest gets higher and higher and you'll never be able to pay it all back. Father said that you always end up owing a great deal more than you borrow. Think about it, how did 120 yen become 213? Kuni Kim had witnessed his neighbors lose everything after borrowing a small amount of money to buy seedlings or equipment. When the moneylenders were through with them, his neighbors would end up giving them all their crops on top of their initial loans. Sanja's father had loathed moneylenders and had warned her often about the dangers of debt. If I'd known, I would have stopped sending money to our parents, Kyung-hee mumbled to herself. Sanja looked straight ahead, avoiding eye contact with anyone on the busy street who glanced in their direction. She was trying to figure out what she'd say to the broker. "Sister, you saw his sign in Korean, right?" Sanja said. "That would make him Korean, right?" "I'm not sure. I don't know anyone who's ever been there." Following the Korean signs posted on the facade of the low brick building, the women climbed up the wide stairs to the second floor. The pawnbroker's office door had a curtained window, and Sanja opened it gingerly. It was a warm, breezeless day in June, but the older man behind the desk wore a green silk ascot, tucked into his white dress shirt and a brown woolen vest. The 3 square windows facing the street were open, and 2 electric fans whirred quietly in the opposite corners of the office. 2 younger men with similar chubby faces played cards by the middle window. They glanced up and smiled at the 2 women. "Welcome. How can I be of service?" the pawnbroker asked them in Korean. His hometown accent was hard to place. "Would you like to sit down?" He motioned to the chairs, and Sanja told him she'd prefer to stand. Young-hee stood next to Sanja and refused to look at the men. Sanja opened the palm of her hand to show him the pocket watch. "Ajiasi, how much could you give us for this?" The man raised his gray-black eyebrows and pulled out a loop from his desk drawer. "Where did you get this?" "My mother gave it to me. It's solid silver and washed in gold," Sanja said. "She knows you're selling it. She gave it to me to sell. For the baby. Wouldn't you prefer a loan for the watch?" "Maybe you don't want to let go of it," he asked. Loans were rarely repaid, and he'd be able to keep the collateral. Sanja spoke slowly. "I want to sell it. If you don't wish to buy it, I won't trouble you any longer." The broker smiled, wondering if the pregnant girl had already been to his competitors. There were 3 pawnbrokers just a few streets away. None of the others were Korean, but if she spoke any Japanese, it would have been easy to sell the watch. The pretty woman who accompanied the pregnant one before him looked a little Japanese in the way she dressed. It was hard to tell. It was possible that the pretty one had brought the pregnant girl along to negotiate with him, and that the watch belonged to her. "If you have a need to sell it," the broker said, "I always take pleasure helping a person from home." Sanja said nothing. In the market, say very little, her father had taught her. Kyung-hee marveled at her sister-in-law appearing calmer than she'd ever seen her. The pawnbroker examined the watch with care, opening its silver casing to study the mechanical workings visible through its open crystal back. It was an extraordinary pocket watch, and impossible to believe that this pregnant woman's mother could have owned such a thing. The watch was maybe a year old, if that, and without a scratch. He turned it face up again and laid it on the green leather blotter on his desk. "Young men prefer wristwatches these days. I'm not even sure if I can sell this." Sanja noticed that the broker had blinked hard after saying this, but he hadn't blinked once when he was talking to her before. "Thank you for looking at it," Sanja said, and turned around. Kyung-hee was trying not to appear worried. Sanja picked up the watch and gathered the tail end of her long chima, preparing to walk out of the office. "We appreciate your time." "Thank you. I'd like to help you," the broker said, raising his voice slightly. Sonia turned around. "If you need the money right away, perhaps it would be easier for you to sell it here than walking around in this hot day in your condition." "I can help you. It looks like you'll have the child soon." "I hope it's a boy who'll take good care of his mother," he said. 50 yen? He said. 200, she said. "It's worth at least 300. It's made in Switzerland and brand new. The two men by the window put down their cards and got up from their seats. They'd never seen a girl talk like this. If you think it's worth so much, then why don't you sell it for a higher price elsewhere? The broker snapped, irritated by her insolence. He couldn't stand women who talked back. Sanja bit her inner lower lip. If she sold it to a Japanese pawnbroker, Sanja feared that the broker may alert the police about the watch. Hansu had told her that the police were involved in nearly all the businesses here. Thank you. I won't waste any more of your time, Sanja said. The pawnbroker chuckled. Kyung-hee suddenly felt confident of her sister-in-law, who had been so helpless upon her arrival in Osaka that she had to carry her name and address written in Japanese on a card in case she got lost. What did your mother do back home? The pawnbroker asked. You sound like you're from Busan. Sanja paused, wondering if she had to answer the question. Did she work in the markets there? She's a boarding house keeper. She must be a clever businesswoman, he said. The broker had figured that her mother must have been a whore or merchant of some sort who collaborated with the Japanese government. The watch could also have been stolen from her speech and dress. The pregnant girl was not from a wealthy family. Young lady, you're sure that your mother gave this to you to sell? You are aware that I will need your name and address in case there's any trouble? Sanja nodded. Okay then. 125 yen. 200. Sanja didn't know if she'd get this amount, but she felt certain that the broker was greedy. And if he was willing to go to 125 from 50, then surely the Japanese brokers would think it was valuable too. The broker burst out laughing. The young men were now standing by the desk and they laughed as well. The younger one said, You should work here. The broker folded his arms close to his chest. He wanted the watch. He knew exactly who would buy it. Father, you should give the little mother her price. If only because she's so persistent. The young one said, knowing his father didn't like to lose a bargain and would need some coaxing. He felt sorry for the girl with the puffy face. She wasn't the usual kind of girl who came up here to sell gold rings whenever she was in trouble. Does your husband know you're here? The pawnbroker's younger son asked. Yes, Sanja replied. Is he a drinker or a gambler? The son had seen desperate women before, and the stories were always the same. Neither, she said in a stern voice, as if to warn him not to ask any more questions. 175 yen, the broker said. 200. Sanja could feel the warm, smooth metal in her palm. Hansu would have held firm to his price. The broker protested. How do I know that I can sell it? Father, the older son said, smiling. You'd be helping a little mother from home. The broker's desk was made of an unfamiliar wood. A rich dark brown color with teardrop-shaped whorls the size of a child's hand. She counted 3 teardrop whorls on the surface. When she'd gone to collect mushrooms with Hansu, there had been innumerable types of trees, the musty smell of wet leaves on the forest carpet. The baskets filled to bursting with mushrooms, the sharp pain of lying with him. These memories would not leave her. She had to be rid of him to stop this endless recollection of the one person she wished to forget. Sanja took a deep breath. Kyung-hee was wringing her hands. We understand if you don't wish to buy this, Sanja said quietly and turned to leave. The pawnbroker held up his hand, signaling her to wait, and went to the back room where he kept his cash box. When the two men returned to the house for the payments, the women stood by the door and didn't invite them inside. If I pay you the money, how do I know that the debt is totally gone? Sanja asked the taller one. We'll get the boss to sign the promissory note to say it's cancelled, he said. How do I know that you have the money? Can your boss come here? Sanja asked. You must be crazy, the taller one said in shock at her request. Sunja sensed that she shouldn't give these men the money. She tried to close the door a little so she could speak with Kyung-hee, but the man pushed it back with his foot. Listen, if you really have the money, you can come with us. We'll take you right now. Where? Kyung-hee spoke up, her voice tremulous. By the sake shop. It's not far. The boss was an earnest-looking young Korean. Not much older than Young-hee. He looked like a doctor or a teacher, well-worn suit. Gold wire spectacles, combed-back black hair, and a thoughtful expression. No one would have thought he was a moneylender. His office was about the size of the pawnbroker's, and on the wall opposite the front door, a shelf was lined with books in Japanese and Korean. Electric lamps were lit next to comfortable-looking chairs. A boy brought the women hot jamaicha in pottery cups. Kyung-hee understood why her husband would borrow money from a man like this. When Kyung-hee handed him all the moneylender said thank you and cancelled the note, placing his red seal on the paper. If there's anything else I can ever do for you, please let me be of service, he said, looking at Young-hee. We must support each other while we're far from home. I am your servant. When did my husband borrow this money? Young-hee asked the moneylender. He asked me in February. We're friends, so of course, I obliged. The women nodded, understanding. Yusub had borrowed the money for Isak and Sunja's passage. Thank you, sir. We shall not bother you again, Kyung-hee said. Your husband will be very pleased to have the matter settled, he said, wondering how the women had raised the money so quickly. The women said nothing and returned home to make dinner. Chapter 17. Where did you get the money? Yusub shouted, clutching the cancelled promissory note. Sunja sold the watch. Her mother gave her. Kyung-hee replied. Invariably, each night on their street, someone was yelling or a child was crying, but loud noises had never come from their house. Yosab, who didn't anger easily, was enraged. Sunja stood wedged in the back corner of the front room, her head lowered, mute as a rock. Tears streamed down her reddened cheeks. Isak wasn't home yet from church. You had a pocket watch worth over 200 yen? Does Isak know about this? He shouted at Sunja. Kyung-hee raised her hands and put herself between him and Sunja. Her mother gave her the watch to sell for the baby. Sunja slid down the wall, no longer able to stand. Sharp pains pierced her pelvis and back. She shut her eyes and covered her head with her forearms. Where did you sell this watch? At the pawnbroker by the vegetable stand, Kyung-hee said. Are you out of your mind? What kind of women go to pawnbrokers? Yoseb stared hard at Sunja. How can a woman do such a thing? From the floor, Sunja looked up at him and pleaded. It's not sister's fault. And did you ask your husband if you could go to a pawnbroker? Why are you getting so upset? She was just trying to help us. She's pregnant. Leave her alone. Kyung-hee averted her eyes, trying to keep from talking back to him. He knew full well that Sunja hadn't spoken to Isak. Why did Yoseb have to pay for everything? Why did he control all the money? The last time they'd argued was when she'd wanted to get a factory job. Sunja was worried about us. I'm sorry that she had to sell that beautiful watch. Try to understand, Yobo. Kyung-hee laid her hand gently on his forearm. Stupid women. Every time I walk down the street, how am I supposed to face these men again, knowing that some foolish women paid my debts? My nuts are shriveling. Yusab had never spoken in such a vulgar way before, and Kyung-hee understood that he was insulting Sunja. He was calling Sunja stupid, Sunja foolish. Kyung-hee was also being blamed because she'd allowed it to happen, but it was smarter for them to pay off this debt. If she'd been allowed to get a job before, they would have had saving. Sunja couldn't stop crying. The agonizing pains around her lower abdomen had returned with greater force, and she didn't know what to say. It wasn't clear what was happening to her body. "Yobo, please understand," Young-hee said. Yosep said nothing. Sanja's legs were splayed out like a drunk on the street with her swollen hands holding up her enormous belly. He wondered if he should have let her into his house. How could a gold pocket watch have come from her mother? It had been years, but he'd met both her mother and her father. Hooni Kim was the crippled son of two peasants who'd operated a boarding house on a minuscule rented plot. Where would his wife have gotten such a valuable thing? Their lodgers were mainly fishermen or men who worked at the fish market. He could have accepted that the girl had been given a few gold rings worth 30 or 40 yen by her mother. Perhaps a jade ring worth 10. Had she stolen the watch, he wondered? Could Isak have married a thief or a whore? He couldn't bring himself to say these things, so Yosep opened the corrugated metal door and left. When he came home, Isak was alarmed at the sight of the sobbing women. He tried to calm them so they could speak more coherently. He listened to their broken explanation. "So where did he go?" Isak asked. "I don't know. He doesn't go out normally. I didn't realize he'd be this young." He stopped, not wanting to upset Sunja any further. "He'll be all right," Isak said, and turned to Sunja. "I didn't know you had such a valuable thing from home." "It's from your mother?" Isak asked tentatively. Sunja was still crying, and Kyung-hee nodded in her place. "Oh?" Isak looked again at Sunja. "Where did your mother get this, Sunja?" Isak asked. "I didn't ask. Perhaps someone owed her money." "I see." Isak nodded, not sure what to make of this. Young-hee stroked Sunja's feverish head. "Will you explain this to Yosep?" she asked her brother-in-law. "You understand why we did this, right?" "Yes, of course. Brother borrowed the money to help me. Sunya sold the watch to pay that debt, so in fact she sold it to help us get here. The passage here was expensive, and how was he to raise all that money so quickly? I should have thought it through. I was naive and childish, as usual, and brother was just taking care of me. It's unfortunate that Sunya had to sell the watch, but it's right for us to pay our debts. I'll say all this to him, sister." "Please don't worry," he said to the women. Young-hee nodded, feeling a little better finally. A spasm flared through Sunja's side, knocking her back almost. Is it? Warm water rushed down Sunja's leg. "Should I get the midwife?" Isak asked. "Sister Okya, 3 houses down on our side of the street," Kyung-hee said, and Isak ran out of the house. It's okay, Kyung-hee cooed, holding Sunja's hand. "You're doing mother's work. Women suffer, don't they?" "Oh, my dear Sunja, I'm so sorry you're in pain." Kyung-hee prayed over her. "Lord, dear Lord, please have mercy." Sunja took a fistful of her skirt material and put it in her mouth to keep from screaming. It felt as if she was being stabbed repeatedly. She bit down hard on the coarse fabric. Oma, she cried out. Sister Okya, the midwife, was a 50-year-old Korean from Jeju who delivered most of the children in the ghetto. Well trained by her aunt, Okya had kept her own children housed and fed through midwifery, nursing, and babysitting. Her husband, the father of their 6 children, was as good as dead to her, though he was alive and living in her house several days a week in a drunken stupor. When she wasn't delivering babies, Okya minded the children of the neighborhood women who worked in the factories and markets. This delivery was no trouble at all. The boy was long and well-shaped, and the labor, as terrifying as it might have been for the new mother, was brief, and thankfully for the midwife, the baby didn't arrive in the middle of the night but only in time to interrupt her making dinner. Sister Okya hoped her daughter-in-law, who lived with them, hadn't burned the barley rice again. Hush, hush. You did well, Eki said to the girl who was still crying for her mother. The boy's very strong and nice-looking. Look at all that black hair. It should rest a little now. The child will need to feed soon, she said, before getting up to leave. Damn these knees. Okya rubbed her kneecaps and shins and got up leisurely, making sure that the family had enough time to find her some money. Kyung-hee got her purse and gave Sister Okshi 3 yen. Okya was unimpressed. If you have any questions, just get me. Kyung-hee thanked her. She felt like a mother herself. The child was beautiful. Her heart ached at the sight of his small face. The shock of jet hair and his blue-black eyes. She was reminded of the Bible character Samson. After Kyung-hee bathed the child in the dinged-up basin normally used to salt cabbage, she handed the baby, wrapped in a clean towel, to Isaac. You're a father, Kyung-hee said, smiling. He's handsome, isn't he? Isaac nodded, feeling more pleased than he'd imagined he'd be. I have to make soup for Sunja. She has to have soup right away. Kyung-hee went to check on Sunja, who was already fast asleep, leaving Isak with the child in the front room. In the kitchen, as Kyung-hee soaked the dried seaweed in cold water, she prayed that her husband would come home soon. In the morning, the house felt different. Kyung-hee hadn't slept. Yosub hadn't come home the night before. Isak had tried to stay awake too, but she'd made him go to sleep because he had to give a sermon the next morning and work at church the whole Sunday. Sunja slept so soundly that she snored and had only gotten up to feed. The child latched on her breast well and fussed very little. Kyung-hee had cleaned the kitchen, prepared breakfast, and sewed shirts for the baby while waiting for Yosub. Every few minutes she glanced at the window. While Isak was finishing his breakfast, Yosub came in the house, smelling of cigarettes. His eyeglasses were smudged and his face stubbly. As soon as Kyung-hee saw him, she went to the kitchen to get his breakfast. Brother, Isak got up. Are you all right? Yosub nodded. The baby was born. It's a boy, Isak said, smiling. Yosub sat down on the floor by the low acacia dining table, one of the few things he'd brought from home. He touched the wood and thought of his parents. Kyung-hee placed his food tray in front of him. I know you're upset with me, but you should eat something and rest, she said, patting his back. Isak said, Brother, I'm sorry about what happened. Sunja's very young, and she was worried for us. The debt's really mine. I can take care of this family, Yosub said. That's true, but I put a burden on you that you hadn't anticipated. I put you in that position. The fault is mine. Sunja thought she was helping. Yosub folded his hands. He couldn't disagree with Isak, or be upset with him. It was hard to see his brother's sad face. Isak needed to be protected like a fine piece of porcelain. All night, Yosub had nursed a bottle of Doboroku at a bar that Koreans frequented not far from the train station, wondering all the while if he should have brought the frail Isak to Osaka. How long would Isak live? What would happen to Isak if Sunja was not a good woman after all? Kyung-hee was already so attached to the girl, and once the baby came, Yosub was responsible for one more. His parents and in-laws were counting on him. At the crowded bar, men were drinking and making jokes, but there hadn't been a soul in that squalid room, smelling of burnt dried squid and alcohol, who wasn't worried about money and facing the terror of how he was supposed to take care of his family in this strange and difficult land. Yosub covered his face with his hands. Brother, you're a very good man, Isak said. I know how hard you work. Yosub wept. Will you forgive Sunja for not going to you first? Will you forgive me for making you take on a debt? Can you forgive us? Yoseb said nothing. The moneylender would see him like all the other men who sponged off their wives toiling in factories or working as domestics. His wife and pregnant sister-in-law had paid his debt with what was likely a stolen watch. What could he do? You have to go to work, don't you? Yoseb asked. It's Sunday. Yes, sister said she'd stay here with Sonja and the baby. Let's go, Yoseb said. He would forgive. It was too late for anything else. When the men stepped outside the house, Yoseb held his brother's hand. So you are a father now? Yes. Isaac smiled. Good, Yoseb said. I want you to name him, Isaac said. It takes a lot of time for us to write to father and to wait. You're the head of our house here. It shouldn't be me. It must be you. Yoseb took a breath and faced the empty street, and it came to him. Noah. Noah, Isaac repeated, smiling. Yes, that's wonderful. Noah, because he obeyed and did what the Lord asked. Noah, because he believed when it was impossible to do so. Maybe you should give the sermon today, Isaac said, patting his brother on the back. The brothers walked briskly toward the church, their bodies close, one tall, frail, and purposeful, and the other short, powerful, and quick.